Hello, dear friends. I hope you've all enjoyed the beauty of this spring day. As the evening draws near, join us by the cozy fireplace, where warmth and comfort await. Spring nights are perfect for relaxation and nurturing cozy dreams. Here you can drift away into the world of stories, free from interruptions, as our gentle narration carries you to a place of peace. Settle in, make yourself comfortable, and let the soothing tales begin. If you wish to enjoy these stories without ads, do check us out on Patreon. Now, let the magic of storytelling embrace you. Story 1. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight wove silver threads through the canopy and magic hummed in the very air, there existed a world that only revealed itself when the sun had long since departed. Here the trees stood as ancient sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the night creatures understood. The forest floor was carpeted in velvet moss that drank the moonlight and glowed with a soft, ethereal light, while bioluminescent fungi dotted the landscape like scattered constellations. It was in this enchanted place that a young rabbit, with fur as soft as thistledown and eyes that held the curiosity of the first star, found himself unable to sleep. His name was Pip, and though his burrow was warm and safe, something in the night air called to him, a gentle pull toward the mysteries waiting beyond his doorstep. On this particular autumn evening, as a soft rain began to fall, Pip ventured out into the forest. The raindrops tapped rhythmically against the broad leaves above, creating a soothing melody that seemed to harmonize with the distant gurgle of a stream. Each drop that found its way through the canopy glistened like liquid silver in the moonlight, before landing with a gentle plink upon the moss below. As Pip hopped along a path of smooth, moss-covered stones, he noticed how the forest seemed to breathe around him. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling in a language older than time. Rest, renew, they seemed to whisper, their voices like the softest sigh of the wind. The stones beneath his paws hummed with ancient knowledge, their vibrations telling stories of seasons long past. Pip soon found himself in a starlit clearing where fireflies danced in intricate patterns, their golden light painting temporary constellations in the air. In the center of this clearing stood the most magnificent tree he had ever seen, an ancient oak whose branches seemed to cradle the moon itself. From one of these branches, a pair of wise, golden eyes watched him patiently. "Good evening, little traveler," came a voice as smooth and deep as the forest's oldest roots. An owl with feathers the color of midnight and speckled with what looked like stardust regarded Pip with gentle amusement. The night has many gifts for those who know how to listen. Pip's ears twitched with excitement and nervousness. "I couldn't sleep," he confessed. "The forest called to me, but I don't understand its language." The owl, whom the forest creatures called elder hemlock, gave a soft hoot that sounded like laughter. "Understanding comes not through translation, but through feeling. Watch." As if on cue, a gentle breeze stirred the clearing, causing the leaves to dance and shimmer. The sound was like 1,000 tiny wind chimes, each note carrying a different emotion: contentment, anticipation, peace. The stream at the edge of the clearing quickened its pace, its babbling becoming more animated, as if sharing an exciting secret with the stones along its bank. "Each season has its own magic," Elder Hemlock explained, his voice blending with the natural symphony. "Autumn teaches us the beauty of letting go. Winter shows us the power of quiet reflection. Spring reveals the joy of new beginnings, and summer celebrates abundance and growth. We are now in the season of release, where the forest prepares to rest." Pip watched as a maple leaf, glowing with the orange and red hues of sunset even in the moonlight, drifted gracefully to the forest floor. It landed without a sound, joining its companions in creating a vibrant tapestry beneath the trees. "But how do I learn to understand?" Pip asked, his nose twitching as he took in the sweet, damp scent of petrichor, the earth's perfume after rain. "Come," said the owl, spreading his wings silently. I will show you the forest's nighttime wonders, but you must promise to move quietly and observe with all your senses. Their journey began along the bank of the singing stream. Elder Hemlock taught Pip how to listen to the water's melody, how the gurgles and whispers told stories of distant mountains and patient erosion, of fish that silvered in the moonlight, and of roots that drank deeply from its clear waters. The stones in the stream, worn smooth by countless seasons, hummed with contentment, their vibrations felt rather than heard. Further along, they encountered a family of foxes playing in a patch of bioluminescent mushrooms. The fungi pulsed with soft green and blue light, illuminating the foxes' joyful movements. The vixen, noticing their approach, gave a gentle nod to Elder Hemlock before returning to her pups. Her wisdom was in her silence, in the way she watched her children learn through play. Every creature has its own rhythm, the owl murmured as they continued. The badger digs with purpose, the moth follows the moon's path, the spider weaves patterns only starlight can reveal. None rush, yet all accomplish what needs doing. As they moved deeper into the forest, Pip began to notice the subtle connections between everything. How the moss grew thicker where the stream's mist settled, how the fireflies gathered in clearings where certain flowers bloomed, how the trees seemed to lean toward one another as if sharing secrets. The forest was a vast, interconnected community, each member supporting the others. In a particularly magical grove, they found trees whose bark glowed with captured moonlight, their trunks pulsing with a soft silver radiance. Here the air tasted of cool mint and wild honey, and the sound of the wind through the pine needles was like a distant, soothing choir. "It's beautiful," Pip whispered, afraid to disturb the peace. "Beautiful, yes," Elder Hemlock agreed, "but also practical. This light helps nocturnal pollinators find their way, and the trees share nutrients through their glowing root systems. Magic and necessity often walk hand in hand in the forest." As the night deepened, Pip noticed a change in the atmosphere. The air grew colder, and the gentle rain turned to delicate frost that glittered on every surface. The forest was preparing for winter's approach. "Everything has its season," the owl said softly, noticing Pip's shiver. "The trees are not sad to lose their leaves. They understand this release makes space for new growth. The stream does not mourn the ice that will soon cover it. It knows the stillness of winter brings its own kind of magic." They came to rest in a small cave behind a waterfall. The water cascaded in a silver curtain, its sound both powerful and peaceful. Inside the cave, the walls were studded with crystals that reflected the waterfall's motion in dancing rainbows. The floor was covered in soft, dry moss that retained the day's warmth. "Tell me about the challenges you face," Elder Hemlock said, his golden eyes kind. Pip thought for a moment. "Sometimes I feel small and insignificant. The forest is so vast, and I'm just one little rabbit. How can I possibly matter in such a grand scheme?" The owl nodded slowly. "Look at this moss," he said, indicating the soft carpet beneath them. "Each tiny plant seems insignificant alone, but together they create a blanket that shelters seeds, prevents erosion, and provides homes for countless insects. Your presence matters simply because you are part of the whole. The forest knows your heartbeat, just as you know its rhythms." As they spoke, Pip noticed the first hints of dawn coloring the eastern sky. The nocturnal creatures began to retreat to their homes, their parting calls soft and satisfied. The diurnal animals stirred in their nests and burrows, preparing to greet the day. "Before you return home," Elder Hemlock said, "remember what you've learned tonight. The forest speaks in whispers and rustles, in scents and sensations. Its wisdom is available to all who approach with respect and patience. The challenges you face, feeling small, uncertain, restless, these are merely seasons of your life. They will pass, making way for new growth, just as winter yields to spring." Pip made his way back to his burrow as the first rays of sunlight painted the treetops gold. The forest was different to him now, not less magical in the growing light, but more familiar, more like home. He understood now that its magic wasn't separate from its nature, it was its nature. As he settled into his burrow, the gentle sounds of the waking forest, the chirping of early birds, the rustle of leaves in the morning breeze, the distant chuckle of the stream, lulled him into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were filled with moonlit clearings and wise golden eyes, with the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi and the comforting whisper of trees. And though he slept through the day, the forest continued its ancient cycles around him. The trees shared nutrients through their root networks, the stream carved its patient path through stone, the seasons turned in their endless dance of rest and renewal. Pip had learned that he was part of this great tapestry, not as a bystander, but as a thread woven into the very fabric of the forest's story. When he awoke that evening, rested and renewed, the first thing he did was listen to the forest's evening song. The crickets were beginning their chorus, the leaves were whispering their twilight secrets, and the air carried the scent of night-blooming flowers. Pip understood now that the forest's magic wasn't something to be conquered or fully understood, but something to be experienced, one peaceful, moonlit night at a time. And so he ventured out again, not with questions this time, but with gratitude, ready to listen, to learn, and to simply be part of the ancient, magical forest that he now knew would always be his home. Story 2. Deep within the ancient forest of Elderglow, where the moonlight wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with old magic, there lived a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves at twilight. He was a creature of quiet curiosity, with eyes that held the reflection of starlight and ears that twitched at the whispers carried on the night breeze. His name was Rowan, and though he was still young, he felt the forest's heartbeat in his own, a steady, rhythmic pulse that spoke of secrets waiting to be discovered. One crisp autumn evening, as the last rays of sunlight faded behind the distant mountains, Rowan sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the faint, sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine. Above him the sky was a tapestry of indigo and silver, pierced by the sharp, clear light of 1,000 stars. Fireflies drifted lazily through the air, their soft green-gold glow blinking in and out of existence like tiny, wandering dreams. But something felt different tonight. A restlessness stirred in Rowan's heart, a gentle tug that drew him deeper into the woods, toward the oldest part of the forest, where the trees grew so close together their branches interlaced like clasped hands. He had heard tales from the other nocturnal creatures, the badgers, the moths, the shy hedgehogs, of a wisdom that slept in the heart of Elderglow, a knowledge tied to the turning of the seasons and the secret language of the wild. So Rowan set out, his paws silent on the mossy ground. The forest floor was a patchwork of velvety mosses, fallen leaves in shades of amber and crimson, and delicate ferns that curled like sleeping fiddle-heads. As he walked, he listened. The trees spoke in a language of rustles and creaks, their leaves whispering stories of days long past. The ancient oaks groaned softly, their bark etched with the runes of time, while the slender birches shivered and sighed, sharing secrets with the wind. Soon Rowan came upon a babbling brook that cut through the forest like a ribbon of liquid silver. The water murmured as it flowed over smooth, moss-covered stones, each one worn smooth by centuries of gentle caresses. He paused to drink, and as he did, the stream seemed to sing a wordless song, a lullaby of movement and melody that soothed his restless spirit. The water's voice was cool and clear, and it spoke of journeys, of rain that fell on distant peaks, of roots that drank deeply from the earth, of the endless cycle of giving and receiving. It was there, beside the stream, that Rowan first met the elder. Perched on a low-hanging branch of a great willow was an owl with feathers the color of moonlit ash and eyes like polished obsidian. She was known as Alaric, the keeper of Elderglow's oldest stories, and though her gaze was piercing, it held no judgment, only a deep, abiding kindness. "You seek something, little one," Alaric said, her voice a soft, resonant hoot that blended with the rustle of leaves. It was not a question but an observation, spoken with the certainty of one who had watched many seasons come and go. Rowan looked up, his heart beating a little faster. "I feel a longing," he admitted. "As though the forest is calling me, but I don't know what it wants to say." Alaric blinked slowly. "The forest speaks in many tongues," she replied. "The trees murmur of patience, the streams sing of release, the stones remember. To understand, you must learn to listen not only with your ears, but with your soul." She gestured with a wing toward a narrow path that wound between two towering pines. "Follow the trail of glowing mushrooms. They will light your way to the heartwood glade. There you may find the answers you seek." Rowan thanked her and set off once more, now guided by the soft, blue-green glow of bioluminescent fungi that dotted the forest floor like fallen stars. Their light pulsed gently, casting shifting patterns of shadow and illumination across the path. The air grew cooler and a fine mist began to fall, not a heavy rain, but a delicate sprinkle that kissed his fur and beaded on the leaves around him. The sound was a gentle patter, a natural melody that blended with the whisper of the wind through the pine needles and the distant hoot of Alaric somewhere behind him. As he walked, Rowan noticed how the forest changed around him. The trees grew older, their trunks thick and gnarled, their roots sprawling across the earth like sleeping serpents. Vines heavy with silver-throated flowers draped from the branches, and the air was thick with the scent of wet stone and blooming nightshade. He passed a family of badgers shuffling through the undergrowth, their low grunts a language of comfort and kinship. A moth with wings like stained glass alighted on his nose for a moment, its touch as light as a breath, before fluttering away into the darkness. At last, Rowan emerged into the heartwood glade. It was a circular clearing bathed in the soft, ethereal light of the full moon. At its center stood the oldest tree in Elderglow, a colossal oak whose branches seemed to hold up the sky. Its bark was deeply furrowed, and in those grooves tiny glowing mosses grew, pulsing with a gentle, golden light. Around the base of the tree, crystals jutted from the soil, catching the moonlight and scattering it into prismatic shards that danced across the glade. Rowan approached slowly, his paws sinking into the thick carpet of moss that covered the ground. He could feel the tree's presence, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the earth and into his bones. This was the elderwood, the heart of the forest, and it was here that the seasonal magic was strongest. As he drew nearer, he saw that the tree was not silent. Sap thick and golden seeped from a crack in its bark, and where it touched the moss, tiny, luminous flowers bloomed, their petals glowing with a soft, inner light. The air around the tree shimmered, as if seen through a veil of heat, and Rowan understood that this was a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical grew thin. He sat at the base of the tree, closed his eyes, and listened. At first there was only the sound of his own breathing, the gentle patter of rain, the rustle of leaves. But then slowly other sounds emerged, the low, humming song of the earth, the whisper of roots drinking deeply from hidden springs, the soft sigh of the tree as it breathed out the scent of pine and damp soil. And beneath it all a voice ancient and kind spoke not in words, but in feelings and images that bloomed in Rowan's mind. He saw the forest in spring, the tender green shoots pushing through the thawing soil, the buds swelling on the branches, the streams swelling with snow melt. He felt the joy of new beginnings, the hope that came with the sun's returning warmth. Then came summer, the lush, vibrant green of the canopy, the drone of bees among the clover, the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. He felt the fullness of life, the abundance, the busy hum of creatures raising their young and storing their harvests. Autumn followed, the brilliant blaze of color as the leaves turned, the crispness in the air, the slow, gentle decay that returned nutrients to the earth. He felt the bittersweet beauty of letting go, the understanding that endings are necessary for new beginnings. And finally winter, the deep, silent blanket of snow, the bare branches etched against the gray sky, the hibernation of the earth. He felt the profound peace of rest, the stillness that allowed for dreaming and renewal. As these seasons cycled through his mind, Rowan understood. The restlessness he had felt was not a call to action, but an invitation to align himself with the natural rhythms of the world. The forest was not asking him to do anything, it was asking him to be. To be patient like the trees, to flow like the stream, to rest like the winter earth, and to bloom when the time was right. When he opened his eyes, the glade was still bathed in moonlight, but something had shifted. The bioluminescent mushrooms glowed a little brighter, the crystals shimmered with renewed energy, and the elderwood seemed to stand a little taller, its leaves rustling in a soft, approving sigh. Alaric was there, perched on a low branch nearby. She did not speak, but her presence was a comfort. Rowan looked at her and then at the tree, and he knew that he had found what he was seeking. Not a secret, not a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him, a understanding that he was a part of this great, breathing, whispering whole. He rose, his heart light, and made his way back through the forest. The path seemed familiar now, the sounds and scents like old friends. The stream sang to him as he passed, and the trees whispered their blessings. When he reached the edge of the starlit clearing where his journey had begun, he curled up in a bed of soft moss, beneath the shelter of a hawthorn bush. The rain had ceased and the clouds had parted, revealing the full moon once more. Its silver light spilled over the forest, painting everything in shades of pearl and shadow. Rowan closed his eyes, listening to the gentle sounds of the night, the chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft sigh of the wind. He felt the forest breathing around him, a living, pulsing entity of which he was now, more than ever, a part. And as he drifted into sleep, he knew that the magic of Elderglow was not something to be found or earned, but something to be lived. In every rustle of leaves, every drop of rain, every cycle of season and soul. The ancient forest had shared its wisdom, and in doing so had given him the greatest gift of all, the peace of belonging. Story 3. The evening had settled like a soft, gray blanket over the little village, nestled in the valley. In a cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, a young woman named Lyra sat by the hearth, watching the embers pulse with the slow, steady rhythm of a sleeping heart. She felt a familiar restlessness in her own chest, a quiet ache for something she could not name. It was a feeling like a seed buried too deep, unsure if it would ever find the sun. Lyra was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of a misty morning, and hands that often trembled when she tried to hold onto things too tightly. For as long as she could remember, she had felt slightly out of step with the world, as if she were a note meant for a different song. Lately, a strange and beautiful affliction had begun to manifest. When she felt a surge of an emotion she couldn't quite place, tiny, shimmering scales, like those of a moth's wing, would appear on the backs of her hands, catching the light in hues of silver and dusky blue. They were not painful, only perplexing, a silent testament to the changes stirring within her. One afternoon, as a pang of loneliness washed over her while watching the geese fly south, a single, perfect, pearl-white scale drifted from her wrist and landed in the dry soil of her neglected garden. The next morning, in that very spot, a shoot of a plant she had never seen before had pushed its way through the earth, its leaves a soft, velvety gray. It was on such a morning, with the air crisp and smelling of wood smoke and decaying leaves, that she first met the old woman. Lyra was staring at the peculiar plant, her brow furrowed in confusion, when a voice, warm and granular like honey, spoke from her gate. "A seldom seed," the woman said. "It only sprouts from a tear not of sorrow, but of longing." The woman introduced herself as Maeve. She was ancient, her face a map of kindly wrinkles, and her eyes held the deep, steady light of a star that has seen countless nights. She carried a basket woven from willow stems and wore a cloak the color of moss. She didn't offer explanations for her sudden appearance, nor did she seem surprised by the silvery scales on Lyra's skin. She simply nodded, as if she had been expecting them. "You are in a state of becoming, my dear," Maeve said, her voice a soothing murmur. "And your garden is ready to reflect it." Under Maeve's gentle guidance, Lyra began to tend the small patch of earth behind her cottage. It was not a chore, but a conversation. Maeve taught her that the soil did not need to be forced, only listened to. As they worked, Maeve would share small, simple truths. "A seed does not fear the dark of the earth," she would say, her fingers carefully loosening the soil around a root. "It knows the darkness is part of its story, the cocoon where it gathers its strength for the light." Lyra found a strange comfort in this. Her restlessness began to feel less like a flaw and more like the patient humming of a seed waiting for spring. The changes in her continued, each one a small victory that Maeve helped her understand. One day, feeling a flicker of courage after successfully mending a wobbly chair leg, the scales on her hands shimmered with a sudden bronze light. That evening, a cluster of closed buds on a previously barren rose bush unfurled into blossoms the color of burnished copper. "You see," Maeve murmured, gently touching a petal. "The garden speaks the language of your heart." Another time, after Lyra had spent an afternoon helping a neighbor find their lost dog, a feeling of warm connection spread through her. This time no scales appeared, but a soft, fragrant moss, speckled with tiny, star-like flowers, began to grow at the base of her cottage walls. "Friendship," Maeve declared with a smile, "is a root that strengthens everything it touches." The garden became a living diary of Lyra's inner world. A patch of lavender bloomed a deeper purple after she finally forgave herself for a long-held mistake. A twisting vine of moonflowers opened their luminous faces to the night sky after she admitted a secret dream to Maeve. The changes were not dramatic, but they were constant, a slow and beautiful metamorphosis that mirrored her own. The true test came with the first hard frost. The sky turned the color of lead, and a biting wind swept down from the mountains. Lyra looked at her magical garden, a tapestry of her emotional growth, and felt a cold dread. She was certain the frost would destroy it all, turning her beautiful, hard-won blossoms to mush. The old feeling of fragility returned, and she wrapped her arms around herself, the silvery scales on her skin feeling cold and brittle. As the first snowflakes began to drift down, Maeve appeared not at the gate, but standing beside her in the garden. She placed a weathered hand on Lyra's shoulder. "Everything that sleeps in winter is not dead," Maeve said softly, her breath a cloud in the frigid air. "It is gathering. The most important transformations happen in the quiet and the cold, in the cocoon where we are unseen." She pointed to the seldom seed plant, now tall and graceful. "Watch." As the snow dusted its gray leaves, the plant did not wilt. Instead, it began to glow with a soft internal light, a gentle silver that pulsed in time with Lyra's own heartbeat. The other plants in the garden responded in kind. The copper roses seemed to draw the frost into intricate, crystalline patterns on their petals. The starry moss became a blanket of tiny, glittering lights. The garden was not dying, it was changing into a new, more resilient form, a silent, shimmering spectacle under the winter sky. Lyra felt a profound shift within herself. The fear did not vanish, but it was joined by a deep, unwavering trust. She looked at her hands. The scales were no longer just silver and blue. They now held the bronze of her courage, the purple of her forgiveness, the luminous white of her dreams, all woven together in a complex, beautiful pattern. She was not breaking. She was becoming. She understood then that the cocoon was not a prison, but a sanctuary. The patient waiting was not passive, but active. It was the work of the root in the dark earth, the butterfly in the silent chrysalis. When the spring thaw finally came, washing the world in the gentle light of new beginnings, the garden did not simply return to what it was. It was grander, more vibrant, and more diverse. New plants had sprung up, ones that spoke of resilience and quiet strength. And in the very center, the seldom seed plant produced a single, magnificent flower, its petals shifting through every color Lyra had ever felt. Maeve came to see it one last time. "The garden no longer needs me," she said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "And neither do you." Lyra knew she was right. The old woman had not given her answers, but she had taught her how to listen, to the soil, to her heart, to the quiet magic of her own transformation. Maeve faded back into the woods as quietly as she had arrived, a parting that felt not like an ending, but a gentle release. Lyra stood in her garden, now a testament to a journey of gentle metamorphosis. She knew the changes would not stop. There would be more seasons, more frosts, more periods of growth in the dark. But she was no longer afraid of them. She had learned the comfort found in accepting change, the peace that comes from trusting the process of one's own becoming. That evening, as the embers in her hearth glowed with their slow, steady light, Lyra sat by the window, looking out at the twilight settling over her garden. It was not a finale. It felt, wonderfully and peacefully, like a beginning. A new chapter in a story that was still being written, one patient, beautiful change at a time. And she was ready to turn the page. Story 4. The old house at the end of Ivy Lane had always held secrets in its walls, but none so precious as the one waiting in the attic. On a rainy afternoon, when the world outside was painted in shades of gray, a young girl named Clara found herself drawn to that dusty space beneath the eaves. The steady drumming of rain on the roof played a gentle rhythm as she climbed the creaking stairs, each step releasing the scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the corner, beneath a sheet that billowed like a ghost when she pulled it away, stood a trunk of worn leather and tarnished brass. Its latch gave way with a soft click, and the lid rose with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of years. Inside, nestled among yellowed linens and faded photographs, lay a compass, but not like any she had seen before. Its face was mother of pearl, shimmering with soft rainbows in the dim light, and its needle didn't point north, but quivered and spun as if searching for something only it could sense. Clara lifted the compass carefully, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As her fingers closed around it, the needle stilled, pointing not toward the attic door, but toward the far wall where shadows gathered thickest. And in that moment she understood this was no ordinary compass. It didn't guide travelers across lands or seas, but toward something far more precious, the places where courage was needed most. That night, as moonlight filtered through her window and painted silver patterns on the floorboards, the compass began to glow with a soft, pearlescent light. Clara followed its gentle pull, not out into the world but deeper within herself, to the edge of a forest made of shadows and memories, a place that existed just beyond the corner of her eye. The trees here whispered with the sound of rustling leaves, though no wind blew. Their trunks were the color of twilight, and their canopies sparkled with starlight even though the sky was nowhere to be seen. The compass needle now pointed steadily down a path carpeted with moss that felt like velvet beneath her bare feet. She hadn't gone far when a voice, gruff but not unkind, spoke from the undergrowth. "Lost your way, have you?" From behind a tree stepped a badger wearing a waistcoat the color of autumn leaves. His spectacles perched precariously on his nose, and in one paw he carried a lantern that cast a warm, buttery glow. "I'm not lost," Clara said, holding up the compass. "I'm following this." The badger adjusted his spectacles and peered at the instrument. "Ah," he said, his voice softening. "The Heartseeker, it's been many years since I've seen one of those. My name is Barnaby. I keep the paths clear in these parts." He gestured with his lantern, revealing that what she had taken for wandering trails were actually carefully tended walkways. "Where is it guiding you?" Clara looked at the needle, which now pointed toward a particularly dark thicket where the trees grew close together. "There, I think." Barnaby's furry brow furrowed. The thicket of fading light, he murmured. Many avoid that place. The shadows there have a way of making one feel small. He looked at Clara, then at the compass, and seemed to come to a decision. Well, if the Heartseeker calls you there, then there you must go. But you'll need more than courage to find your way through. You'll need to remember what makes the light worth seeking. As they approached the thicket, a soft hooting sound drew their attention upward. Perched on a branch was an owl with feathers the color of moonlight, her eyes like polished amber. "Barnaby," the owl said in a voice like wind chimes, "you're heading toward the thicket, and with a child." "This is Clara," the badger said. "She carries the Heartseeker." The owl's expression changed immediately. She fluttered down to land on Clara's shoulder, her weight surprisingly light. "I am Seraphina," she said. "I know the language of shadows. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Together, the three companions stood at the edge of the thicket of fading light. The trees here grew so close that their branches intertwined, creating a tunnel that seemed to swallow the light. From within came a soft, mournful sound, like distant bells ringing underwater. Clara felt a flutter of fear in her chest, but the compass in her hand glowed brighter, its light pushing back the darkness just enough to reveal the first steps of the path. "Remember," Barnaby said, his voice a low rumble, "the thicket feeds on uncertainty, but it cannot withstand genuine kindness." "And patience," Seraphina added from Clara's shoulder. "The shadows here have forgotten what it means to be still and listen." Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped into the thicket. The change was immediate. The air grew cold, and the comforting sounds of the forest faded, until all she could hear was the beating of her own heart. The shadows seemed to press in from all sides, taking shapes that tugged at forgotten fears and half-remembered sorrows. The compass needle began to spin wildly. "We've lost our way," Clara whispered, her voice small in the overwhelming darkness. "Not lost," Seraphina said softly. "The Heartseeker isn't confused. It's searching for what you need to find. Be patient." Just then, a faint mewing sound reached them. Barnaby lifted his lantern, and in its glow they saw a small, shimmering creature caught between two roots that had twisted together like grasping fingers. It looked like a cat made of moonlight, and it was trapped. "The thicket preys on light," Seraphina explained. "It has caught one of the forest's glow kittens." Clara knelt, setting aside the compass. The kitten looked at her with eyes like liquid silver, and though she felt the pressing urgency to continue her journey, she knew she couldn't leave the small creature trapped. "Sometimes," Barnaby said quietly, "the path forward is found by stopping." Clara worked carefully, her fingers gently untwining the roots that held the kitten. They were stubborn, and twice she pricked her finger on thorns she hadn't seen. But she persisted, speaking soft words of comfort to the trembling creature all the while. Finally, with a last gentle tug, the kitten was free. It immediately began to purr, a sound like tiny bells, and rubbed against Clara's leg. Then it did something remarkable. It began to glow brighter, its light pushing back the shadows until the path ahead became clear once more. The compass needle steadied, pointing forward. "You see," Seraphina said. "Kindness lights the way when courage alone cannot." They continued deeper into the thicket, the glow kitten now walking beside them, its purring a constant, comforting presence. But soon they faced another challenge, a wall of thorns that stretched as far as they could see in either direction. The compass pointed straight through it. Barnaby examined the wall, shaking his head. "These thorns are unlike any I've seen. They're made of forgotten promises and broken words. No amount of force will pass them." Clara looked at the impenetrable barrier, then at the compass in her hand. Its mother-of-pearl face seemed to shimmer with understanding. She remembered what Barnaby had said earlier, about the thicket feeding on uncertainty, and what Seraphina had added about patience. Instead of trying to push through or find a way around, Clara sat down before the wall of thorns. The glow kitten curled in her lap, its purring vibrations soothing against her skin. Barnaby settled beside her, his solid presence a comfort. Seraphina perched on a nearby branch, her eyes half closed in meditation. They simply waited. At first, nothing happened. The thorns remained as formidable as ever. But then Clara noticed something. The longer they sat in quiet patience, the more the thorns seemed to soften at the edges, as if remembering they had once been living wood capable of bending in the wind. "Everything in this forest has a story," Seraphina said softly. "Even the thorns." Clara reached out, not to push the thorns aside, but to gently touch one. Instead of pricking her, it curled away from her finger like a fern frond responding to sunlight. One by one, the thorns began to retreat, creating an archway just large enough for them to pass through. They hadn't needed to fight or force their way. They had only needed to be still and patient. Beyond the wall of thorns lay a small clearing where the darkness was deepest. In its center stood a single tree, its bark black as midnight, its branches bare. Hanging from one of those branches was a cage made of woven shadows, and inside was a light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The compass needle pointed directly at the caged light and then grew still. "The heart of the thicket," Barnaby murmured. "It's been captured." "The shadows fear what they don't understand," Seraphina explained. "So they trap the light rather than learn from it." Clara approached the tree, the glow kitten following at her heels. The caged light seemed to recognize her, pulsing brighter as she drew near. She reached out, but the shadow bars were cold and solid. Then she remembered the lessons of her journey. Kindness had lit her way when courage faltered, and patience had opened paths when force would have failed. What was needed now? Understanding. She looked at the cage not as a prison to be broken, but as a fear to be comforted. The shadows had trapped the light because they were afraid of being extinguished by it. "Everything has its place," she said softly, speaking not to the light, but to the shadows themselves. "The night needs the stars and the day needs the shade. One doesn't destroy the other, they take turns." As she spoke, the shadow bars began to tremble. Then slowly they unwound themselves, releasing the light which floated gently into Clara's waiting hands. It was warm and gentle, like a captured sunbeam. The moment the light was free, the entire thicket began to change. The oppressive darkness lifted, not disappearing entirely, but softening into gentle twilight. The trees straightened, their branches now bearing leaves that shimmered with dew. The mournful bell-like sounds were replaced by the cheerful chirping of crickets. The light in Clara's hands floated upward, coming to rest in the bare branches of the midnight tree, where it blossomed into 1,000 tiny lights that turned the tree into a beacon of soft radiance. The journey back through the now transformed thicket was easy and pleasant. Where there had been fear, there was now beauty. Where there had been confusion, there was now clarity. When they reached the edge of the forest, Barnaby and Seraphina stopped. "Our path ends here," Barnaby said, his spectacles glinting in the light from the compass. "But yours continues." "You've learned what the Heartseeker had to teach you," Seraphina added, rubbing her feathered head gently against Clara's cheek. "Courage is important, but it's kindness, patience, and understanding that truly light our way through the dark places." The glow kitten purred one last time before disappearing into the undergrowth, its job complete. Clara blinked and found herself back in her bed, morning light filtering through her window. For a moment, she thought it had all been a dream. But then her fingers closed around something cool and smooth, the compass now resting on her bedside table. Its mother-of-pearl face no longer shimmered with rainbows, but glowed with a steady, gentle light. The needle pointed not towards some distant destination, but directly at her own heart. And she understood the most extraordinary journeys aren't measured in miles, but in moments of courage, kindness, and grace. The greatest adventures happen not in faraway lands, but in the quiet spaces within ourselves, where light and shadow learn to dance together. Outside her window, a breeze rustled the leaves of the oak tree, carrying with it the distant sound of bells and the memory of a purring glow kitten. And Clara smiled, knowing that sometimes the most magical secrets are waiting not in attics or forests, but in the ordinary courage of an open heart. Story 5. The old house on Willow Lane had a way of settling in the evenings, with floorboards sighing like contented sleepers and windows rattling softly in their frames like whispered secrets. On this particular autumn evening, young Leo found himself in the one place he loved most, the attic. It was a kingdom of forgotten things, filled with the gentle scent of aged paper and cedar. Dust motes danced in the slanted golden light coming through the circular window, swirling like tiny fireflies whenever Leo disturbed the air. Hush, hush, went the old newspapers as he shifted them. Creak, creak answered the floorboards beneath his knees. Leo was searching for a missing button from his winter coat when his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked beneath a stack of his grandmother's quilts. It wasn't a button at all, but a small wooden music box, no larger than his palm. The wood was dark and polished, with constellations carved so finely they seemed to shimmer when touched. In the center of the lid was a single silver star that felt both cool and warm at the same time. With careful hands, Leo lifted the music box and brought it closer. There was no key that he could see, but when he ran his thumb over the silver star, the lid sprang open with a soft click. Inside, instead of a ballerina or mirror, was a miniature night sky, complete with tiny, glowing stars that pulsed with gentle light. A melody began to play, not through the air, but inside his mind. It was the sound of distant bells ringing across a starlit field, of wind whispering through pine needles, of a mother humming a lullaby. As the music played, the stars inside the box shifted, forming patterns that looked like a map. One star glowed brighter than the others, pulsing as if calling to him. "Well now," came a soft, raspy voice from a nearby trunk. "Haven't seen that in a while." Leo turned to see a small, ginger-striped mouse peering at him from behind a spool of thread. The mouse wore a tiny pair of spectacles balanced precariously on his nose, and had the dignified air of a librarian who had just discovered a misplaced book. "You know what this is?" Leo asked, holding out the music box. "Of course," said the mouse, adjusting his spectacles. "I am Pip, keeper of forgotten treasures and part-time mender of moth-eaten sweaters. That, my boy, is the starlight compass. It doesn't point north, you see. It points toward whatever needs finding, especially things that are lost inside." As if to prove the point, the bright star in the music box flickered, and Leo felt a sudden, quiet longing, a feeling he recognized as the missing piece of courage he wished he had when facing the dark hallway at night or the new schoolyard at lunch. "Where does it lead?" Leo whispered. "Where all true journeys go," said Pip, cleaning one paw thoughtfully. "Inward, but you'll need help and possibly a snack. Journeys are always better with snacks." With a flick of his tail, Pip scurried toward an old bird cage that had been converted into a makeshift elevator. He pulled a silken thread, and the cage descended through a hole in the floor with a gentle whir-whir clink. Leo carefully placed the starlight compass in his pocket, where it continued to glow warmly against his side. Following Pip, he found himself in the cozy confines of the garden shed, where terracotta pots stood like sleepy soldiers, and the air smelled of damp earth and growing things. "Our first stop," Pip announced, "is to consult the wise one." In the far corner, perched on an old watering can, was an owl made entirely of moss and bark. One eye was a polished river stone, the other a shiny black beetle that moved independently. As Leo approached, the owl's head rotated slowly with a soft scratch-scratch sound. "Hoot," said the owl in a voice like leaves skittering across stone. You seek the courage to face shadows. How did you know? Leo asked. I am Hootwise, the owl replied. I know many things. For instance, I know that your socks don't match, that you secretly like Brussels sprouts, and that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the willingness to move forward anyway. The starlight compass in Leo's pocket pulsed brighter, and the star within shifted to point toward a bundle of old curtains hanging in the corner. The path continues through the velvet tunnel, Hootwise said solemnly. But be warned, it is dark there and the shadows speak. Pip, who had been organizing a pile of sunflower seeds by size, looked up. Nonsense, shadows are just light on vacation. Besides, I've brought candles. From his waistcoat pocket, Pip produced 2 acorn caps filled with glowing fireflies. He handed one to Leo. The light cast dancing patterns on the walls, and the fireflies hummed a soft, buzzing lullaby. The curtain tunnel was deeper than it looked, filled with the scent of lavender and old memories. As they walked, shadows stretched and shifted around them. At first they were just shapes, but soon they began to whisper. You're too small, murmured one shadow that looked like a tall, swaying tree. What if they laugh, hissed another that resembled a group of children. Leo felt his steps slowing, his heart beating a little faster. The starlight compass grew warm in his hand, its melody strengthening, a tune of perseverance and hope. They're just thoughts, Pip said gently, his tiny voice steady. Thoughts are like guests, you don't have to offer them tea if they're being rude. Hootwise, who had flown ahead, called back, the shadows fear your light more than you fear their darkness. Hold your candle higher. Leo lifted the acorn cap, and the fireflies brightened, their glow pushing back the whispering shadows until they faded into mere patterns on the fabric walls. At the end of the tunnel stood a door that wasn't really a door at all, but the back of an old grandfather clock that had stopped working years ago. The hands were frozen at midnight, but through the glass face, Leo could see not clockwork, but a forest made of books, trees with pages for leaves and trunks of leather-bound volumes. The library woods, Hootwise announced, where stories grow and the quiet ones speak loudest. The moment Leo stepped through the clock face, the world changed. The air smelled of ink and imagination. Bookbirds fluttered overhead, their wings making a flip-flap sound as they turned pages. A brook babbled with poetry, and the path beneath his feet was paved with handwritten letters. The starlight compass was glowing so brightly now that Leo hardly needed his firefly candle. The central star pulsed in time with his heartbeat, pulling him toward a clearing where a single, magnificent tree stood. Its branches were hung with silver bells that chimed softly in the breeze, and its roots cradled a pool of dark, still water. The mirror pool, said a new voice, soft and musical. A fox with fur the color of autumn sunlight stepped from behind the tree. Her eyes held the patience of centuries. I am Fern, I guard the place where reflections become revelations. Fern gestured toward the pool with her nose. To find what you seek, you must look inward without flinching. Leo knelt beside the water. At first he saw only his own reflection, a small boy with wide eyes. But as he watched, the image changed. He saw himself standing up to a bully, raising his hand in class, walking through the dark hallway without running. Then he saw the opposite, moments where he'd stayed quiet, where fear had won. Courage isn't about never being afraid, Fern said, her tail brushing against his shoulder. It's about listening to the part of you that says try anyway. That part is always there, like a seed waiting for water. As she spoke, the starlight compass began to chime in harmony with the bells in the tree. The melody swelled, not just in Leo's mind, but in the air around them. The stars inside the box rose like fireflies and swirled around him before settling back into place. The central star now glowed with a steady, calm light. You see, Pip said, patting Leo's knee with a tiny paw. You had it all along, you just needed a map to remember where you put it. Hootwise nodded, his beetle eye gleaming. The greatest journeys aren't measured in miles, but in moments where we choose to grow. Fern nuzzled Leo's hand. The compass has shown you what you needed to find. Now it's time to return, carrying your courage with you. The journey back felt different. The library woods seemed brighter, the velvet tunnel less intimidating. When Leo emerged through the clock face and curtain tunnel, he found himself back in the garden shed, then the attic, exactly where he'd started. The only difference was the warm, steady feeling in his chest, like a small star had taken root there. Pip scurried up to his shoulder. Keep the compass, he whispered. It will always guide you when you forget your way. Hootwise bowed his mossy head. Remember, even the longest night contains stars. Leo closed the music box, the silver star cool beneath his thumb. As he descended the attic stairs, he heard the distant chiming of bells and the soft rustle of pages turning, gentle reminders that his adventure was both ended and just beginning. That night, when Leo walked down the dark hallway to his room, he didn't rush. He walked slowly, remembering the velvet tunnel and how shadows were just light on vacation. He thought of Pip's spectacles gleaming in the dark, of Hootwise's wise words, of Fern's gentle presence. The starlight compass sat on his bedside table, glowing softly, a tiny constellation in the dark. Outside, the wind whispered through the willow trees, and somewhere in the distance, a bell chimed once, twice, 3 times. Leo pulled his quilt up to his chin, the same quilt that had hidden the compass for who knows how long. He could still smell the attic's cedar scent, still feel the velvety darkness of the tunnel, still hear the bubbling poetry of the book brook. His eyes grew heavy, and as he drifted into sleep, he knew that courage wasn't a destination he had reached, but a companion he had found. And in his dreams, he walked through library woods with a fox at his side, an owl soaring overhead, and a mouse in his pocket, organizing dreams by size and color, while stars chimed softly in a sky that was always, always pointing the way home. Story 6. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the cozy room. Shadows swayed like gentle partners to the flame's flickering rhythm, and the scent of cedar and old books hung in the air like a familiar blanket. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, but here by the fire, all was warmth and safety. And so, my dear listener, let me tell you a story about a quiet boy named Leo, who lived in a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains wore crowns of eternal snow. Leo was a gentle soul with a heart as soft as thistledown, but he carried a secret that felt as heavy as a river stone in his pocket. You see, when Leo was very still, when the world grew hushed and the moon rose high, his hands would glow. Not with a harsh, blinding light, but with a soft, pulsing warmth, like embers breathing in the heart of a fire. He kept this secret tucked away, hidden beneath mittens and long sleeves, for he feared what others might say. He spent his days helping his father in the wood shop, carving little birds and animals from scraps of pine and oak, and his evenings wandering the edges of the forest, listening to the stories the trees told in the language of rustling leaves. One evening, as autumn was painting the world in shades of gold and crimson, a peculiar chill settled over the valley. It was not the clean, crisp cold of the coming winter, but a deeper, grayer cold that seemed to leach the warmth from the very stones of the hearth and the cheer from people's hearts. The fires in the village burned low and sullen, and a strange silence fell, a silence that was not peaceful but empty. Leo's own little ember glow seemed to dim, and a worry settled in his chest. It was on the 3rd evening of this gray chill that he saw it. From his window, deep within the ancient forest that climbed the mountainside, he saw a faint, answering flicker of light. It was a soft, golden pulse, like a heartbeat of fire, and it called to the warmth in his own hands. And so, with a courage he didn't know he possessed, Leo decided to follow it. He pulled on his warmest coat, the one lined with soft fleece, and slipped quietly out into the hushed evening. The path into the forest was one he knew well, but tonight it felt different. The familiar gnarled roots of the oak seemed to twist into strange shapes, and the wind, when it sighed through the branches, carried a mournful tune. He walked for a long time, the only light the faint silver of the stars and the gentle, pulsing glow from his own bare hands. He used it to guide his steps, the warm light pushing back the deep, velvety shadows. The further he went, the more the forest changed. The air grew softer, and the oppressive chill began to retreat, replaced by a gentle, earthy warmth. He began to hear things, not just the rustle of leaves, but a soft, melodious humming, like the sound of a bee in a sun-drenched meadow, and the gentle chime of what might have been distant, crystalline bells. It was then that he found the entrance. It was hidden behind a curtain of weeping willow, its long, trailing branches shimmering with a light of their own. As he pushed them aside, the world fell away, and he stepped into a place he had never imagined. This was the Heartwood, a hidden world nestled within the embrace of the ancient forest. The ground was covered in moss so soft and deep it felt like walking on 1,000 velvet cushions. Giant luminous mushrooms grew in clusters, casting a gentle blue-green light, and the trees themselves were woven together, their branches forming a vast, living cathedral overhead. Tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, flitted through the air, leaving shimmering trails of golden dust in their wake. The air was filled with the scent of honey, damp earth, and blooming night flowers. And in the very center of the Heartwood grew the most magnificent tree Leo had ever seen. Its bark was the color of silver, and its leaves, though it was autumn, were a vibrant, healthy green, each one tipped with a tiny, star-like point of light. But Leo's heart sank. For wrapped around the great tree's base was a creeping, thorny vine, gray and lifeless. It was from this vine that the cold seemed to be seeping, leaching the color and warmth from the leaves, which were beginning to curl and turn brown at the edges. As he stood there, marveling and worrying all at once, a movement caught his eye. From behind the roots of the great tree, a small, cautious face peered out. It was a fox, but unlike any fox Leo had ever seen. Her fur was the color of a fiery sunset, with ears tipped in black, and her eyes were not the eyes of a wild animal, but held a deep, ancient intelligence. They were the color of melted amber, and they regarded him not with fear, but with a quiet, patient curiosity. "You have the glow," the fox said, her voice a soft rustle, like dry leaves skittering across stone. Leo, too surprised to be afraid, simply held out his hands, where the ember light pulsed gently. "I do," he whispered. "I am Kalen," said the fox, stepping fully into the light. "I am the keeper of this place. The ember tree is fading. The gray sorrow has taken root." She gestured with her nose towards the thorny vine. "It is a cold that does not come from the sky, but from a heart that has forgotten how to feel warmth. It feeds on loneliness and fear." Leo looked from the fading tree to his own hands. My glow, it's been getting weaker." Kalen nodded, her amber eyes full of a deep understanding. "The ember tree and your glow are kin. They are born from the same source, the quiet, steadfast warmth of life itself. The tree's light nourishes this hidden world, and in turn the joy and warmth of this world feeds the tree. But the gray sorrow breaks that connection. It silences the stories. It stills the laughter. It is a forgetting." She led him closer to the tree. "The gray sorrow cannot be cut away with a blade. It cannot be burned with a common flame. It can only be unwoven by a warmth that is true and selfless. A warmth like yours, little ember bearer." Leo felt a flutter of fear. "But I'm just a boy, and my light is so small." "Even the smallest ember can rekindle the greatest fire," Kalen said gently. "But you cannot do it alone. The tree's roots are deep, and the sorrow has wound itself around its memories. We must remind it of what it is to be warm." And so began Leo's true journey, a journey that would transform him as surely as fire transforms wood. It was not a journey of great battles or loud proclamations, but of small, quiet moments. With Kalen as his guide, he met the other inhabitants of the Heartwood. There was Finn, a badger with paws worn smooth from digging, who was the keeper of roots. He showed Leo how the tree's roots were connected to every living thing in the forest, a vast, silent network of life. But the gray sorrow had made the roots feel brittle and cold. There was Alara, an owl with feathers the color of moonlight, who was the keeper of stories. She perched on a high branch, her great eyes closed, as the sorrow whispered that the old tales no longer mattered, that they were just echoes of a world that was gone. And there were the little glimmer wings, the tiny, glowing sprites who tended the luminous mushrooms. They flitted about, their usual cheerful humming silenced, their light dimmed, as the cold told them their small lights made no difference in the great dark. Leo's task, with Kalen always at his side, was simply to be with them. He did not try to perform great magic. He sat with Finn the badger, and with his warm hands, he gently touched the cold, hard soil near the roots. He didn't command the warmth to come forth, he simply let it flow, a soft, steady pulse. He shared stories of his own, of the smell of his father's woodshop, of the taste of warm apple pie, of the feeling of the sun on his face after a long winter. As he spoke, his ember glow brightened, and ever so slowly, the soil around the roots seemed to grow softer, darker, richer. He listened to Alara the owl, not demanding she tell her stories, but sharing his own favorite tale, the one about the brave little mouse who crossed a great river on a leaf. As he spoke, his voice finding a rhythm as soothing as a lullaby, he saw a flicker of interest in her wise eyes. Slowly, haltingly, she began to add to his story, her voice a soft, melodic hoot. And the mouse, she said, was not alone, for the stars above guided her, and the current, though strong, carried the song of the mountains. As they wove the story together, a single leaf on the ember tree, high above them, seemed to shake off its gray tinge and glow a little brighter. The greatest challenge was the gray sorrow itself. It had no face, no voice, but Leo could feel its presence, a cold, whispering doubt that curled at the edges of his mind. Your light is too small, it seemed to sigh. You are just a boy. You do not belong here. They will see you are strange and send you away. There were moments when Leo believed it. He would sit by the roots, his glow flickering uncertainly, and the cold would press in closer. But then he would feel the soft, warm weight of Kalen leaning against his side, a silent, steadfast friendship that asked for nothing and gave everything. He would remember the badger's grateful nod, the owl's soft hoot, the way a little glimmerwing had once landed on his finger, its tiny light pulsing in time with his own. He realized then that his glow was not a solitary, strange thing. It was a part of a greater whole, a single thread in a vast, warm tapestry. It was not about being the brightest light, but about being a true one. His friendship with Kalen, his kindness to the others, these were the things that fed his inner fire, that made his ember glow burn steady and true. One evening, as the hidden world of the Heartwood was bathed in the soft, multicolored light of the mushrooms and the tree's own dimming stars, Leo knew it was time. The gray sorrow had retreated from the roots and the lower branches, but it still clung tightly to the tree's heart, the place where its oldest, deepest memories were held. It is the memory of the first fire, Kalen explained, her voice soft. The spark from which all warmth was born, the sorrow has made the tree forget that it ever existed. Leo looked up at the towering tree, at the tangled, thorny vine wrapped around its mighty trunk. He felt very small. But he also felt Kalen's trust and the memory of the badger's warm soil and the owl's shared story. He was not just Leo the boy with the strange hands. He was Leo, the friend of the Heartwood. He walked forward and placed both of his hands flat against the cold, gray bark of the ember tree. He closed his eyes. He did not try to fight the cold. He did not push it away. Instead, he invited it in. He remembered every moment of doubt, every time he had felt alone and strange, every chill of fear. He let himself feel it all, and as he did, he poured his own warmth into those memories. He thought of the crackle of the fireplace in his home. He thought of the weight of Kalen sleeping beside him. He thought of the taste of warm milk and honey. He thought of his father's laugh. He thought of the glimmer wings, their tiny lights bravely shining. He poured all of it, every small, warm, loving memory, into the tree. For a long moment, nothing happened. The cold was a solid wall against his heart. Then a single resonant thump echoed through the clearing, like the beat of a great drum. It was the tree's heart. Another thump. And another. The ember glow in Leo's hands, which had been a soft pulse, suddenly blazed. It was not a fierce, wild blaze, but a deep, golden, radiant light, warm as a summer afternoon. It flowed from his hands into the bark, racing along the branches like liquid sunlight. Where the light touched the gray sorrow, the thorny vine did not burn, but simply unwove. It frayed at the edges, turning to silvery gray mist that dissolved into the warm air, harmless and forgotten. The leaves of the ember tree shook, and each one burst into brilliant, star-like points of light, flooding the heartwood with a gentle, golden radiance. The luminous mushrooms glowed brighter, their colors deepening. The glimmer wings rose into the air in a shimmering cloud, their humming now a joyous, triumphant chorus. Alara the owl spread her wings and let out a long, clear call that echoed through the branches, and Finn the badger emerged from his set, his eyes bright with relief. The gray sorrow was gone. The connection was restored. Leo stood there, his hands still resting against the now warm bark, his own glow slowly settling back to its gentle, ember-like pulse. He felt tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes after a long, worthwhile day. He felt whole. The secret he had carried was no longer a heavy stone, but a warm, humming light inside him, a part of who he was. Kalen came and sat beside him, her fiery fur glowing in the tree's new light. "You see," she said, her amber eyes smiling. It was never about the size of the light, it was about its truth. Leo stayed in the heartwood for a little while longer, resting and listening as the hidden world celebrated. But soon he knew it was time to return home. The journey back through the forest felt different. The path was familiar and friendly, the rustling leaves now sounding like cheerful chatter. The chill had lifted from the valley, and as he approached his village, he saw the warm, steady lights of hearth fires burning brightly in every window. He slipped back into his home and stood by his own window, looking out at the peaceful, sleeping village and the forest beyond. He held up his hand, watching the soft, ember-like glow pulse in the darkness. He did not hide it away. He simply smiled. He had gone into the forest, a boy afraid of his own strange light. He had returned knowing that his light was a gift, a small but vital part of the world's warmth. He had learned that the greatest transformations are not always loud and dramatic, but often happen in the quiet spaces between friends, in the sharing of stories, and in the simple, courageous act of offering your own small light to fight the dark. And so, as the fire in the hearth before us now settles into a bed of glowing coals, and the wind outside sings a gentle lullaby, remember Leo's story. Remember that within you, too, there is a unique and steady glow. It may not light up your hands, but it warms your heart, and it is fed by kindness, by friendship, and by the small, brave act of being truly yourself. Hold that warmth close, let it comfort you, and carry it with you now, as you drift into soft and peaceful dreams. The night is gentle, the world is warm, and all is well. Sleep now. Story 7. The village of Stillwater Hollow rested in a gentle valley, cupped by ancient, slumbering hills. It was a place where the extraordinary was simply part of the everyday tapestry. The cobblestone streets, worn smooth by generations of soft-soled shoes, gleamed in the moonlight. Wind chimes, crafted from sea glass and silver, sang a soft, tinkling chorus from every cottage eave. And every night without fail, the sky above the hollow would blossom with a breathtaking spray of stars, so close and clear you felt you could reach up and pluck one like a silver berry. This was the work of the star weaver, an ancient and gentle spirit of the hills who, it was said, embroidered the night sky with new constellations each evening. But one autumn night, as a soft, misty rain began to fall, whispering secrets against the thatched roofs, a peculiar thing happened. A little girl named Anya, who loved stargazing from her window seat, was the first to notice. She was tracing the shape of the glassblower, a constellation of 5 stars that looked like a man blowing a bubble of light when one of its stars, the one that formed the bubble, simply winked out. It didn't fade. It vanished as if a candle had been snuffed. The next night, 2 more stars were missing from the scribe's quill. A murmur of concern, soft as the rustle of silk, wound its way through the village. The stars weren't just dimmed by clouds, they were gone. The sky, their nightly blanket of comfort, was developing holes. Anya, a child with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that listened more than it spoke, decided she would find out what was happening. Her method was not one of frantic searching, but of quiet observation. She packed a small satchel with a honey-sweetened bun, a flask of chamomile tea, and her most prized possession, a book of old nursery rhymes given to her by the village's oldest resident, Alara. She went first to the clock tower, a great, grandfatherly structure in the village square whose chimes marked the hours with a deep, resonant bong-ji-ji that seemed to settle into your bones. Perhaps, she thought, the stars were tied to the time. But the clock's hands swept in their usual, steady arc, and the chimes rang out as they always had. As she sat on a bench, listening to the 9th chime fade into the rustle of the rain-kissed leaves, she opened her book. A rhyme, when she had sung 100 times, suddenly seemed to hold a new meaning. When the weaver's thread grows thin and spare, and silver light is lost to air, seek the glen where colors sleep, secrets that the petals keep. The weaver. That had to be the star weaver. And silver light lost to air described the missing stars perfectly. But where was the glen where colors sleep? She knew of Sunbeam Glen and Whisperwood, but no such place. Her first clue led to a red herring, though a delightful one. She remembered that the flowers in Mrs. Higgins's garden, famous for their brilliant blues and yellows, had begun to change color overnight. The blue delphiniums were now a soft lavender, and the yellow marigolds held a hint of peach. Perhaps this was the glen where colors sleep. She spent a lovely afternoon with Mrs. Higgins, who was not alarmed but enchanted by the shifting hues of her blossoms. They drank peppermint tea and decided the flowers were simply dreaming in new shades. It was a beautiful discovery, but it didn't bring back the stars. Undeterred, Anya turned her attention to the second part of her clue. Secrets that the petals keep. She looked at the flowers in Mrs. Higgins's garden, now softly peach and lavender, and noticed something she hadn't before. Their centers, the tiny, intricate patterns at their hearts, seemed to swirl in a way that mirrored the constellations. A daisy's center wasn't just a random collection of dots. It was a tiny, perfect map of the Little Dipper. Her heart beat a little faster. What if the flowers weren't just changing color, but were trying to communicate? What if they were reflecting the state of the sky? That evening, as the gentle rain returned, pattering a rhythm on her window pane, she took out a map of the valley, one drawn by the first settlers of Stillwater Hollow. It was faded and soft at the creases. In the corner, surrounded by illustrations of strange plants, was a small, labeled sketch, the Somnium Glen. The Glen of Sleep. This had to be it. The next morning, with her satchel and her book, Anya followed the old map. It led her away from the village, past the babbling brook, and into a part of the woods she had never explored. The air grew still and hushed. The only sounds were the squelch of damp moss under her boots and the distant, melodic plink-a-plink of water dripping from ferns into a hidden stream. And then she found it. The Somnium Glen. It was a small, circular clearing, carpeted in moss so thick and soft it felt like a quilt. And growing in the center was a single, magnificent flower, unlike any she had ever seen. Its petals were the color of a deep, twilight sky, and they were covered in what looked like tiny, glowing freckles, a perfect map of the night sky over Stillwater Hollow. But just as in the real sky, several of those glowing freckles had gone dark. This was the celestial bloom, the flower that mirrored the heavens. And it was wilting. Its stem was drooping, and its luminous petals were beginning to curl at the edges. Anya didn't try to prop it up or pour water on it. She sat beside it, cross-legged on the soft moss, and simply observed. She saw that the roots of the great, ancient oak tree at the edge of the glen had grown so thick and greedy that they were stealing all the nutrients from the soil around the celestial bloom. The flower was being starved, and as it weakened, so too did its reflection in the sky. The real stars were fading from view. The problem was clear, but the solution required more than one pair of hands. It required a community. She returned to Stillwater Hollow and went not to the mayor, but to the people whose hands knew the earth. She found old Hemlock, the woodcarver, whose fingers were gnarled like tree roots but could carve the most delicate of songbirds. She found the young, strong miller's son, Liam, whose laughter was as hearty as his grip. She told them what she had found not as a dire crisis, but as a puzzle they could solve together. Inspired, the whole village gathered tools and lanterns. As evening fell and the clock tower chimed a comforting 6 o'clock, they followed Anya back to the Somnium Glen. They worked not with frantic haste, but with a gentle, purposeful care. Led by old Hemlock's wisdom, they carefully trimmed back the encroaching roots, not to harm the great oak, but to give the celestial bloom its fair share of the earth. Liam and the others dug a shallow, beautiful trench around the flower and lined it with smooth, white river stones to guide the rainwater directly to its roots. The children, under Anya's direction, gathered the richest, darkest compost from the forest floor and sprinkled it around the base of the flower like a blessing. They worked by the soft glow of their lanterns and the gentle light of the few remaining stars, the wind chimes from the village seeming to carry their encouraging song through the woods. When the work was done, they stood back. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, silver light began to pulse from the heart of the celestial bloom. Slowly, gently, the wilting stem straightened. The curling petals smoothed and stretched outward, and one by one, the tiny, dark freckles on its petals began to glow again. A tiny point of light for the glassblower's bubble. 2 more for the scribe's quill. As they looked up, a collective, soft gasp rippled through the villagers. There in the velvety darkness above, the missing stars were reappearing, shining brighter than ever, as if they had been polished by the very night itself. The constellation was whole again. The mystery was solved. The stars had vanished not because of a monster or a thief, but because a single, magical flower needed help. The red herring of the color-changing blossoms had been a sign, too, a sympathetic reaction in the floral world to the distress of their celestial queen. The walk back to Stillwater Hollow was filled with a deep, shared contentment. The gentle rain began again, but now it felt like a benediction, washing the mud from their boots and the worry from their hearts. The clock tower chimed 10 times. It sounded deep, reassuring anchor in the night. From that evening on, the people of Stillwater Hollow took turns tending to the Somnium Glen, not as a chore, but as a quiet, cherished ritual. The community, always kind, grew even closer, bound by the shared secret of how they had mended the sky. Anya continued to watch the stars from her window, her book of rhymes now holding a new handwritten verse about a girl, a flower, and a village that learned to listen to the whispers of the world. And as you drift to sleep, you can almost hear the gentle plink of water in the glen, the soft bong-ji-ji of the distant clock tower, and the wind chimes singing their endless, cozy lullaby, under sky that is, and will always be, beautifully, completely whole. Story 8. The attic above the old house was a kingdom of whispers and dust motes, a place where time seemed to curl up in corners like a sleeping cat. It was here, on a day when the rain played a gentle percussion on the slate roof, that a young girl named Cora found herself seeking shelter from the summer storm. She had been sent to fetch an old quilt for her grandmother, and the task had led her up the creaking pull-down stairs into the hushed world beneath the eaves. The air smelled of cedar and memories, a dry, sweet scent that clung to everything. Swish-swish went her slippers through the fine layer of dust, and a soft thump-thump-thump echoed from the rafters where a family of doves had made their home. In the farthest corner, tucked behind a steamer trunk plastered with faded travel stickers, was a small, forgotten chest. It wasn't locked, but the brass clasp was stiff with age. With a patient creak of protest, it gave way. Inside, nestled in a bed of yellowed tissue paper, was a simple wooden music box. It was carved from a dark, rich wood, its surface smooth from long-ago touches. On its lid was an inlaid design of a winding path that disappeared into a forest of mother-of-pearl. Cora lifted it out with reverent hands. She turned the small, tarnished key that protruded from its side. It resisted at first, then, with a soft click-whir, began to turn. The melody that spilled forth was not one she recognized. It was a tune that sounded like walking, like the rhythm of footsteps on an earth path, accompanied by the distant, silver ringing of bells. It was a journey in itself. As the music played, something extraordinary happened. The mother-of-pearl forest on the lid seemed to shimmer, and a tiny, three-dimensional path of light, no bigger than her hand, unfolded from the box and lay upon the attic floorboards. It glowed with a soft, buttery luminescence, beckoning. Cora's heart beat a little faster, a tiny drum of both fear and wonder. This was a journey measured not in miles, but in the courage it took to place one foot in front of the other onto a magical path in her grandmother's attic. Taking a deep breath that smelled of dust and destiny, she stepped onto the light. The attic melted away. The sound of the rain faded, replaced by the gentle rustle whisper of leaves. She was standing at the edge of a forest, though the trees were woven from shadows and starlight. The path beneath her feet was soft and mossy. The music from the box was all around her now, a guide and a companion. She hadn't walked far when a voice, like the grating of two friendly stones, spoke from beside the path. "Lost your way, have you?" Perched on a toadstool was a small, pebble-shaped creature with kind, mossy eyes and a cap of lichen. He was polishing a dewdrop with a leaf. "I'm not sure," Cora said, her voice small in the vast, quiet wood. "I'm just following the path." "Ah, the listening path," the creature said, nodding sagely. "A fine choice. I am Ponder, the keeper of quiet questions. Most who hurry by never even see me, but you stepped softly." He had a habit of pausing mid-sentence, as if listening to the silence between his own words. Drip went a bead of water from a leaf somewhere, emphasizing his point. "Where does it lead?" Cora asked. "Where all true paths do," Ponder replied enigmatically. "To the heart of the matter, but the bridge up ahead has fallen into the brook of babbling worries. It's quite a chatter down there, can be confusing." He gestured with his leaf. "You'll need Boulder, he's just through those ferns," contemplating a particularly interesting crack in the earth. Cora thanked Ponder and continued, the music box's melody twining with the sound of a growing murmur. Soon she found the bridge, or rather the lack of it. Two stone pillars stood on either side of a swift-flowing stream that gurgled and fretted, its waters full of anxious whispers. What if I'm not good enough? One ripple seemed to say. I hope nothing goes wrong, murmured another. And there, just as Ponder had said, was Boulder. He was, as his name suggested, a large, friendly-looking rock. One of his eyes, a smooth gray stone, was fixed on a fissure in the ground. Hello, Cora said softly, not wanting to startle him. Boulder turned his great head slowly. Hello, he rumbled, his voice deep and slow, like continents shifting. I was just considering this crack. It tells a very long story. Would you like to hear the first chapter? It begins about 10,000 years ago with a particularly stubborn root. It sounds wonderful, Cora said with genuine kindness, but I need to cross the brook. Ponder said you might help. Ah, Boulder boomed thoughtfully. The bridge, yes, it grew tired of all the worrying and lay down for a nap at the bottom. He shifted his great weight, a low, grumbling scrape echoing through the ground. I could be your bridge. It has been many years since I stretched. With a great, slow, patient heave, he rolled himself across the brook of babbling worries, his broad back forming a perfect, steady pathway. The waters quieted as he settled, soothed by his immense and silent calm. Cora walked across his back, feeling the solid, ancient peace of him. Thank you, Boulder. It was my pleasure, he rumbled. It is good to be useful in the present tense. On the other side, the path led into a field of silver grass that swayed and sighed in a gentle breeze. In the center of the field stood a tall, slender spire made of interlocking brass gears and crystal bells. At its base, looking utterly perplexed, was a fox made of spun copper and clockwork. One of her delicate, jointed paws was tapping a frantic, stuttering rhythm on the ground. Tick-tick-tap-tap-tap-tick. Oh dear, the fox whirred, her voice a series of soft clicks and chimes. It's all gone syncopated. The rhythm is all wrong. What's wrong? Cora asked, kneeling down. I am Fidget, the fox said, and I am supposed to keep the rhythm of this glade steady. A steady heart, a steady beat, you know, but my mainspring is all a jangle. I can't find the tempo. Her tail, a coil of copper wire, twitched and vibrated. Cora listened. The music from her box was still playing, a calm, unwavering walker's pace. She held the box closer to Fidget. Here, she said gently. Don't try to find it, just listen. Fidget's whirring slowed. Her tapping paw stilled. She closed her glass-bead eyes and simply listened to the patient, constant melody. Tick-tock, tick-tock, her own internal mechanism began to slow and settle, matching the music's peaceful rhythm. The crystal bells on the spire above gave a soft, clear chime, ding-dong-ding, and the very air in the glade seemed to sigh with relief. Oh, Fidget breathed, her voice now a smooth, chiming whisper. That's it, it was there all along. I was just trying too hard to make it happen. She nuzzled Cora's hand with her cool metal nose. Thank you, the path continues to the grove of echoing hearts, but be warned, it mirrors what you bring. With a renewed sense of purpose, Cora followed the glowing path into a grove of trees whose leaves were like beaten silver. As she stepped inside, the world seemed to double. From all around her, her own faint, worried thoughts came whispering back. What if I can't do this? What if I'm not brave enough? The grove was amplifying her quietest fears. This was the challenge. Not a dragon to slay or a riddle to solve, but her own uncertainty echoing back at her. She thought of Ponder, who valued quiet footsteps. She thought of Boulder, whose patience was as deep as the earth. She thought of Fidget, who found her rhythm not by forcing it, but by listening. She didn't shout back at the echoes. She didn't run. Instead, she sat down on a smooth, gray stone at the center of the grove, the music box cradled in her lap. She closed her eyes and let the gentle melody fill her. She thought not of fear, but of the kindness she had offered and received. She remembered the steady warmth of her grandmother's kitchen downstairs, the purr of the old tabby cat by the hearth, the safe, cozy feeling of being loved. A new kind of echo began to rise from the silver leaves. It was soft, like the rustle of a quilt. It was the sound of her own steady heartbeat, the memory of her grandmother's laughter, the purr of the contented cat. The fearful whispers faded, replaced by this gentle chorus of comfort. The grove was no longer echoing her fears, but reflecting the quiet courage and kindness she held inside. As the last of the fearful echoes faded, the path before her brightened, leading to a single, magnificent tree at the edge of the grove. Its branches were hung with what looked like liquid moonlight, and nestled in its roots was a small, clear pool. This was the end of the path. Cora approached the pool and looked in. She didn't see her reflection. Instead, she saw 1,000 tiny, glowing scenes. She saw herself reading to her grandmother, sharing a smile with her mother, helping a friend. She saw small acts of patience, moments of quiet bravery, and the steady, humble power of a kind heart. The music box's melody swelled to a gentle, triumphant conclusion, and the winding path on its lid glowed brightly for a moment before fading. She understood. The music box didn't lead to a treasure of gold or jewels. It led to this understanding. The greatest adventures were the journeys we take within ourselves, and the most powerful magic was found in kindness, patience, and the courage to listen. With a heart full of a quiet, deep joy, she turned and walked back the way she had come. She passed through the grove of echoing hearts, which now reflected only peace. She waved to Fidget, who was keeping a perfect, serene rhythm. She stepped back over Boulder, who gave a contented, ground-trembling sigh. She passed Ponder, who simply smiled his slow, mossy smile and winked. Soon the starlit trees faded back into the shadows of the attic. The glowing path retracted into the music box with a soft sigh. Cora was once again standing in the dusty, cozy attic, the sound of the gentle rain on the roof a comforting reality. She carefully placed the music box back into its chest, but she did not close the lid. She knew its secret now. It was a mirror for the heart, a guide for when one felt lost. It didn't need to be played every day. Just knowing it was there was enough. She took the quilt she had originally come for, its patches a mosaic of family history, and descended the creaking stairs. Down in the warm, lamplit kitchen, her grandmother was dozing in her armchair, the old tabby cat a rumbling, purring puddle of fur in her lap. The fire in the grate crackled and popped, a cozy, earthly counterpoint to the magical bells of the music box. Cora laid the quilt gently over her grandmother's knees. The old woman's eyes fluttered open. "Ah, thank you, my dear," she said, her voice soft as worn velvet. She looked at Cora's face, which was lit with a calm, newfound light. "You found it, then?" Cora smiled. "Found what, grandmother?" "What you were looking for," her grandmother replied, a knowing twinkle in her eye as the cat purred on, and the fire whispered its warm, endless stories into the room. Story 9. The nebula outside the viewport swirled in gentle tendrils of violet and gold, like spilled watercolors dancing in zero gravity. Inside the small, orbiting habitat they called the Starlight Haven, two very different beings watched the cosmic ballet unfold. Kalen, from the crystalline world of Lyra, had skin that shimmered with soft inner light, changing hues with his emotions. When he was thoughtful, he glowed a deep indigo. When amused, flecks of gold danced across his cheeks. His long, slender fingers could weave light into temporary shapes, stories told in shimmering holograms that hovered in the air before fading like morning mist. His companion, Rin, hailed from the oceanic planet of Maris, where communication happened through complex harmonies. Her body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light like mother of pearl, and when she moved, she created a soft, musical rustling. Her voice wasn't spoken but sung, gentle melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. They had found each other quite by accident when both their ships needed repairs at the same remote way station. What began as shared space in a maintenance bay had blossomed into something far more precious, a friendship that spanned star systems. Their sanctuary, the Starlight Haven, was a forgotten observation deck they had discovered and restored together. It floated at the edge of the Calaxian Nebula, where star formation painted the darkness with newborn suns. They had filled the circular room with floating gardens of bioluminescent plants from Kalen's world that pulsed with soft light, and Rin had brought singing crystals from her oceans that hummed when starlight touched them. The air smelled of stardust and the sweet nectar from the glowing flowers. In the center of their haven hung their greatest collaboration, the Harmony Weaver. It was a delicate structure of crystalline filaments and resonant chambers that translated Kalen's light patterns into music and Rin's songs into cascades of color. Through this beautiful invention, they had learned to understand each other beyond their native ways of communication. One evening, as the nebula outside deepened to a rich plum color, Kalen noticed Rin's usual cheerful melody had taken on a somber, minor key. Her scales had dulled to a muted gray-green. He glowed a soft, questioning blue and created a hologram of a question mark floating between them. Rin responded with a melody that spoke of longing and distance. Through the Harmony Weaver, her song transformed into swirling silver lights that formed images of vast oceans under twin moons. Kalen understood. She was homesick. In response, he began weaving light into stories, tales of the crystal forests of Lyra, where light dancers performed for the auroras, and of the great singing mountains that hummed with the planet's rotation. As he painted with light, Rin's melody gradually brightened, her scales regaining their iridescent shine. Their days together were filled with such moments of shared discovery. Rin learned that when Kalen flashed bright orange, it meant he had discovered something wonderful. Kalen discovered that Rin's highest-pitched harmonies expressed delight, but not all their interactions were seamless. Their different biologies and cultures sometimes led to amusing misunderstandings. One morning, Kalen noticed Rin gathering moisture from the air with her scales, a normal hydration process for her species. Concerned she might be thirsty, he brought her what he considered the ultimate gesture of care on his world, a cup of liquid light, shimmering with captured starlight. Rin, touched by the gesture but unfamiliar with the substance, attempted to drink it. The result was a symphony of sneezes that sent musical notes bouncing around the room, each sneeze accompanied by Kalen flashing bright pink with surprise and concern. When they realized what had happened through the Harmony Weaver, Rin's laughter came out as a cascade of bell-like notes, and Kalen's light show turned to dancing rainbow patterns of amusement. Another time, Rin tried to share her people's traditional greeting, a gentle humming that created soothing vibrations in the water back home. She didn't realize that the particular frequency she used made Kalen's light patterns temporarily go haywire, causing him to flash like a malfunctioning sign. Once they sorted out the misunderstanding, they spent the next hour experimenting with different frequencies, discovering which harmonies complemented which colors, turning a moment of confusion into a game of cosmic synesthesia. Their quietest, most cherished moments came during what they called star watches. They would float near the great viewport, sipping their respective nourishments, Kalen absorbing ambient light, Rin drinking reconstituted mineral water, and simply watch the universe unfold. During one such watch, a meteor shower painted silver streaks across the nebula. Rin began a soft, wordless lullaby that seemed to match the rhythm of the falling stars. Kalen, in turn, created gentle light patterns that danced in time with her melody. For that timeless hour, their two forms of expression became one seamless conversation, a duet of light and sound celebrating the beauty beyond their window. As weeks turned into months, they developed their own blended culture within the Starlight Haven. They created new traditions, like first light, when they would greet the reflection of the nearest star rising behind the nebula, Kalen weaving intricate light patterns while Rin sang the sun's awakening song. They celebrated tide turn, marking the movement of Maris's oceans, by floating in the center of the room while Rin hummed the deep songs of her home, and Kalen created watery light simulations on the walls. One day a problem arose that tested their unique friendship. The harmony weaver began malfunctioning, the lights flickered unpredictably, and the music came out distorted. At first they tried to fix it together, but their different approaches only made things worse. Kalen, whose people solved problems through silent contemplation, retreated to a corner to glow thoughtfully. Rin, whose culture addressed challenges through collaborative singing, began increasingly complex melodies aimed at troubleshooting. The more she sang, the more Kalen's lights flickered with overwhelmed confusion. The more he withdrew, the more frantic her songs became. For the first time since they'd met, there was discord in their sanctuary. Finally, Rin fell silent, her scales dimmed with frustration. Kalen, noticing her distress, glowed a soft, apologetic lavender. He floated over to her and did something he'd never tried before. He gently placed his luminous hand on her shoulder. The contact sent warm pulses of light through her scales, a simple gesture that needed no translation. In that moment of reconnection, they realized the solution wasn't in their respective ways of problem-solving, but in creating a new way together. So they began again, slowly. Kalen would create simple light shapes, showing what he observed was wrong. Rin would respond with single, clear notes of understanding. Piece by piece, note by shimmering note, they recalibrated the harmony weaver, their patience with each other mending what was broken far beyond the machine itself. When the final crystal was aligned, the harmony weaver blossomed to life with a spectacular display of color and sound more beautiful than before. They had not just repaired it, they had improved it, their combined wisdom creating something stronger than what either could have made alone. That night, as they watched the nebula swirl in cosmic splendor, Rin began a new song, one that spoke of gratitude and enduring friendship. Kalen's light glowed in warm amber waves, weaving patterns that told of bonds that span light years. Through their shared creation, their two separate languages became one poetry of understanding. They came to understand that the universal language wasn't light or sound or any specific form of communication. It was the patience to listen beyond words, the courage to express beyond familiarity, and the kindness to bridge the space between different worlds. Their starlight haven had become more than a shelter. It was a living testament that any beings, no matter how different, could create something beautiful together. As the central star of the system began its cycle of rest, casting long shadows through their sanctuary, Kalen created one final light story, a simple image of their two forms side by side, watching the stars, surrounded by the blended beauty they had made together. Rin answered with a soft, soothing melody that promised tomorrow would bring new wonders to share. And in the quiet hum of their orbiting home, surrounded by singing crystals and glowing gardens, two friends from different stars watched the universe turn, knowing that no matter how vast the darkness between worlds, the light of friendship could always find its way home. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing orange shadows upon the walls. Each pop and hiss of the burning wood was a tiny punctuation in the quiet of the evening, a rhythm for a story to be born. So settle in, pull your blanket a little closer, and let me tell you a tale not of roaring bonfires, but of a gentle, smoldering light and the boy who found it. In a village nestled in a valley that seemed to be cupped in the hands of the sleeping mountains, there lived a boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet child, with a heart that felt things perhaps a little too deeply. He was not a boy for loud games or boisterous crowds. His happiness was found in the quiet corners of the world, in the velvety feel of moss on an old stone wall, in the intricate architecture of a spider's web beaded with morning dew, and most of all in the hushed, secret life of the woods that bordered his home. But lately a chill had settled in Leo's heart, a loneliness that the quiet woods could not entirely soothe. It was the feeling of being a single, unlit candle in a room full of lanterns. He watched the other children with their easy laughter and swift friendships, and he felt as if he were on the outside of a warm, bright window, looking in. One afternoon, as the sun bled orange and purple across the sky, this feeling was particularly heavy upon him. He wandered further into the woods than usual, following a narrow, animal-trodden path he'd never dared to take before. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded, replaced by the whisper of leaves and the distant chuckle of a hidden stream. He walked until the last of the daylight was all but gone, leaving the forest in a deep blue twilight. It was then that he saw it. A soft, pulsing glow, the color of warm embers, emanated from the hollow of a great, ancient oak tree. It was not a fierce or frightening light, but a gentle, rhythmic one, like the breathing of something deeply asleep. Curiosity, a warmer feeling than the loneliness, stirred in his chest. He crept closer, the damp earth silent under his feet. Nestled within the cradle of the oak's roots was the source of the light. It was a stone, smooth and oval, no larger than his thumb. But it was unlike any stone he had ever seen. It seemed to be made of solidified twilight, and deep within its core, a light like a captured firefly pulsed with a slow, steady beat. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It was a sound he felt more than heard, a vibration that hummed in the bones of his fingers as he reached out, hesitantly, and picked it up. The stone was warm, like bread fresh from the oven. The moment his skin touched its surface, the gentle thrumming seemed to sync with the beat of his own heart. The ember light within it brightened, casting a soft, rosy halo that lit up the immediate hollow. In that warm, quiet light, Leo's loneliness didn't vanish, but it softened, as if the stone were sharing its warmth with him. He knew, with a certainty that came from a place deeper than thought, that this was no ordinary stone. He closed his fingers around it, the warmth seeping into his palm, and carefully placed it in the pocket of his coat, right over his heart. Then, guided by its gentle glow, he found his way back home through the darkening woods. That night, as he lay in bed, he held the ember seed, as he had come to think of it. Its soft pulse was a companion in the darkness, a tiny, warm secret. And for the first time in weeks, he fell asleep not feeling entirely alone. The next day and the days that followed, Leo carried the stone with him everywhere. He discovered its first magic. It seemed to respond to the living world. When he held it near a blooming flower, its light would shimmer with delicate pastel hues. When a friendly dog nuzzled his hand, the stone's pulse would quicken with a joyful rhythm. It was as if the stone were a translator for a language he had always felt but never understood, the silent, humming song of life itself. Yet the stone's true purpose remained a gentle mystery, unfolding as slowly and beautifully as a fern frond in spring. The answer began to reveal itself one evening when he was sitting on his back step, watching the bats flit like dark stitches in the tapestry of the twilight sky. He had the ember seed in his hand, and as a particular bat swooped low, the stone flared with a sudden, sharp light, and a clear image bloomed in Leo's mind. A feeling of frantic worry, and the sight of a tiny, dark crevice in the old church bell tower. It was so vivid it stole his breath. He looked from the stone to the retreating bat, and understanding dawned. The bat was lost. It couldn't find its roost. Without another thought, Leo stood up and walked purposefully toward the church. He held the ember seed out before him like a compass. As he drew nearer to the bell tower, the stone's light grew steadier, its pulse calming. He found a small, trembling cluster of bats, huddled in the very crevice he had seen in his mind. The lost bat swooped down, reunited with its family, and as it did, the ember seed glowed with a deep, satisfied warmth. Leo's heart swelled. This was the stone's magic. It didn't just show him the hidden song of the world, it showed him where he was needed. His journey of transformation had begun. The quiet, lonely boy was becoming a quiet, connected boy. He started spending more and more time in the woods, not just as an observer, but as a participant. The ember seed guided him to a bird with a tangled wing, which he carefully freed. It led him to a patch of earth where wild strawberries were struggling for sun, and he gently cleared the competing weeds. With each small act, the stone's light seemed to grow a little brighter, a little steadier, and Leo's own heart felt a little warmer, a little fuller. He was no longer on the outside looking in. He had found his way into the very heart of things. It was during one of these gentle missions that he discovered the hidden world. The ember seed had been pulling him persistently toward a thicket of hawthorn and bramble that seemed utterly impassable. The thrumming in his palm was insistent, a steady, pulling beat. Trusting the stone, he pushed aside a curtain of ivy he had never noticed before, and found not a solid wall of earth, but a narrow, secret opening. He had to get on his hands and knees to crawl through, the earth cool and fragrant beneath his palms. The tunnel was short, and on the other side, he emerged into a place that took his breath away. It was a small, circular clearing, hidden from the world by a perfect ring of ancient, silver-barked trees. The air itself seemed different here, softer, sweeter, and tinged with a golden light that had no discernible source. Luminous fungi grew in fairy rings on the ground, glowing with a soft blue and green bioluminescence. In the center of the clearing lay a still, dark pool, its surface as perfect and reflective as a polished obsidian mirror. This was the Heartwood Glade, a place of ancient, slumbering magic. And he was not alone. Sitting on a mossy stone by the pool, as if waiting for him, was a creature he had only ever heard of in his grandmother's oldest stories. It was a fox, but unlike any fox in the woods. Its fur was the color of burnt amber and silver moss, and its eyes held the ancient, knowing light of the stars. It regarded him not with fear or aggression, but with a calm, deep curiosity. "You have the spark," the fox said, its voice not a sound in the air, but a thought that formed directly in Leo's mind, warm and dry like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo, too astonished to be afraid, opened his hand, revealing the glowing ember seed. "You mean this?" The fox gave a slow, graceful blink. "I do. It has been sleeping a long time. It is good to feel its warmth again." The creature introduced itself as Corbin, the guardian of the Heartwood Glade. This was the beginning of Leo's most unexpected friendship. Corbin was ancient and wise, his companionship a quiet, steady presence. He did not fill the silence with chatter, but when he spoke, his words were like kindling for Leo's understanding. He explained that the ember seed was a fragment of the world's oldest heart, a piece of the primordial warmth from which all life had kindled. It did not grant wishes or great power. Its magic was far more profound. It responded to need, the small, quiet needs of the natural world that often went unnoticed. "Its light is a guide," Corbin mused, his tail twitching softly. "It does not shout, it whispers, and you, little one, have been quiet enough to hear its whisper." Under Corbin's guidance, Leo's understanding deepened. The glade became his second home, a sanctuary of dappled light and profound peace. He learned to listen not just to the stone, but to the subtler rhythms of the world, the sigh of the trees, the patient turning of the seasons, the silent language of a look from his vulpine friend. He learned that the greatest transformations are not loud, explosive events, but the slow, steady accumulation of small understandings and gentle acts, like embers gathering heat. The mystery of the ember seed unfolded further. Corbin showed him that the stone's light was dimmer than it should be. "The balance is off," the fox explained one evening as they sat by the dark pool. "There is a sadness in the woods, a coldness that the ember seed feels. A life is fading before its time, and its light is guttering." The stone in Leo's hand gave a feeble, fluttering pulse, as if in agreement. A deep, resonant worry settled in him. He had come to love these woods, this glade, his friend. The thought of a coldness threatening them was a true and present fear. For days he and Corbin searched, the ember seed their only compass. Its light would wane and flicker as they passed certain trees or crossed particular streams. It was a puzzle, a pattern of coldness they had to trace. The search led them deep into the oldest part of the forest, to a place where the trees were gnarled giants and the air was thick with silence. There they found the source of the sadness. It was a magnificent ancient willow tree, its branches sweeping the ground like a curtain of sorrow. But its leaves were turning yellow and brittle, and a deep, weeping crack ran down its massive trunk. A sense of profound weariness emanated from it, a coldness that made the ember seed's light shrink to a mere pinprick. This was the challenge they had to overcome. This was not a task for a grand gesture or a magical spell. It was a task for wisdom, for friendship, and for the quiet, patient magic of the ember seed. Corbin sat, his keen eyes scanning the ailing tree. Its roots, he thought to Leo. They drink from a stream that has been poisoned by a slow bitterness, a metal that has seeped from a forgotten place. The tree cannot move, it is slowly being starved of life. Leo felt a surge of helplessness. How could he possibly save a giant? He was just a boy. He looked at the flickering ember seed in his hand, and then at the deep crack in the willow's trunk. An idea small and fragile as a new leaf unfurled in his mind. He approached the great tree, placing his hand gently on its rough, weary bark. He closed his eyes and poured all his focus, all his newfound love for the woods, all his hope into the ember seed. He didn't ask it for power. He simply shared his warmth. A wonderful thing happened. The stone, resting in his palm against the tree, began to glow not with its usual ember light, but with a clear, pure, golden radiance. The light poured from the stone into the crack in the willow, not sealing it, but filling it with a gentle, healing energy. It was a warmth that fought the internal coldness. But Leo knew this was only a temporary comfort. The true solution lay at the source. With Corbin's keen nose to guide them and the ember seed's light to give them strength, they tracked the poison to its origin. A small, forgotten well, long since capped with a rusted metal lid that was slowly leaching its sickness into the earth. The task was hard. The lid was heavy and stubborn. Leo pushed and strained, his muscles burning, while Corbin dug at the earth around its edges with his paws. It was a struggle, a moment of real effort and frustration under the silent, watching trees. But they did not give up. They worked together, boy and fox, their friendship a tangible force. Finally, with a groan of protesting metal, the lid shifted and came free. They had stopped the poison at its source. It was a small, uncelebrated victory. There were no cheers, no accolades. Just the quiet sound of their own tired breathing, and the slow, steady strengthening of the ember seed's light in Leo's hand. They returned to the ancient willow over the following weeks. The change was slow, as all true healing is. The yellow leaves did not turn green overnight, but the brittle ones stopped falling. The weeping crack in its trunk remained, but it no longer seemed a wound. It was a scar, a testament to survival. A feeling of peace, deep and resilient, now emanated from the great tree. And the ember seed, when Leo held it near the willow, glowed with a strong, steady, and joyful light. Leo's personal growth was now complete. The lonely boy had been transformed. He had not become a king or a hero in the eyes of the village. He was still quiet Leo, but inside he burned steady and true. He had found his place not in being like everyone else, but in being exactly who he was, a listener, a helper, a friend to the quiet, growing things. He had a true friend in Corbin, and a purpose that warmed him from the inside out. One evening, as the first stars began to prick the violet sky, Leo sat with Corbin in the heartwood glade. The ember seed rested between them, its light now a constant, comforting beacon. The balance is restored, Corbin thought, his starlit eyes soft. The stone's work here is done. It must return to its sleep, so it may wake again for another who needs its whisper. Leo felt a pang of sorrow, but it was a clean, honest sorrow without bitterness. He understood. He picked up the stone. It was warm and familiar in his hand, a part of him now. He didn't need to carry it anymore, for its warmth was inside him. Its gentle pulse had become the rhythm of his own heart. He walked to the great oak where he had found it so many seasons ago. The hollow was just as he remembered. He knelt and placed the ember seed back into its cradle of roots. As he withdrew his hand, the stone's light softened, its pulse slowing until it was just a faint, sleeping glow, like the last ember of a fire banked for the night. He stood up and walked back to the edge of the woods. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He could feel the gentle, sleeping presence of the stone and the watchful, kind presence of his friend, Corbin. He was part of the woods now, and the woods were part of him. He returned home to the warmth of his own hearth, a different boy than the one who had left. The fire in the grate crackled its welcome. And as you listen to the soft pop and hiss of your own fire, or the quiet rhythm of your own breath, remember Leo's story. Remember that the most magical lights often glow the softest, that the most important journeys transform us from the inside out, and that the truest friendships are those that warm us in the quiet places of our hearts. The story is told. The embers in the hearth are glowing with a deep, restful red. The night is deep and soft outside the window. Let the warmth of this tale wrap around you like a well-loved blanket. Close your eyes now. The adventure is over, the balance is restored, and all is well and peaceful and right with the world. It is time for dreams. Story 11. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its flames dancing in a slow, hypnotic rhythm that painted the room in shades of amber and gold. Shadows stretched and curled along the walls like old friends settling in for the evening, and the scent of burning applewood filled the air with a sweet, smoky perfume. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the world preparing to sleep. But here, by the warmth of the fire, there was a story waiting to be told, a story about a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like embers in the darkness. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a boy named Leo. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of twilight, and a heart that beat in time with the rustle of leaves and the murmur of streams. Leo often felt a little out of place among the other village children, who loved games of tag and loud, boisterous laughter. He preferred the company of his own thoughts, the feel of moss under his fingertips, and the secret songs he was sure the old trees sang when no one else was listening. Leo's greatest treasure was a small, smooth stone he had found one autumn afternoon by the creek. It was an unremarkable thing to anyone else, a flat, gray stone that fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. But when Leo held it just right, in the soft, hazy light of dusk or the deep velvet of night, it seemed to hold a faint, warm glow deep within its core, like a captured ember from a long-forgotten fire. He called it his emberstone, and he carried it with him always, a secret warmth against his skin. One evening, as a slow, drizzling rain painted the world in shades of silver and gray, Leo was walking along the edge of the whispering wood. He was following the faint, melodic plinking of water droplets on broad leaves, a sound he found deeply comforting. As he walked, his fingers closed around the emberstone in his pocket. To his surprise, it felt warmer than usual, a gentle, pulsing heat that seemed to beat in a slow, steady rhythm. Curious, he drew it out. The gray stone was no longer dull. A soft, orange light swirled within it, pulsing gently, and as Leo watched, mesmerized, a single wispy tendril of light, like smoke from a candle, drifted from its surface and floated towards the dense thicket of hawthorn and ivy that marked the deepest part of the forest. It was an invitation, silent and clear. His heart thumping with a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Leo pushed aside the curtain of ivy. The tendril of light led him down a path he had never seen before, a narrow trail carpeted with soft, bronze pine needles. The air changed, growing warmer and smelling richly of damp earth, blooming night flowers, and something else, something like cinnamon and old books. The rain could not reach him here. The canopy above was so thick it formed a living, breathing ceiling. He walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, the emberstone glowing brighter with every step, casting a cozy circle of light around him. The forest around him began to transform. The trees grew larger, their trunks wide and gnarled with age, and glowing mosses in hues of emerald and sapphire clung to their bark, illuminating the path. Fireflies not of this world drifted lazily through the air, their light a steady, golden pulse rather than a flicker. He had found it, the hidden world he had always sensed but never seen. This was the heartwood. In a small clearing, nestled between the roots of an enormous, ancient oak tree, sat a cottage. It was not built of wood or stone, but seemed to have been grown, its walls woven from living willow and its roof thatched with shimmering, silver grass. Light, soft and buttery, spilled from its round windows, and the gentle sound of a flute drifted from within. Hesitantly, Leo approached the door, which was a perfect circle of dark, polished wood. Before he could knock, it swung inward without a sound. Standing there was a creature no taller than Leo's waist. She had skin the texture of birch bark, large, luminous eyes the color of moss after rain, and hair that was a cascade of fine, silvery roots. She wore a tunic of woven spider silk and looked at Leo not with surprise, but with a gentle, knowing smile. "You found your way," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "The emberstone always finds its way home. I am Alara, the keeper of the heartwood." Leo, his voice a little shaky, held out the stone. It led me here." Alara nodded. "It responds to a quiet heart and a listening spirit. Come in, child of the outside world. You are welcome here." Her home was a single, round room, warm and incredibly cozy. A small fire crackled in a hearth carved from a giant mushroom, though it burned with green and blue flames that gave off no smoke, only a gentle, soothing warmth. Shelves carved into the walls held tiny, glowing crystals and pots of bioluminescent plants. The air was filled with the scent of herbal tea and honey. Alara busied herself pouring 2 cups of steaming, fragrant tea from a kettle that hung over the strange fire. "The emberstone you carry is a piece of the world heart," she explained, handing him a cup made from a polished acorn. "It is the last of its kind. Long ago there were many, and they kept the balance between your world and mine. But as the outside world grew louder and faster, the connections faded. The stones grew dim and were lost. Yours is the only one that still holds its light." Leo looked down at the stone in his hand, which now glowed with a steady, confident warmth. "What does it do?" "It remembers," Alara said softly. "It remembers the old songs, the secret names of things, the warmth of true friendship. It is a guide, not a tool, and it has chosen you, Leo, because your heart is still enough to hear its song." Over the next few days, Leo visited Alara every evening. Theirs was an unexpected friendship that warmed them both. She taught him the language of the trees, not words but feelings, the subtle shifts in the wind that spoke of a coming storm, the way the lichen on the north side of a trunk could tell a story of centuries. He in turn told her about his world, about school, about his family, about the simple, human joy of flying a kite on a windy hill. They would sit for hours sipping tea while Alara played her flute, its melodies weaving through the heartwood like silken threads, causing the glowing mosses to pulse in time and the shy, fox-like creatures with crystalline fur to creep closer to listen. but a gentle mystery began to unfold. Leo noticed that the light of the heartwood was slowly fading. The glowing mosses were dimmer, the fireflies' pulses slower. A subtle chill was creeping into the air, a chill that the friendly, colored flames in Alara's hearth could not entirely dispel. "The world heart is weakening," Alara confessed one evening, her mossy eyes clouded with worry. She led him to the center of the heartwood, to a clearing where a great, crystalline tree stood. Or rather, where it had once stood. Now it was a pale, translucent husk, its light almost gone. At its base was a hollow, a perfect Leo-shaped hollow. "This is the hearth tree, it is the source of all warmth and light in this realm. The emberstones were its children, and they fed it with the memories and connections they forged in the outside world. With only one stone left and its light untended for so long, the tree is sleeping. If it goes out completely, the heartwood will fade into shadow, and the connection between our worlds will be lost forever." The life lesson was not spoken, but felt, a heavy understanding that settled in Leo's chest. The world needed balance. His quiet, observant nature wasn't a flaw, it was a gift, a necessary counterpoint to the noise and haste. His friendship with Alara wasn't just a pleasant diversion, it was a thread helping to hold two worlds together. "What can I do?" Leo asked, his voice firm with a newfound resolve. "The emberstone must be returned to the hearth tree," Alara said. "But it is not a simple matter of placing it in the hollow. The stone's light must be rekindled first. It must be filled with a memory so strong, so true, and so warm that it can wake the tree from its slumber." And so began Leo's true journey, a journey that would transform him as surely as fire transforms wood. It was not a journey of distance, but of depth. He had to find a memory powerful enough to serve as a spark. He spent his days in both worlds, the village and the heartwood, his senses heightened, his heart wide open. He watched the baker's wife give a fresh loaf of bread to the old woodcutter who had no family, and he felt a flicker of warmth in the stone. He sat with his grandmother as she told him stories of her own childhood, her wrinkled hands patting his, and the stone glowed a little brighter. He helped Alara mend a bird's broken wing with delicate strands of willow, and the light pulsed strong and steady. But it wasn't enough. These were embers, but he needed a flame. The transformation in Leo was subtle but profound. He began to speak more, to share the wonders he saw with the other children. He showed them how to listen to the different songs of birds, how to find the constellations his grandmother had taught him. He was no longer just an observer, he was a participant, a bridge. He realized that the connection wasn't just between his world and the heartwood, but between every living thing. The warmth he was seeking was the warmth of shared experience, of kindness freely given, of friendship deeply felt. The crisis came on a night when the wind howled outside the village, a cold, biting gale that promised an early frost. In the heartwood, the chill was deepening. The colored flames in Alara's hearth were now mere sputtering sparks, and the hearth tree was so pale it was nearly invisible. Time was running out. Leo stood before the dying tree, the emberstone cold and heavy in his hand. He had tried so hard to find one perfect memory, but now, surrounded by the fading light of this magical place, he felt only despair. He thought of Alara's kindness, of her music that wove the very fabric of this world, of the friendship that had filled a lonely space in his heart. He thought of the village with all its simple, human joys and sorrows. He thought of the connection between them all, the baker, the woodcutter, his grandmother, the crystalline foxes, the ancient trees. He wasn't holding a single memory. He was holding them all. They were not separate embers, but a single, united fire. He closed his eyes and didn't search for one memory. Instead, he opened his heart and let all the warmth flow through him, the warmth of friendship, of kindness, of learning, of belonging. He felt the emberstone grow hot in his hand, not with a fierce, burning heat, but with a deep, enduring warmth, like the heat from a hearth that has burned all through a long winter's night. He didn't place the stone in the hollow. He simply held it against the trunk of the hearth tree and poured all that he was, all the connections he had made, into it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single bright spark leapt from the stone to the tree. It traveled up through the crystalline branches like liquid sunlight, and where it touched, the tree began to glow. The light spread slowly at first, then faster, a wave of gold and rose and soft green that flooded the entire clearing. The hearth tree blazed with a light that was gentle yet powerful, a light that held within it the song of the flute, the scent of rain on dry earth, the laughter of children, and the quiet comfort of a shared silence. The warmth returned to the heartwood, washing over Leo and Alara like a gentle tide. The mosses on the trees shone with renewed vigor, the fireflies danced in joyful arcs, and the strange, colored flames in Alara's hearth leapt up, strong and cheerful once more. Alara placed a hand on Leo's shoulder, her touch light as a falling leaf. "You did not bring it a memory," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "You brought it a heart. And a heart that knows how to connect will always burn steady and true." Leo visited the heartwood many times after that. The connection was restored, stronger than ever. He was its guardian, its bridge, and the emberstone. It remained with the hearth tree, nestled in its hollow, where it pulsed with a soft, steady light, a beacon of the balance that had been restored, a testament to a quiet boy's journey and the unexpected friendship that had saved a world. And so, as the fire in our own hearth begins to die down to a bed of glowing, ruby coals, and the shadows in the room grow deep and soft, remember Leo's story. Remember that the smallest light, born of a quiet heart and a kind spirit, can hold back the deepest dark. The world is full of hidden wonders and warm friendships, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday, for those who are still enough to listen and brave enough to care. Let the warmth of this tale wrap around you like a soft blanket. Let the gentle glow of the emberstone linger behind your eyelids as you drift towards sleep. The night is deep, the world is quiet, and all is well. Rest now, dear listener, and may your dreams be as peaceful and full of gentle light as the heartwood itself. Story 12. The little village of Stillwater Hollow had always been a place where peculiar things happened as softly as falling leaves. It was nestled in a gentle valley where the streams hummed lullabies and the wind chimes hanging from every porch played melodies only the breeze could remember. The cobblestone streets, worn smooth by generations of quiet footsteps, glistened under the light of the moon and stars like scattered silver dust. This particular autumn, however, a new peculiarity had settled over the village, one that made the teapots whistle a note lower and the candle flames flicker in curiosity. The stars above Stillwater Hollow were disappearing. It wasn't all at once. It was a slow, gentle vanishing. One evening, the tail of the Little Dipper would be fainter. The next night, a cluster of stars that formed the crown in the northern sky would simply be gone. There was no fear in the village, only a deep, shared puzzlement. The night sky, their old friend, was quietly receding. In a cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and rising dough always lingered, lived a young woman named Alara. She was the village baker, her hands more often dusted with flour than not, and she noticed the world in the way one notices the perfect moment to take a loaf from the oven, through patience, warmth, and a deep, intuitive care. The missing stars troubled her, not with alarm, but with a sense of loss, as if a dear friend had stopped visiting. Her investigation began not with frantic searching, but with quiet observation. Each evening she would sit on her porch, wrapped in a thick woolen shawl, a cup of chamomile tea warming her hands. She listened to the gentle plink-plink-plink of the rain on the roof, and the distant, comforting chime of the clock tower marking the hour. She watched the sky, her eyes tracing the familiar patterns, noting the new dark gaps. Her first clue came from an old, tattered book of nursery rhymes she'd loved as a child. She found it while tidying a high shelf, and a pressed forget-me-not fell from its pages. The rhyme it marked was an old, mostly forgotten one. When the silver pins fall from the velvet gown, and the knight's crown is lost, don't you frown. Look not to the heavens, so wide and so deep, but to where the silent guardians sleep. The words echoed in her mind. Silver pins could be the stars. The knight's crown was surely the constellation of the crown, which had been among the first to fade. But who were the silent guardians? The next day she visited the village library, a round building that smelled of old paper and beeswax. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles perched on the end of his nose, was humming along with the wind chimes outside his window. Elara asked about old maps of the hollow. Maps, the librarian mused, his eyes twinkling. We have maps that show where the rivers used to run and maps that claim the whispering woods are twice their size, but the oldest one. He led her to a dusty cabinet and unrolled a large parchment on a wooden table. It was a map of Stillwater Hollow, but it was beautifully, strangely illustrated. The forests were drawn as clusters of sleeping faces, the hills as slumbering beasts, and in the corners were intricate drawings of the constellations. And there in the bottom corner was the rhyme, written in fading ink. As Elara studied the map, she noticed something odd. The artist had drawn the stars not just in the sky, but also mirrored on the ground, their positions corresponding to specific ancient trees, standing stones, and even old wells around the valley. The silent guardians were the oldest landmarks of the hollow. This was her path. She decided to visit these earthly counterparts of the vanishing stars. Her first stop was a great, gnarled oak known as the Sentinel, which the map marked as the earthly anchor for the brightest star in the crown. As she approached, she noticed a flurry of activity. A family of red squirrels was frantically gathering the last of the acorns, their little cheeks bulging. One of them, a brave fellow with a particularly fluffy tail, chittered at her insistently, pointing a tiny claw towards a hollow in the tree. Thinking this a vital clue, Elara peered inside. There was no missing star, but she found a beautiful, polished piece of amber that held a tiny, perfectly preserved fern. It was a delightful discovery, a treasure hidden by time, but it was not her answer. A red herring, though a lovely one. She thanked the squirrels and continued, the sound of the wind rustling the oaks, remaining leaves like a soft sigh. Her next stop was the Moonwell, a small, circular spring said to reflect the stars more clearly than any other water. Its corresponding constellation was the Little Dipper. When she arrived, she found the village painter, a kind woman named Anya, staring into the water with a frustrated expression. The reflection is all wrong, Anya lamented. The stars in the water are brighter than the ones in the sky. I've been trying to paint it for days, but the colors keep changing. She gestured to her canvas, where the night sky was a swirl of deep blues and violets, and the star reflections shimmered with hues of silver and a strange, gentle gold. This was another red herring, but again, a delightful one. The mystery of the water's enhanced reflection was its own charming puzzle, but it did not explain the vanishing stars. Elara sat with Anya for a while, sharing a piece of ginger cake, and they both appreciated the simple beauty of the shimmering, starry water. As dusk began to paint the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Elara made her way to the final spot on her list, the standing stone of Eventide. It was a tall, smooth monolith covered in soft moss, and according to the map it was the anchor for the North Star, the steadfast guide that was now, worryingly, beginning to dim. She reached the clearing as the first stars began to twinkle hesitantly overhead. The stone stood silent and solemn. But as she drew closer, she heard a sound, a faint, rhythmic scraping. Crouching down, she saw a badger, old and gray-muzzled, diligently digging at the base of the stone. He wasn't burying anything. He was carefully uncovering a large, flat rock. Alara knelt not too close and spoke in a soft, respectful tone. "Hello there, what have you found?" The badger paused, his dark eyes regarding her without fear. He gave a low grunt and nudged the flat rock with his nose. Alara, understanding, carefully brushed away the loose soil. Underneath the rock was a deep, narrow hole that seemed to plunge into the earth. And from within that hole shone a soft, concentrated light. She peered in, her breath catching. There, nestled in the cool, dark earth, were the missing stars. Not the great burning suns of the cosmos, but their light, their essence, captured in tiny, glowing orbs that pulsed gently, like fireflies resting. They were safe, warm, and protected. The old badger grunted again, and in that moment, a wave of understanding washed over Alara. It wasn't an act of theft, but one of guardianship. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Look not to the heavens, but to where the silent guardians sleep." The badger was one of these guardians. The ancient landmarks were the others. They had felt a coming change. A long, deep winter was forecast, one that would be harsh and cold. The guardians, in their ancient, silent wisdom, were gathering the starlight, storing its warmth and guidance deep within the earth to protect the heart of the valley from the coming freeze. The stars weren't gone, their light was being saved like preserves in a cellar to ensure the village spirit remained warm and bright through the difficult season. There was no malice, only a profound, empathetic act of care from the oldest souls of the hollow. Alara sat back, her heart swelling with a deep, quiet joy. She thanked the badger, who gave a final, satisfied nod before carefully covering the starlight repository again with the flat stone and a layer of earth. The next morning she gathered the villagers in the square, under the gentle chime of the clock tower and the soft patter of a morning rain. She did not speak of hidden holes or badgers. Instead, she told them what she had learned through observation and empathy. "The stars have not left us," she said, her voice as warm and comforting as the ovens in her bakery. "They are resting, they are gathering their strength, and our oldest friends, the stones and the trees, are keeping them safe. They are saving their light for when we will need it most." She explained that a hard winter was coming, but that the heart of the hollow, its warmth, its friendship, its light, was being protected. A great sense of relief and unity settled over the villagers. The mystery was solved not with a dramatic recovery, but with understanding. That evening, a new tradition began. Knowing the starlight was being safeguarded, the people of Stillwater Hollow decided to create their own. They lit lanterns and placed them in their windows. They gathered around a great fire in the square, sharing stories, songs, and hot spiced cider. The light from their community shone upward, a golden answer to the temporarily darkened sky, a promise that they would keep the darkness at bay together. And as Alara looked out from her porch at the tapestry of lantern lights twinkling across the village, she saw that they had formed their own constellation, a new pattern of warmth and friendship on the earth, a perfect mirror to the hidden stars sleeping safely below. The mystery had not taken anything from them. It had given them a deeper connection to their home and to each other. And in the soft, rain-kissed air, with the wind chimes singing their gentle, timeless songs, the village of Stillwater Hollow settled into a peace deeper and more comforting than any they had known before, ready to dream under the watchful care of both seen and unseen guardians. Story 13. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between two gentle hills, there lay a village where the colors seemed just a little brighter, and the air hummed with a soft, musical quality. In this village lived a young woman named Anya, who carried within her a quiet sorrow that she could not name. While other villagers wore their emotions like changing seasons, cheeks flushing with joy, eyes sparkling with excitement, Anya felt her feelings settle deep inside her, like seeds buried too far beneath the soil to ever sprout. Her home stood at the edge of the village, where her garden grew in muted tones. The flowers there were not like the vibrant blossoms in other gardens. They were pale and delicate, their petals like whispered secrets. Anya often found herself sitting among them, running her fingers over their soft surfaces, wondering why her heart felt so heavy when the world around her seemed so light. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Anya noticed something peculiar. A small, silvery cocoon had appeared on the lowest branch of the old oak tree that stood sentinel in her garden. It pulsed with a gentle light, as if breathing in time with her own quiet sighs. She reached out to touch it, and as her fingers brushed against its silken surface, she felt a warmth spread through her palm, a comforting sensation that lingered long after she pulled her hand away. That night, as she slept, Anya dreamed of a woman with hair the color of moonlight and eyes that held the depth of ancient forests. The woman smiled at her, and in that smile, Anya felt a recognition, as if she were meeting someone she had known her entire life. "Every heart holds a garden," the woman whispered, her voice like the rustling of leaves. "But some gardens need a different kind of rain." When Anya woke, the dream lingered at the edges of her consciousness, and she found herself drawn back to the oak tree. The cocoon still pulsed with its soft light, and beside it, a single luminous seed lay nestled in the moss. It was no larger than her thumbnail, but it shimmered with colors she couldn't name, shifting hues of aquamarine, rose quartz, and liquid gold. Carefully she picked it up, and as she held it in her cupped palms, she felt a faint vibration, like a tiny heartbeat. That day, Anya decided to plant the seed in the center of her garden. She cleared a small patch of earth, loosened the soil with her fingers, and gently buried the shimmering seed. As she patted the earth over it, she whispered, "Grow, little seed. Show me what you're meant to be." Days turned into weeks, and Anya tended to her garden with a newfound sense of purpose. She watered the soil, pulled away the weeds, and spoke softly to the plants, telling them stories of her dreams and her quiet hopes. And slowly, something began to change. The first sign came one misty morning when Anya noticed that the pale blossoms nearest to where she had planted the seed had taken on a faint, rosy hue. It was as if they were blushing, responding to some unseen warmth. As she moved through her garden, she realized that the colors shifted subtly with her moods. When she felt peaceful, the flowers glowed with soft blues and lavenders. When a flicker of joy passed through her, they shimmered with golden light. One afternoon, feeling particularly burdened by a sadness she couldn't explain, Anya sat beside the oak tree and let her tears fall. They landed on the soil near the planted seed, and to her astonishment, tiny, crystalline shoots emerged where her tears had touched the earth. They grew into delicate, transparent flowers that chimed softly in the breeze, their sound like distant wind chimes. It was her first small victory, the understanding that even her sorrow could create beauty. The woman from her dream appeared to her again, this time in the waking world. She stood at the garden gate, her presence as calming as a deep breath. "You're learning," she said, her voice gentle. "Every feeling is a color waiting to be seen. Every tear is water for a different kind of bloom." Anya learned that the woman's name was Alara, and she was a keeper of transformations. She visited Anya often, always appearing when Anya needed guidance most. She taught Anya that emotions were not weights to carry, but currents to move through. "Think of yourself as a seed," Alara said one evening as they sat watching the fireflies dance. "You contain everything you need to become, but you must allow yourself the time to grow." Under Alara's gentle guidance, Anya began to notice other changes. The cocoon on the oak tree had grown larger, and its light had intensified, pulsing in rhythm with Anya's own heartbeat. Sometimes, when she placed her hand against it, she could feel vibrations from within, a sense of imminent emergence that both excited and frightened her. Her garden continued to transform, becoming a living tapestry of her inner world. When she felt confident, bold red flowers with velvet petals unfurled along the path. When she was contemplative, the leaves on the bushes turned silver and reflected the moonlight. The garden had become a mirror, showing her the beauty in all her emotions, even the difficult ones. One particularly challenging day, when doubt clouded her mind like a thick fog, Anya noticed that the plants had begun to droop, their colors fading to gray. She sat among them, feeling the weight of her uncertainty. But then she remembered Alara's words, even the clouds must eventually release their rain. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, imagining her doubts as passing weather. When she opened them again, the garden was glistening with dew, and new buds were forming on the stems, small, resilient promises of growth. This became her second small victory, the realization that she could weather emotional storms and emerge stronger. As the seasons turned, the changes within Anya became more visible. Her hair, once a plain brown, now held streaks of silver and gold that shimmered when she moved. Her eyes, previously a muted hazel, now shifted color with her feelings, turning green when she was curious, blue when she was peaceful, and violet when she was inspired. At first these transformations frightened her, but Alara reassured her. "You are not becoming someone else," she said. "You are becoming more yourself. These changes are simply the outward expression of the beauty you've always carried within." The garden flourished under Anya's care, becoming a sanctuary not just for her, but for the entire village. People would visit to sit among the flowers that chimed and glowed, finding comfort in the ever-changing colors. Children would laugh as their joy made the blossoms sparkle, and elders would smile as their contentment deepened the hues of the leaves. Anya's garden had become a place where emotions were not hidden, but celebrated. One evening, as the first stars began to appear in the twilight sky, the cocoon on the oak tree began to glow with such intensity that it illuminated the entire garden. Anya sat beneath the tree, watching as the silken strands began to unravel. Slowly, gracefully, a creature emerged, not a moth or butterfly as she had expected, but a being of pure light, with wings like stained glass that cast prismatic patterns on the ground. The light being hovered before Anya, and in its presence she felt a profound sense of peace. It spoke without words, its communication flowing directly into her heart. "I am the manifestation of your journey," it seemed to say. "The patient waiting, the gentle tending, the acceptance of change, all of these have given me form." As the being rose into the darkening sky, it scattered motes of light that settled throughout the garden. Where they landed, new seeds formed, seeds that held within them the potential for future transformations. Alara appeared beside Anya, her hand resting gently on Anya's shoulder. "The cocoon was never meant to remain closed forever," she said softly, "just as you were never meant to remain as you were." The greatest transformations often begin with the smallest shifts. That night, as Anya prepared for bed, she looked at her reflection in the window pane. The woman who looked back at her was both familiar and new. Her eyes held centuries of wisdom, her hair flowed with captured starlight, and her smile contained the peace of someone who had learned to embrace every part of themselves. She had not become someone else. She had simply allowed herself to become more fully who she always was. In the days that followed, Anya found that her garden continued to evolve. The seeds scattered by the light being began to sprout, each plant different from the last, each containing its own unique magic. Villagers would come to her with questions about their own transformations, and she would listen, offering the same gentle wisdom that Alara had given her. One morning, as she was tending to a newly sprouted plant with leaves that changed texture with the weather, a young girl approached her. The girl's eyes were downcast, and she twisted her hands nervously. "My feelings get stuck inside me," she whispered. "They feel too big to let out." Anya smiled and led her to a quiet corner of the garden, where the crystalline flowers chimed in the breeze. "Let me tell you a story," she said, as the morning sun warmed their faces. "It's about a garden that learned to speak in colors, and a cocoon that taught a village about patience. And as she began to speak, Anya realized that her transformation was not an ending, but a beginning. The start of a never-ending journey of growth and discovery, where every ending was simply the start of something new, and every change was an opportunity to bloom in a different way. The garden around them seemed to lean in to listen, the flowers glowing with soft, encouraging light, as if affirming that the story was just beginning, and the most beautiful transformations were yet to come. Story 14. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten things, of dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light that fell through the single round window. It was Leo's favorite place in the whole world, a kingdom of quiet and potential, ruled by a purring, ginger-striped cat named Marmalade. On this particular afternoon, a day smelling of rain-washed earth and crisp autumn air, Leo was on a quest. Not for treasure, but for a specific, slightly dented, brass-buttoned box that he was certain contained his grandfather's old set of wooden building blocks. Krieg. The old floorboards sang their familiar song under his knees as he shuffled toward a particularly promising stack of trunks and crates tucked beneath the eaves. Marmalade followed, her tail a question mark in the dim light, her purr a soft, rumbling engine of contentment. It was behind an old rocking horse with one glass eye missing that Leo found it. Not the buttoned box, but a long, cylindrical case of faded blue velvet, tied with a silver cord that felt as cool as moonlight. It was tucked away as if it held a precious secret, which, as it turned out, it did. With gentle fingers, Leo untied the cord. The velvet made a soft, sighing sound as it fell open. Inside, nestled on a bed of worn silk, was not a spyglass or a rolled-up map, but a compass. Yet, it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was not marked with the familiar N, S, E, and W, but with tiny, exquisitely painted symbols. A steaming cup, a laughing face, a pair of helping hands, a single glittering tear, a heart, and a closed door. The needle itself was a sliver of what looked like polished mother-of-pearl, and it didn't point north. It spun slowly, lazily, before settling, with a faint tink like a distant bell, on the symbol of the laughing face. "What are you supposed to point to?" Leo whispered, his breath stirring the dust in the air. Marmalade, who had been inspecting a dusty cobweb, padded over and nudged the compass with her nose. The needle immediately shivered and spun, landing this time on the symbol of the heart. A warm, honeyed feeling spread through Leo's chest, a sudden and profound affection for the old cat blinking up at him. This was no ordinary compass. This was a compass for the soul. He carried his discovery downstairs, the compass held carefully in both hands. The house was quiet, filled only with the gentle tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall and the soft pitter-pat of a light rain beginning to fall outside. He sat on the rug before the fireplace, where embers glowed like sleepy dragon eyes, and placed the compass before him. Marmalade curled beside him, her purr vibrating through the floorboards. For a long time, Leo simply watched the needle. It would occasionally tremble and shift, pointing to the tear when he remembered scraping his knee the week before, or to the helping hands when he thought of his mother carrying in the heavy groceries. It was a mirror, he realized, a mirror that showed him what he was feeling inside. As dusk began to paint the world in shades of lavender and gray, the needle gave a particularly decisive shiver. It spun twice, then stopped, pointing unwaveringly at the symbol of the closed door. A door, Leo murmured. But which one? The compass, of course, did not answer in words. But as he looked at it, a strange certainty filled him. This was the beginning of the journey. Not a journey across fields or forests, but a journey through the landscape of his own home, his own heart. The challenge was to find the right door. His first helper arrived with a scrabble of claws and a friendly woof. It was Barnaby, the old, shaggy dog from next door, who had a habit of wandering in through the perpetually open kitchen door whenever he smelled toast. Barnaby's voice was a low, rumbling woof, and his primary quirk was his belief that every problem could be solved with a good, long sniff. "Barnaby," Leo said, holding out the compass. "I need to find a door." Barnaby sniffed the compass with great solemnity, his wet nose leaving a tiny smudge on the glass. He then sniffed the air, his tail wagging slowly like a metronome. He trotted to the front door, looked back at Leo, and gave a single, confident bark. "That's a door," Leo agreed. "But is it the right door?" The compass needle didn't budge. It remained fixed on its symbol. Barnaby, undeterred, snuffled along the floorboards, leading Leo on a sniffing tour of every door in the house: the pantry door, the linen closet, the door to the cellar. With each one, the compass remained unchanged. Barnaby finally sat down with a sigh that sounded like a small bellows, his quirk having failed him. He rested his head on his paws, his eyes full of sympathetic confusion. Just then, a tapping came at the window pane. Tap, tap, tippity tap. It was Cora, a small, bright-eyed sparrow who often visited the windowsill for crumbs. Her voice was a series of quick, cheerful chirps, and her quirk was that she saw the world from a high-up perspective and believed all answers could be found by looking down from above. Leo opened the window, and the sound of the gentle rain filled the room, a soothing shush-shush-shush against the leaves outside. Cora hopped inside, shaking her feathers. "A door," she chirped after Leo had explained his quest. She fluttered up to the top of the bookshelf, then to the curtain rod, cocking her head and looking down. "I see many doors from here, the big one, the little one, the one with the shiny handle." But from her high vantage point, she couldn't see the subtle magic of the compass. She saw only the physical shapes of things. The needle stayed stubbornly on the closed door. A soft, wise voice spoke from the shadowy corner of the room. "Perhaps the door you seek is not one that swings on hinges." It was Mortimer, the elderly tortoise who lived in a terrarium by the sunny window, but was allowed to roam freely in the evenings. Mortimer moved with the slow, deliberate patience of a growing tree, and his voice was a dry, rustling whisper, like leaves turning in a breeze. His quirk was his profound slowness. He never rushed, and because of this, he noticed everything everyone else missed. "The needle points to a feeling, young Leo," Mortimer rasped, making his slow way across the rug. "A closed door, what feels closed to you?" Leo thought. He looked around the cozy room at the loyal dog, the cheerful bird, the wise tortoise, and the purring cat. It was all so warm and safe. But then he remembered something. Earlier that day, he had been trying to build a magnificent castle with his blocks, but it had kept falling down. Frustrated, he had shoved the pieces under his bed and slammed his bedroom door, feeling cross and closed off from the rest of the happy house. "My bedroom door," he said slowly. "I closed it because I was upset." The mother-of-pearl needle on the compass gave a little ping and glowed with a soft, inner light. "That is the door," Mortimer affirmed, his old eyes twinkling. The journey to his bedroom was only a few dozen steps, but measured in courage, it felt much longer. It required the courage to face his own frustration, to open a door he had shut in anger. Barnaby walked loyally at his heel, Cora fluttered ahead, chirping encouragement, and Mortimer made his steady, silent way behind them, a bastion of patience. Marmalade brought up the rear, her purr a constant, comforting hum. Leo stood before his bedroom door. He took a deep breath, the scent of rain and cedar from the attic still clinging to his clothes. He reached out and turned the knob. The room was just as he had left it, dim and a little forlorn, the scattered blocks looking like the ruins of a dream. The challenge was here, in this room. The challenge was not to rebuild the castle, but to rebuild his peace. He sat on the floor amidst the blocks. For a moment, the old frustration bubbled up. But then he felt Barnaby's warm head on his lap, heard Cora's cheerful song from the windowsill, and saw Mortimer slowly, patiently, nudge a single, stray block toward him with his shell. Kindness, the compass had shown him, was the key. Kindness to himself. He didn't have to build a perfect castle. He just had to build. So he began again. This time he was patient. When a tower wobbled, he carefully steadied it. When a wall was uneven, he took the time to make it straight. He worked not with the fury of wanting it to be perfect, but with the gentle focus of enjoying the act of creation itself. His helpers watched, a silent council of friends. The only sounds were the clack of wood on wood, the soft rain, Cora's chirps, Barnaby's contented sighs, and Marmalade's purring. As the final block was placed on the tallest tower, a sense of deep satisfaction settled over Leo. He looked at the compass which he had placed beside him. The needle was no longer on the closed door. It had shifted, and now it glowed, pointing steadily, beautifully, at the symbol of the heart. The door was open. Not the one made of wood and paint, but the one inside him. He had opened it with patience and kindness, with the help of his friends. He sat there for a long while, the castle standing proudly before him, his animal friends nestled around him in a circle of warmth and companionship. The fire in the other room crackled softly, a cozy soundtrack to their contentment. The rain eased to a gentle whisper and then stopped altogether, leaving the world clean and quiet. Leo picked up the compass. The mother-of-pearl needle, catching the warm light from the hall, seemed to wink at him. It was a tool not for finding places, but for finding himself. He knew there would be other journeys, other doors to open. But for now, in this cozy room, surrounded by his quirky, kind-hearted helpers, with a purring cat in his lap and a newly built castle standing guard, his heart was the truest north of all. And that was more than enough adventure for one perfect, peaceful night. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows upon the walls. Each pop and hiss was a tiny punctuation in the quiet of the evening, a sound as familiar and comforting as a well-worn blanket. It is in such a hushed and gentle hour that the best stories are born, stories that are not shouted from mountain tops but whispered on the warm air, meant to settle softly in the heart and guide you toward tranquil dreams. Our story begins in a small, quiet village nestled in a valley that seemed to be forever brushed with the gold of late afternoon. In this village lived a young boy named Kalen. He was a thoughtful child with a quietness about him that some mistook for shyness, but which was, in truth, a deep and abiding attentiveness to the world. While other children raced and shouted through the cobblestone streets, Kalen was often found sitting on the old stone wall at the edge of the village, simply watching the way the light changed on the leaves of the ancient forest that bordered their home. This forest was known as the Whisperwood. It was a place of immense, gnarled oaks and slender, silver-barked birches, where sunlight fell in dappled coins upon a thick carpet of moss. The villagers spoke of it with a mixture of reverence and caution, for they said that the woods held secrets, and that if you listened very, very carefully, you could sometimes hear them sighing on the breeze. Kalen felt a pull to the Whisperwood that he could not explain. It was a quiet, persistent hum in his chest, like the memory of a forgotten song. His grandfather, a kind man with eyes that held the twinkle of 1,000 stored-up stories, was the only one who understood. "The woods don't call to everyone, Kalen," he'd said one evening, his gnarled hands carving a piece of pine by the fire. "They only call to those who are ready to listen, and to those who carry a little of its own light inside them." Kalen hadn't known what that meant. What light? He felt mostly ordinary. One afternoon, when the air was warm and thick with the scent of honeysuckle, Kalen's quiet longing grew too strong to ignore. He slipped away from the village and stepped across the threshold of the Whisperwood. The change was immediate. The boisterous sounds of the village, the clanging of the blacksmith's hammer, the chatter of market-goers, vanished, swallowed by a profound, living silence. It was not an empty silence, but a full one composed of a million tiny sounds, the rustle of an unseen creature in the undergrowth, the sigh of the wind through the high branches, the distant trickle of water over smooth stones. He walked for what felt like both a minute and an hour, the path a soft, winding ribbon of earth beneath his feet. The further he went, the more the world seemed to soften and glow. The light took on a green-gold quality, as if he were walking through a vast, sunlit cathedral made of leaves and light. It was as he paused to rest against the trunk of an enormous oak, its bark deeply furrowed like the wise face of an elder, that he saw it. Nestled in a cradle of velvety moss at the base of the tree was a small, smooth stone. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple river stone of a dusky gray color. But as the shifting forest light touched it, a faint, warm glow pulsed from its core. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, a deep, smoldering orange red that seemed to breathe with a gentle, rhythmic light. Cautiously, Kalen reached out and picked it up. The stone was warm to the touch, not unpleasantly so, but with a comforting heat, like a sun-warmed pebble or a loaf of bread fresh from the oven. As his fingers closed around it, the glow brightened, casting a small, cozy pool of light around his hand. A sense of profound calm washed over him, a feeling of being exactly where he was meant to be. He had no sooner tucked the warm stone safely into his pocket when a soft, chittering sound came from above. He looked up into the branches of the oak. There, perched on a limb, was a small fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Her fur was the color of burnt caramel and smoked silver, and her eyes were not the sly, sharp eyes of a wild creature, but large and intelligent, holding a curious amber light of their own. She tilted her head, studying him. "You found them birstone," she said, her voice not a human voice, but a thought that bloomed clearly and warmly in Kalen's mind. He startled, taking a step back. You can talk. The fox gave a soft, breathy sound that might have been a laugh. I am speaking, you are listening, that is the important part. My name is Lyra, I am a keeper of this grove. Kalen, his heart beating a steady, awestruck rhythm, bowed his head slightly. I'm Kalen, I didn't mean to trespass. You are not trespassing, Lyra replied, leaping down from the branch with a graceful, silent landing. The stone called to you, it does not glow for just anyone. It responds to a certain quality of heart, a quiet, observant heart. Come, the day is waning and there is something you should see. And so began Kalen's true journey, an unexpected friendship warming him from the inside out, much like the emberstone warmed his hand. Lyra trotted ahead, her bushy tail a soft plume, and Kalen followed. She led him along paths he would never have found on his own, tunnels through thick ferns, across stepping stones in clear, chuckling streams, and under arches woven from living willow branches. As they walked, Lyra spoke to him of the Whisperwood. She told him how the trees communicated through their vast, hidden root networks, sharing nutrients and warnings. She showed him where the shyest flowers bloomed only in the moonlight, their petals like crushed pearl. She taught him to identify the different bird calls, the liquid song of the thrush, the rhythmic tapping of the woodpecker, the scolding chatter of the jay. The forest, which had once been a beautiful but silent picture, began to come alive with meaning and sound for Kalen. He was learning its language. The emberstone in his pocket pulsed gently, its glow seeming to brighten whenever Lyra shared a particularly beautiful piece of knowledge, as if it too were listening and learning. The stone is a piece of the heart of the Whisperwood, Lyra explained as they paused by a small, clear pond. Dragonflies, their wings like stained glass, skimmed over the water's surface. Long ago, when the world was younger and magic was as common as sunlight, the first trees wove their light together and formed these stones. They are anchors of warmth and memory, but their light has been fading. The world has grown louder, and fewer people remember how to listen. Kalen looked at the stone in his palm. Its ember glow was steady, but he thought he could see what she meant. It was a soft light, a vulnerable light. Why is it fading? Lyra's amber eyes grew solemn. That is the gentle mystery we must unravel. The central heart of the wood, the great hearth, is dimming. It is where all the emberstones were born, and it sustains the deepest magic of this place. If it goes out, the Whisperwood will not die, but it will forget. It will become just an ordinary forest. The whispers will fall silent forever. A profound sense of purpose settled over Kalen. He wasn't just a visitor anymore. He was a part of this. What can we do? We must journey to the great hearth, Lyra said. It lies in the very center of the wood, a place that can only be found by feeling, not by sight. And we must go before the moon is full, for that is when the hearth is most receptive. But the path is not easy. There are places where the shadows have grown long and cold, places that have forgotten the warmth. Their journey transformed from a pleasant walk into a true quest. The path began to change. The friendly, sun-dappled glades gave way to denser, darker parts of the forest. The air grew cooler, and the sounds became muted. The cheerful bird songs were replaced by the lonely hoot of an owl, even though it was still day. The trees here were twisted and crowded, their branches clutching at the dim light like greedy fingers. Kalen felt a prickle of unease. He held the emberstone tighter, and its warm glow was a small, brave defiance against the creeping chill. Lyra stayed close to his side, her body a warm, solid presence. In one particularly gloomy hollow, where the ground was squelchy and cold, and the trees were draped in gray moss like tattered shrouds, they found the source of the blight. A strange, creeping vine, black and thorny, was choking the life from the trees it clung to. Where it grew, no moss flourished, no flowers bloomed. It was a void of both sound and warmth. The sorrow vine, Lyra whispered, her mental voice hushed. It feeds on forgetfulness and fear. It cannot stand true warmth. As if sensing their presence, the vines seemed to stir, their thorns glinting dully. A feeling of deep sadness and despair washed over Kalen. It was a weight that pushed on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Doubts whispered in his mind. You are just a boy. What can you do? You should go home. This is too big for you. He looked at the ember stone. Its glow had weakened, flickering uncertainly. The cold was seeping into his bones. He thought about turning back. Then he felt Lyra press against his leg, a small, steadfast point of warmth and friendship. He remembered his grandfather's words about the light inside him. He thought of the beautiful, singing parts of the forest they had walked through, the clear ponds and the sunlit glades. He would not let this cold forgetfulness win. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Kalen closed his eyes. He didn't fight the sadness. Instead, he acknowledged it, and then he filled his mind with warm memories. The sound of his grandfather's laughter by the fireside. The taste of warm berry pie. The feeling of the sun on his face as he sat on the village wall. The wonder of seeing Lyra for the first time. The joy of learning the forest's secrets. He poured all this warmth, all this love and memory into the ember stone. He focused on it with all his heart, imagining its light not as a small defensive flame, but as a radiant, pulsing sun. When he opened his eyes, the stone was no longer just glowing. It was shining. A brilliant, gentle, warm light burst from it, flooding the gloomy hollow. It was the light of a kind heart, of friendship, of cherished memories. It was the light of home. The sorrow vine recoiled from the warmth. The black vines withered, pulling back from the trees, their thorns turning to brittle dust. Where the light touched the ground, tiny, brave shoots of green moss began to appear. The oppressive weight lifted, and the air, while still cool, lost its bitter edge. Lyra looked at him, her amber eyes shining with pride. You see, her voice whispered in his mind. The light was always in you, the stone is just a focus. It is your own courage, your own warmth, that is the true magic. Feeling taller and stronger than he ever had before, Kalen continued forward, the ember stone held aloft like a lantern. They passed through other shadowed places, and in each one, Kalen repeated the process. He did not fight the cold with anger, but melted it with remembered warmth. He faced his fears not with brute force, but with the steady, burning truth of who he was and what he loved. With each challenge, his inner light, reflected and amplified by the stone, grew brighter and more sure. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime and no time at all, they arrived. The trees parted to reveal a wide, circular clearing. The ground was soft, silver grass, and in the very center stood an ancient, enormous tree stump, so wide that 20 children holding hands could not have encircled it. This was the great hearth. But Lyra was right. It was dim. A faint, ghostly light flickered deep within the rings of the ancient wood, but it was weak and intermittent, like the last ember of a fire about to go out. The clearing was silent and cold. This is it, Lyra said, her voice soft with reverence and concern. The heart of the whisperwood. Kalen walked slowly to the center of the great hearth. He could feel a deep, tired thrumming beneath his feet, the slow, fading heartbeat of the forest. He knelt, placing the ember stone in the very center of the stump, where a small, smooth depression waited for it, as if it were a key for a long-locked door. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence was profound. Then, Kalen remembered what Lyra had taught him. It wasn't about the stone alone. It was about the warmth he could give it. He placed both his hands on the cool wood of the hearth. He closed his eyes and thought of every beautiful thing he had ever known. He thought of his friendship with Lyra. He thought of the whispering trees, the chuckling streams, the moon-petal flowers. He poured all the love and wonder he had gathered on his journey into the great hearth. He offered it not as a demand, but as a gift. A soft gasp escaped him as a wave of warmth flowed up from the hearth, through his hands, and into his very core. It was an ancient, kind warmth, the warmth of a million sunny days and a million peaceful nights stored within the wood. The emberstone began to pulse, its light growing brighter and brighter, until it was too brilliant to look upon. Then the light spread. It flowed outwards from the stone, tracing the rings of the great hearth like liquid gold. The faint, ghostly light within the stump ignited, blazing with a gentle, powerful radiance that filled the entire clearing. The light did not stop there. It pulsed outwards in a silent, warm wave, flowing back through the paths they had taken. All through the whisperwood, in every dark corner and shadowy hollow, the light touched the sorrow vine, and it crumbled to nothing. It touched the trees, and their leaves seemed to glow with a healthy, vibrant green. It touched the flowers, and they bloomed with renewed color. The whispers of the forest, which had grown so faint, returned not as a sigh, but as a soft, joyful hum of life. The great hearth was restored. Its light burned steady and true, an eternal flame of memory and magic at the center of the world. Kalen stood, feeling the warm, vibrant energy of the forest flowing through him. He felt transformed, not into someone different, but into a more complete version of himself. He had discovered the light within his own quiet heart. Lyra padded to his side. "You have done what few have ever done," she said, her mental voice filled with a deep, profound gratitude. "You have rekindled the heart of the wood. The whisperwood will remember you, Kalen, and it will always be a home to you." Kalen picked up the emberstone. It was no longer a dusky gray, but now held a permanent, soft, internal glow, like a captured piece of starlight that was always warm. It was a part of him now, and he was a part of the wood. The journey back was different. The forest was brighter, friendlier, as if celebrating. They reached the edge of the whisperwood as the first stars were pricking the deep violet sky. The lights of the village twinkled below, small and cozy. "Will I see you again?" Kalen asked, a touch of sadness in his voice. Lyra nudged his hand with her cool, damp nose. "I am always here, and now so are you. Whenever you are quiet and you listen, you will hear me. Whenever you feel the warmth of your stone, you will know the warmth of the wood." With a final, fond look, the silver fox turned and melted back into the shadows of the trees, becoming one with the whispers once more. Kalen walked back to his village, the warm stone a comforting weight in his pocket. He did not tell anyone of his adventure, for some stories are too precious to be told with words. But he was changed. He carried himself with a new, quiet confidence. He still sat on the old stone wall, but now when he looked at the whisperwood, he didn't just see trees. He saw a friend. He heard a song. And he knew with a certainty that warmed him from the inside out that he carried a little of its eternal, ember-bright heart within his own. And as you, dear listener, drift towards sleep, remember Kalen's journey. Remember that even the quietest heart holds immense warmth, and that the greatest transformations often begin with a single, small step into the unknown, guided by friendship and a steady inner light. Let the memory of the emberstone's glow be a comfort to you, a promise that there is always warmth to be found, even in the darkest of places. Now close your eyes and listen. Perhaps you too will hear the gentle, reassuring whisper of the world, calling you to peaceful dreams. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The first spark rose from the embers of the evening fire, a tiny, golden wisp that seemed to drink the starlight. It did not fade but floated upward, and as it rose it was joined by another, and then another, until a river of light was flowing from the hearthstone into the deep velvet of the night. A young boy who had been watching with wide, quiet eyes felt a gentle pull, not on his body, but on his very spirit. In his pocket, his fingers closed around a small, smooth river stone, worn by generations of his family's hands. It was his tether, his piece of home. He rose, not with a jump, but with a thought, and the river of sparks carried him upward. The world below, the thatched roof of his cottage, the sleeping village, the dark ribbon of the river, softened and blurred into a tapestry of shadows. The air grew cool and crisp, smelling of rain-washed sky and something else, something sweet and elusive like spun sugar and moonlight. He was floating, cradled in a current of warm, rising air, the sparks dancing around him like friendly fireflies. He arrived not with a jolt, but as a feather settles. His feet met a surface that was both firm and soft, like walking on dense moss that yielded gently with each step. He stood in a city woven from clouds. Streets were pathways of luminous, pearlescent vapor, and buildings were grand, billowing structures that shimmered with internal light, their walls looking like captured northern lights. This was Nimbus, the city in the sky. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, and the scent was of ozone and night-blooming jasmine. The inhabitants were the Nimbuli. They were tall, graceful beings whose forms seemed to be made of the same stuff as their city, shifting, gentle cloud stuff that glowed with soft colors. They did not speak with words, but with music. A passing Nimbuli, its form a swirl of lavender and silver, greeted him with a cascade of bell-like notes that conveyed welcome and curiosity. The boy, unsure how to respond, simply bowed his head, and the Nimbuli drifted on, its melody fading into the city's symphony. He wandered, marveling at the cloud gardens where flowers made of condensed light bloomed, their petals cool and silky to the touch, releasing a fragrance of honey and fresh dew. He crossed a bridge that was not stone or wood, but a solidified rainbow, its surface smooth and cool beneath his feet, humming with a deep, resonant chord. These were the singing bridges, and each one sang a different, foundational note of the realm's harmony. But as he explored, he noticed something amiss. The city's light was dimming at the edges. The luminous buildings seemed a little more translucent, the cloud paths a little more gray. The music of the Nimbuli, while still beautiful, held a thread of sorrow, a minor key of worry. He saw a group of them gathered around a large central plaza, their forms pulsing with soft, anxious light. In the center of the plaza was a great crystalline spire that pulsed in time with the city's heart. It was the celestial spire, the source of Nimbus's light and music. And it was growing faint. A particularly old Nimbuli, its form a deep, wise indigo, approached him. It did not play a melody, but instead reached out a hand of cool, mist-like substance. The boy, feeling no fear, reached out his own. As their fingers met, a understanding flowed into him, not in words, but in pure feeling. The spire was fed by starlight dew, collected from the petals of the starfall blossoms that grew in the caverns of echoing aurora, far below in the roots of the world. But the path was lost, the way forgotten. The blossoms were fading, and with them the spire and ultimately Nimbus itself. The boy knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was his purpose. He had been called here to help. He nodded to the old Nimbuli, who responded with a single, clear, hopeful note that hung in the air like a promise. His journey downward was through the veil of mists, a swirling, silver expanse that felt like diving through a cool, silk curtain. When he emerged, the world had changed entirely. He was in a vast, subterranean cavern, so enormous its ceiling was lost in darkness. But the darkness was not empty. It was alive. Ribbons of light, emerald, sapphire, amethyst, and gold, draped from the unseen heights, shimmering and dancing in a silent, breathtaking aurora. This was the cavern of the echoing aurora. The air was still and cool, carrying the clean, sharp scent of ancient stone and a faint, electrical tang from the dancing lights. The ground was soft, covered in a blanket of phosphorescent moss that crunched softly underfoot, releasing a smell of damp earth and mushrooms. Here the inhabitants were the Glimmerwings, creatures that looked like manta rays woven from living stained glass. They floated silently through the cavern, their passage stirring the aural ribbons into faster, more complex dances. They communicated through these dances, their own light patterns weaving stories and questions into the air. One, smaller than the others, with wings of deep blue and silver, detached from the group and drifted toward him. It circled him once, then gently brushed against his arm. Its touch was like cool, smooth porcelain, and a feeling of guidance filled him. The Glimmerwing led him through forests of crystalline trees that chimed softly when he passed, their sound a cascade of glass wind chimes. They passed a silent black lake that perfectly reflected the aurora above, creating the illusion of an infinite tunnel of light. The Glimmerwing would occasionally swoop down, its wingtips tracing a pattern on the surface of the water, and the reflected lights would shift and swirl in response, showing him the way. Finally, they arrived at a grove, and here the boy's heart sank. The starfall blossoms were there, but they were wilted, their famous petals, which should have been collecting the dew of the aurora, were closed in gray, their texture like brittle paper. They gave off no scent, only the faint, sad odor of dust. The Glimmerwing pulsed with a soft, dim light, a clear expression of shared sorrow. The boy sat amongst the dying flowers, feeling the weight of the fading city above and the silent cavern around him. He felt a profound loneliness. It was then that his fingers found the river stone in his pocket. He pulled it out, its familiar, worn surface a comfort in this strange and beautiful, but dying, world. He held it tightly and thoughts of home flooded him. The crackle of the hearth, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his mother's laughter. A single tear born of this homesick love escaped and fell onto the stone. And then a miracle. The tear, infused with the memory of home, did not roll off. It soaked into the porous stone, and the stone began to glow with a soft, warm, golden light. It was the light of hearth and heart, a light this realm had forgotten. He knelt and held the glowing stone close to the stem of the nearest wilted blossom. The gentle, home-fire warmth washed over it. Slowly, tremulously, the gray petal began to unfurl. A hint of its true silver color returned. Then a droplet of moisture, a tiny sphere of pure light, formed at its center. It was starlight dew. He moved from blossom to blossom, not with haste, but with reverence. He held his glowing homestone to each one, sharing its warmth, its memory of love and safety. One by one, the blossoms awoke. They unfurled like silver hands opening to the sky, their texture becoming velvety and cool. A fragrance filled the grove, a scent like cold starlight and vanilla, so beautiful it made him catch his breath. The dew gathered, each blossom cradling a tiny, perfect pearl of liquid light. The Glimmerwings gathered around, their own lights brightening, pulsing with joyous, swirling patterns. They dipped and dove, their smooth, glassy bodies gently brushing against the blossoms, collecting the dew on their wings. Then in a great, shimmering procession they rose, carrying the life-giving light back up toward the world above. The boy followed, his heart light. The journey back through the veil of mists was filled with the reflected glow of the Glimmerwings' cargo. When he stepped back into Nimbus, the city was in the midst of a rebirth. The celestial spire was blazing, a pillar of pure white light that pulsed with a powerful, joyful chord that resonated through every cloud brick and pearl path. The nimbuli were everywhere, their forms brilliant and vibrant, their music a triumphant symphony of gratitude. The lavender and silver nimbuli he had first met played a melody for him that felt like a hug made of sound. His work was done. He stood again at the edge of the cloud city, the river of sparks waiting to carry him home. The old indigo nimbuli approached for a final farewell. It placed its misty hand on the boy's chest, right over his heart. A feeling of profound thanks and an unbreakable connection flowed into him. He was now a guardian of both worlds, a bridge between the hearth fire and the starlight. The sparks carried him down, the melodies of Nimbus fading into a contented hum in his soul. He landed softly beside the dying embers of his own fireplace. The world was quiet, the village still asleep. He was home. He pulled the river stone from his pocket. It was no longer glowing, but it was warm, and when he held it to his nose, he could still smell, ever so faintly, the scent of cold starlight and vanilla. He knew then that the wonders were not far away at all. They were connected, his home and the cloud city, by threads of light and friendship, and he carried a piece of that magic right in his pocket. He curled up in his bed, the warm stone clasped in his hand, and drifted into a sleep filled with dreams of silent, dancing lights and cities built on lullabies. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half-buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean, above the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things in high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek? Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper. Find what the sky has forgotten. Ah, Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth. He pointed his stick upwards. The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing. With Bramble offering steadying advice, plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root, and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly. Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. The sky's memory well, Bramble whispered reverently. But it's empty, that can't be right. Pip fluttered nervously. It feels sad, like a nest without eggs. Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. Force won't work here, lad, Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood. Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, find what the sky has forgotten. Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. The sky hasn't forgotten something out there, Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall. He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. It's okay, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again. He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy, preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed. Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things too. The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue. In a land where the sky was not a ceiling but a tapestry of endless possibilities, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a village nestled in the rolling hills, where the air always carried the scent of blooming night bells and the soft murmur of streams. Lyra carried with her a small, smooth stone from the riverbank near her cottage. It was no ordinary stone. When she held it, it warmed gently against her palm, a constant reminder of home, and it seemed to hum with a quiet melody only she could feel. This stone was her anchor, a piece of her world that traveled with her wherever she went. Lately, a strange stillness had settled over Lyra's village. The night bells were losing their fragrance, and the streams whispered less joyfully. The elders spoke of a fading wonder, a magic that had always woven through their lives like thread through cloth, now unraveling. Lyra, with a heart full of curiosity and a soul that yearned to understand, decided she must seek the source of this enchantment. Her journey was not for glory, but to help her people and to uncover a truth about herself, that even the smallest heart can hold great courage. Her path led her to the stairway of clouds, a gentle ascent that appeared only at dawn, when the first light kissed the mist. The stairs were not of stone or wood, but of condensed vapor, soft and yielding underfoot, like walking on a warm, fluffy quilt. With each step Lyra felt a slight bounce, and the air grew cooler, carrying the clean scent of rain-washed sky. She climbed higher until the ground below became a patchwork of greens and browns, and she entered the realm of the cloud cities. The first city was Etheria, a place woven from light and mist. Buildings floated like delicate bubbles, connected by bridges of shimmering gossamer. The inhabitants were the luminals, creatures of pure light who communicated through gentle pulses and glows. They had no voices, but their movements created a symphony of colors that danced in the air. Lyra watched as a luminal approached her, its form shifting from gold to silver. It extended a tendril of light that brushed her hand, and in that touch she felt a question: "Why have you come?" Lyra held up her warm stone, and the luminal glowed brighter, understanding her purpose. It led her to the heart of Etheria, a great, swirling vortex of clouds that hummed with energy. Here the luminals gathered to share stories through light, and Lyra learned that their city was a waypoint for lost wonders, a place where memories of joy were stored. But lately the light had dimmed and the stories were fading. The luminals showed her that the magic was connected to a deeper realm, one where the roots of wonder grew. Guided by the luminals, Lyra descended through a soft tunnel of clouds that felt like sliding down a blanket of velvet. It led her to the underground Aurora Caverns, a world beneath the earth where the walls were not dark, but alive with swirling colors. The air here was thick with the scent of ancient minerals and cool, damp earth, and the ground was smooth, polished by time, like walking on glass. Strange, glowing plants grew in clusters, their leaves emitting a soft, melodic chime when touched. The creatures of this realm were the sonorous, beings made of sound and vibration. They communicated through music, each movement creating notes that wove into harmonies. Lyra met a sonorous named Melody, who had a form like a swirling ribbon of air. Melody played a tune on the crystalline flowers, and the music told Lyra of a great library where all knowledge was kept, but its doors were sealed because the key, a song of unity, had been forgotten. Lyra's stone warmed in her hand, and she hummed the little melody it seemed to hold. To her surprise, the sonorous gathered around, their music blending with hers. Together they created a bridge of sound that arched over a glowing river, leading to the next landmark, the library between dimensions. This library was not a building of wood and paper, but a living entity where books floated like leaves on a breeze, and the shelves were made of intertwined light and shadow. The scent here was of old parchment and fresh ink, mixed with a hint of starlight. The librarian was a gentle giant called the Keeper, a being who communicated through touch, its hands like soft moss that could impart wisdom with a caress. The Keeper explained that the magic of the world was fed by stories of kindness, and that a shadow of forgetfulness had crept in, causing the wonder to fade. To restore it, Lyra needed to find the echoing heart, a place where all good deeds resonated. With the Keeper's guidance, Lyra traveled through the library's corridors, which shifted and changed like dreams. She passed the Hall of Whispers, where voices of the past murmured secrets, and the Garden of Scents, where each flower held the fragrance of a different emotion. Her stone glowed brighter now, and she realized it was not just a reminder of home, but a key to understanding. It held the essence of her own kindness. Finally she reached the echoing heart, a cavern where the walls were made of crystal that reflected every act of friendship. Here she saw that her journey itself had already begun to reweave the magic, as each creature she helped had added a thread of light. Lyra stood before the heart and shared her story, not with words but with the warmth of her stone and the memory of her village. The crystals shimmered, and a wave of renewal spread through the realms. The luminals glowed brighter, the sonorous music grew richer, and the library's books fluttered with new tales. Lyra understood then that the magic was not something to be found, but something to be nurtured through connection and care. She returned home, her stone now humming with a joyful tune, and found her village revived, the night bells fragrant once more. As she lay in her bed, the stars outside seemed to wink in gratitude, and she drifted to sleep, knowing that wonder was always within reach, carried in the heart like a warm, smooth stone. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelin bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the whispering glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kalen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kalen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kalen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kalen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kalen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Silas, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It wasn't the flashy kind that shot sparks or turned pumpkins into carriages, but something softer, woven into the very fabric of daily life. Wind chimes made of seashells and silver tinkled from every cottage eave, their melodies carried on the breeze. The village clock tower, ancient and wise, chimed not just the hours, but also the seasons, its deep bronze bells ringing differently for autumn's crispness or spring's first blush. And every evening, as dusk settled, the villagers would light their lanterns, casting a warm, golden glow that rivaled the stars beginning to pepper the twilight sky. Our story begins with a young baker named Rowan, whose kind heart was as warm as the ovens in which he baked his honey oat bread and lavender shortbread. Rowan noticed things others often overlooked, the way the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds, the particular scent of rain before it fell, the secret language of birdsong at dawn. He lived above his bakery, the gilded crust, and every night before bed he would open his window to count the stars, a ritual that brought him immense peace. But one evening, as Rowan leaned on his windowsill, a steaming cup of chamomile tea in hand, he noticed something odd. The constellation known as the Weaver's Spool, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed a delicate thread across the northern sky, was missing one of its gems. He blinked, thinking perhaps a wisp of cloud had drifted past. But no, the sky was clear, and the Weaver's Spool now had only 6 stars. Rowan felt a gentle tug of curiosity, not fear, but a sense that something in the harmonious order of Starlight Hollow had shifted. The next morning the village buzzed with other strange happenings. Old maps carefully preserved in the library seemed to have redrawn their streams and footpaths overnight. Flowers in Alara Meadow, which normally bloomed in soft pastels, had changed to vibrant, jewel-like hues overnight, ruby reds, sapphire blues, and emerald greens. And most peculiar of all, the village clock tower had begun chiming backwards, its bells ringing 9 times at 3 o'clock and 3 times at 9. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit with wonder and mild confusion. "It's the work of the Glimmer folk," declared Mr. Thistlewick, the clockmaker, adjusting his spectacles. "They've always been mischievous." Others whispered about forgotten spells or the shifting of ancient ley lines. But Rowan simply listened, his empathy sensing no malice, only a strange sort of longing behind these peculiar events. That afternoon, while delivering a basket of cinnamon buns to the village library, Rowan found the elderly librarian, Miss Juniper, humming an old nursery rhyme as she dusted the shelves. The tune was familiar, one every child in Starlight Hollow learned at their grandmother's knee. When the spool loses a thread, and the clock counts time in reverse, seek the key the stars have shed, in the map's forgotten verse. Rowan's ears perked up. "Miss Juniper," he said gently, "that rhyme, do you think it could be connected to what's happening?" She smiled, her eyes twinkling. "All old rhymes hold a kernel of truth, dear boy, but which kernel is the right one to plant?" She gestured to a wall of ancient, leather-bound books. "Somewhere in these pages lies the answer, if one has the patience to look." Rowan spent the rest of the day poring over books of folklore and star charts. He discovered that the weaver's spool constellation was tied to an old legend about a celestial weaver who mended the fabric of the night sky. If a star went missing, it was said, the weaver had dropped a thread that could be found somewhere on Earth, disguised as something ordinary. Meanwhile, the village continued to experience delightful oddities. Thinking the backwards chiming of the clock tower was a clue, Mr. Thistlewick spent a day taking the clock apart, only to discover a family of songbirds had built a nest inside the mechanism, their sweet chirping somehow affecting the gears. It wasn't the solution to the mystery, but it was a joyful discovery, and the whole village came to admire the brave little birds. Another red herring emerged when the vibrant flowers in Alara Meadow were thought to be the key. The village children spent an afternoon following the color patterns, believing they formed a map. Instead, they found a hidden patch of the sweetest, ripest strawberries any of them had ever tasted, a delightful treasure that prompted an impromptu picnic. But Rowan, observing everything with quiet attention, noticed something else. Each time a peculiar event occurred, the wind chimes throughout the village would suddenly fall silent, as if holding their breath. And he remembered the nursery rhyme's last line, in the map's forgotten verse. He returned to the library and asked Miss Juniper about any maps that might include verses or poems. Her eyes lit up. Why, of course, the Starlight Atlas. She led him to a dusty corner and pulled out a large, rolled parchment. When they spread it on the table, Rowan saw it was no ordinary map. It depicted Starlight Hollow and the surrounding woods, but instead of place names, it was labeled with lines of poetry. One verse near the depiction of the weaver's spool constellation read, "Where the lost thread falls to earth, guarded by stones of ancient birth, listen not with ears but heart, for that is where the light will start." Rowan's empathy stirred. Guarded by stones of ancient birth, that could only refer to the standing stones in the Whispering Woods, a circle of ancient monoliths where the village held its annual Starlight Festival. And listen not with ears but heart, that meant the answer wasn't something to be heard but felt. That evening, as a gentle rain began to fall, its soft patter a soothing rhythm on the cobblestones, Rowan made his way to the standing stones. The woods were peaceful, filled with the scent of wet earth and pine. The stones stood tall and silent, their surfaces glistening with raindrops. In the center of the circle, Rowan closed his eyes and did as the verse instructed. He listened with his heart. He felt a faint, warm pulse emanating from one of the smaller stones at the edge of the circle. Kneeling, he saw that a crack in the stone was glowing with a soft, silvery light. Carefully, he reached into the crack, and his fingers closed around something smooth and cool. He drew out a single, perfect crystal that shone with an inner light, as if it contained a tiny star. At that moment, the missing star in the weaver's spool constellation flickered back into place overhead. The village clock tower chimed correctly, a deep, resonant 9 times. The wind chimes, which had been silent, suddenly burst into a joyful, tinkling chorus. And the flowers in Alara Meadow slowly returned to their gentle pastel shades. But the mystery was not fully solved. Rowan brought the crystal back to the village square, where everyone had gathered under the now clear sky. As he held it up, the crystal pulsed with light, and from it emerged a faint, shimmering figure, the celestial weaver of legend. She was made of starlight and moonlight, and her voice was like the whisper of the wind through the pines. "Thank you, kind one," she said to Rowan. "I am Astris, the weaver of the night sky. I come to your village once every century to mend the fabric of the constellations, but this time I grew lonely. I wanted to remind you of the magic around you, to bring you together in wonder and curiosity. So I let a thread fall, and with it, a bit of playful chaos." She explained that the crystal was a star seed, a fragment of starlight that held the memory of the sky. It had been her way of inviting the villagers to look up, to remember the stories in the stars, and to connect with one another in solving a gentle mystery. The villagers listened, their hearts swelling with understanding. They hadn't been frightened by the peculiar events, only intrigued, brought closer by their shared curiosity. Mr. Thistlewick offered to help Astris by crafting a special compartment in the clock tower where the starseed could be kept safe, its light ensuring the clock would always chime true. The children who had found the strawberries promised to leave berry offerings at the standing stones each year in gratitude. And Rowan, whose empathy and observation had solved the mystery, was asked to become the keeper of the star seed, a role he accepted with humble joy. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow paid even more attention to the world around them. The music of the wind chimes, the patterns of the stars, the colors of the flowers. They understood that magic was not just in grand gestures, but in the gentle, everyday wonders, and in the bonds of community that grew stronger with each shared mystery. And as Rowan returned to his bakery that night, the gentle rain having ceased, he opened his window and looked up at the fully restored weaver's spool, its 7 stars twinkling brightly. The ambient sounds of the village, the distant, correct chiming of the clock tower, the soft tinkling of wind chimes, the rustle of the breeze through the pines, lulled him into a state of perfect peace. He knew that in Starlight Hollow, even the most peculiar happenings were simply reminders to listen with the heart, to observe with kindness, and to always, always look for the light in the darkness. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, under a sky now perfectly, beautifully whole. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm, dancing light painting shifting shapes upon the walls of the quiet room. Outside, a chilly evening had settled, but in here, wrapped in the gentle glow, all was safe and still. It is on such an evening, when the world holds its breath and the stars begin to prick the velvet sky, that the best stories are found. They are not shouted from mountain tops, but whispered on the tendrils of wood smoke, stories of quiet courage and gentle magic. This is one such story, a tale that begins, as many good tales do, with a feeling of restlessness and a light in the dark. In a small stone cottage, much like one you might imagine nestled in the folds of these very hills, lived a young boy named Kalen. Kalen had a thoughtful heart and eyes that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spiderweb at dawn, or the particular sigh the old oak tree made when the wind blew from the east. But lately a quiet loneliness had settled over him, a feeling that the world was a vast and silent place. His parents were kind and his home was warm, yet he felt a pull toward something more, a secret he couldn't name. His greatest comfort was his grandfather, a man with hands like gnarled roots and a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Grandfather was a storyteller, and his stories were not just words. They were living things that filled the cottage with the scent of pine forests and the sound of forgotten rivers. One evening, as Kalen sat staring into the flames, his grandfather settled into the chair beside him. "The fire speaks in many tongues tonight, Kalen," the old man said softly. "It crackles with news of the day, and it whispers with memories of ancient suns." Kalen sighed, drawing his knees to his chin. "I wish it would whisper a secret to me, a real one." Grandfather's eyes, deep and knowing, twinkled in the firelight. He reached into the pocket of his worn waistcoat and pulled out a small object. It was a locket no bigger than a walnut, carved from a dark, smooth wood. It was plain, unadorned, but as grandfather held it in his palm, a faint, warm light pulsed from within its seams, a soft orange glow like the heart of a banked ember. "This," grandfather said, his voice low and reverent, "was given to me by my own grandfather. It is called the ember heart. It does not hold a picture or a lock of hair. It holds a memory of warmth, an echo of the first fire ever kindled. It is said that its light grows brighter when one is on the verge of discovering something truly important, a friend, a truth, a hidden path." Kalen's breath caught. He reached out, and as his fingers brushed the wooden locket, a wave of profound comfort washed over him, as if he had been wrapped in a blanket fresh from the hearth. The light within pulsed gently against his skin. "It feels alive," he whispered. "In a way it is," grandfather nodded. "It responds to the warmth in a heart, but its true magic is a guide. It is for you now, Kalen. I think you are ready for a journey." "A journey where?" Kalen asked, his eyes wide. Grandfather's gaze turned towards the window, towards the darkening woods that crowded against the edge of their valley. "That the ember heart will help you discover. Tomorrow at first light follow where its glow leads you. But remember, the most important journeys are not about the distance traveled, but the stillness found. Listen more than you speak, observe more than you do, and trust the warmth you carry." That night, Kalen slept with the ember heart tucked safely under his pillow. His dreams were filled with flickering lights and the scent of damp earth and growing things. When he awoke, a pale, silvery light was filtering through his window. He dressed quickly, pulling on a warm tunic and sturdy boots, and placed the locket on a leather cord around his neck. Tucked under his shirt, it rested against his chest, a secret, warm weight. He crept downstairs, packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, and slipped out into the crisp morning. The world was hushed and pearled with dew. For a long moment he stood at the edge of the garden, unsure. Then he felt it, a subtle tug, a faint increase in the warmth against his skin. He turned towards the woods. The ember heart's glow, visible even through his tunic, seemed to brighten just a little. And so Kalen's journey began. He stepped from the familiar turf of the garden into the deep shadows of the forest. The air changed instantly, becoming cooler and rich with the smell of moss and decaying leaves. Sunlight fell in dappled patches through the canopy, and the only sounds were the crunch of his own footsteps and the cheerful chatter of unseen birds. He walked for what felt like hours, his path guided by the gentle pulse of the locket. It was not a frantic pull, but a patient, persistent suggestion, leading him away from the well-trodden paths and deeper into the heart of the woods where the trees grew closer together and the light was a soft, green gloom. At first the silence felt heavy, amplifying his loneliness. But as he walked, he began to truly listen, as his grandfather had advised. He heard the scuttling of a beetle under a leaf, the whisper of the wind through the pine needles, the gurgle of a hidden stream. The forest was not silent at all, it was a symphony of quiet sounds. He paused by a cluster of bright red mushrooms, marveling at their perfect, round caps, and felt the ember heart warm slightly, as if approving of his attention. It was when he stopped to drink from a small, clear spring that he noticed the first hint of the mystery. Carved into a flat stone beside the water was a symbol, a spiral that ended in a small, five-petaled flower. It was ancient and weathered, but unmistakably made by a careful hand. The Emberheart pulsed against his chest, a soft, steady beat. Kalen traced the symbol with his finger, feeling a connection to someone, something that had passed this way long before him. He continued on now with a new purpose, his eyes scanning the trees and rocks for more clues. He found another symbol minutes later, this one on the smooth bark of a silver birch, the same spiral, but this time ending in a leaf. The path the Emberheart was leading him on was not a random one, it was a trail of whispers left in stone and wood. The day wore on and the forest deepened. The gentle slopes gave way to steeper, rocky inclines. Just as a flicker of doubt began to stir in Kalen's mind, what if he was lost? What if this was all just a silly game? He came to a place where the trees formed a near-impenetrable wall of tangled branches and thorny bushes. The Emberheart's glow, however, did not dim. It grew warmer, its light a steady beacon pointing directly at the thicket. There seemed to be no way through. Kalen's shoulders slumped. This was the end of the path. But as he stood there, feeling the first chill of the approaching evening, he noticed something. A large, ancient yew tree grew at the center of the thicket, its trunk twisted and massive. And there, at its base, almost completely hidden by ivy, was a narrow, dark opening. It wasn't a cave, but a passage, so well concealed it was invisible unless you were standing right before it. The Emberheart was now glowing so brightly that its light spilled out from the neck of his tunic, casting a warm, orange circle on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Kalen pushed aside the curtain of ivy and stepped into the darkness. The air inside was cool and smelled of stone and old, dry earth. The passage was narrow, forcing him to walk sideways for a few paces, but it soon opened up. He wasn't in a cave, but in a tunnel, the walls smooth, as if worn by water or countless gentle hands over countless years. And the most remarkable thing was the light. It was not the bright, cheerful light of day, but a soft, phosphorescent glow that came from patches of moss clinging to the ceiling and walls. They pulsed with a gentle blue-green light, illuminating the way forward. He walked on, the only sound the soft scuff of his boots on the stone floor. The tunnel sloped gently downward, twisting and turning, and Kalen had the strange sensation that he was leaving the ordinary world far behind. The Emberheart at his chest glowed in harmony with the moss light, its warm orange a comforting contrast to the cool blue. After a time that felt both like an instant and an eternity, he saw a light ahead that was different, the golden, dappled light of late afternoon. He quickened his pace and the tunnel ended, opening out into a sight that made him gasp and stop dead in his tracks. He stood at the edge of a hidden valley, a secret world nestled within the embrace of the towering hills. It was a wide, circular basin, filled with a forest of trees whose leaves were not green, but shades of silver, gold, and soft copper. A meandering stream, sparkling like liquid crystal, wound its way through the center. The air was warmer here, filled with the sweet, honeyed scent of unknown flowers. Butterflies with wings like stained glass flitted through the air, and the gentle chirping of crickets provided a soft, rhythmic music. This was a place out of time, a sanctuary of peace. And there, in the center of the valley, beside the stream, stood the most beautiful tree Kalen had ever seen. It was vast and ancient, its bark the color of moonlight, and its branches, which spread out like a protective canopy, were laden with blossoms that shimmered with their own soft, internal light, pale pink and white, like captured starlight. The Emberheart was no longer just warm, it was thrumming with a gentle energy, a vibration of pure joy. This was the destination. This was the secret. As he walked down the gentle slope into the valley, the grass under his feet was soft and thick. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, the loneliness that had clung to him for weeks melting away like mist in the sun. He made his way towards the great tree, drawn by an irresistible pull. It was then that he saw the fox. It was sitting on its haunches at the base of the tree, watching him with calm, intelligent eyes. It was not like any fox he had ever seen. Its fur was a remarkable shade of russet red, but tipped with silver, as if dusted with frost. Its eyes were not the sharp, cunning eyes of a wild creature, but held a deep, ancient wisdom. Kalen stopped a few paces away, unsure. The fox did not run. It simply tilted its head, and a voice, not heard with ears but felt directly in Kalen's mind, spoke. It was a voice like the rustling of leaves, soft and dry. You have followed the warmth. Welcome, Kalen. Kalen's heart hammered against his ribs. You know my name. The fox gave a slow, deliberate blink. The ember heart speaks your name in its glow. I am Silas. I am the keeper of this place, the Whispering Glen. It's beautiful, Kalen breathed, looking around in wonder. I've never seen anything like it. It is a place of remembrance, Silas replied, his mental voice gentle. A memory of the world when it was younger and quieter. Few find their way here. Only those whose hearts carry a true warmth and a need for stillness. My grandfather sent me, Kalen said, touching the locket. He said I was ready for a journey. And so you are, Silas agreed. He stood up and padded softly towards the stream. Come, sit with me. The day is waning, and the best stories are told as the light fades. Kalen followed, sitting on a smooth, sun-warmed stone beside the water. Silas curled up nearby, his silver-tipped tail wrapped around his feet. For a long time they sat in a comfortable silence, watching the water dance over the stones. Kalen found that he didn't need to fill the silence with words. The companionship of the fox was enough. It was a quiet understanding that flowed between them, as real and tangible as the stream itself. The loneliness you feel, Silas began, his voice a soft murmur in Kalen's mind, is not because you are alone. It is because you have not yet learned to listen to the world's own heart. You search for a grand noise when the truth is whispered. How do I learn? Kalen asked softly. You have already begun, Silas said. You noticed the symbols. You listened to the forest. You trusted the quiet pull of the ember heart. That is the first lesson. The second is to understand that all things are connected. The tree to the sun, the stream to the rain, the fox to the boy. The warmth you carry in that locket is the same warmth that slumbers in the heart of this tree, the same warmth that gives life to the whole world. You are a part of it, not separate from it. That is the friendship you were seeking, not with one person, but with everything. As Silas spoke, Kalen looked around the glen with new eyes. He saw how the light from the glowing blossoms fell upon the silver leaves, how the water reflected the sky, how the very air seemed to hum with a quiet, vibrant life. He wasn't an outsider looking in, he was a part of the tapestry. The loneliness lifted completely, replaced by a feeling of deep, belonging peace. As twilight began to paint the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the blossoms on the great tree brightened, casting a soft, radiant light over the glen. It was then that Kalen noticed the carvings on the tree's trunk. They were the same symbols he had seen on the trail, the spiral ending in a flower, the spiral ending in a leaf, and many others. A spiral ending in a star, a wave, a flame. They are the stories of this place, Silas explained, seeing his gaze. Each symbol marks a moment of understanding, a spark of connection left by those who have visited through the ages. Your grandfather's mark is here. See, the spiral and the flame. Kalen reached out and touched the carving his grandfather had made so long ago. He felt a surge of love and connection that spanned generations. He understood now. The journey wasn't about finding a place, but about finding a truth. The hidden world was not just this physical glen, but the hidden world of connection that existed all around him, always, if he only knew how to look. Can I make a mark?" he asked shyly. Silas nodded. "What have you learned, Kalen? What truth will you leave behind?" Kalen thought for a long moment. He thought of the quiet walk through the forest, the guidance of the emberheart, the peaceful silence with the fox, and the feeling of belonging that now filled his heart. He picked up a sharp-edged stone and, with careful concentration, carved a new symbol into the soft, luminous bark of the great tree. It was a spiral, but this one did not end in a single shape. It branched out into many tiny, interconnected lines, like a network of roots or a map of stars. "The spiral of connection," Silas murmured, approval warming his mental voice. "A fine story to tell." Full night had fallen, but the glen was far from dark. The tree's blossoms and the glowing moss cast a soft, dreamlike light. Kalen knew it was time to return home. The thought no longer brought a pang of sadness. He carried the glen within him now. "The path will guide you back," Silas said, as if reading his thoughts. "The emberheart will remember the way. And you may return whenever your heart needs to remember its connection." "Thank you, Silas," Kalen said, his voice thick with emotion. For everything." The fox dipped his head. "The thanks are mutual, Kalen. You have brought a new warmth to the glen. Go in peace. Remember the stillness." With a final, long look at the magical valley, Kalen turned and entered the tunnel. The journey back felt different, shorter. He was no longer a seeker, but a knower. The emberheart glowed steadily against his chest, no longer a guide to a destination, but a reminder of the one he had found. When he finally stepped out of the thicket and back into the familiar woods near his home, the moon was high and bright. He walked the last stretch with a light heart, the night sounds of the forest a friendly chorus now, not a lonely one. He slipped back into the quiet cottage. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, but the room was still warm. His grandfather was asleep in his chair, a blanket over his knees. Kalen knelt by the fire, adding a small log. As the flames licked at the new wood, catching light, he felt his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. "You found it," the old man said, his voice soft with sleep and certainty. Kalen looked up and smiled, a true, peaceful smile that reached his eyes. "I did, grandfather, and I found so much more." He didn't need to explain. The change in him was plain to see, the quiet confidence, the absence of the restless loneliness. The emberheart, now cool and dark against his chest, had done its work. He sat on the rug by the fire, and his grandfather began to tell a story, not of great battles or far-off lands, but of a boy who learned to listen to the world's heartbeat. As Kalen listened, the crackle of the fire and the rumble of his grandfather's voice wove together, and the line between the story and the memory blurred into a single, warm, comforting truth. Outside, the stars shone down on the quiet hills. Inside, by the fireside, a boy who had journeyed far and found his way home closed his eyes. And as he drifted into sleep, his dreams were not of lonely paths, but of a silver-furred fox, a tree of glowing blossoms, and the gentle, unbreakable connection of all things, a warmth that would burn steady and true within him forever. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with the soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kaelin. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kaelin often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kaelin sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kaelin noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kaelin felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kaelin sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kaelin welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Alara's gaze fell upon Kaelin's hair. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. "The change has begun." Kaelin looked at her, bewildered. "What change?" Alara's eyes twinkled. "The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown?" Kaelin nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. "I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes." Alara smiled. "Then it is time you visited my garden." The next morning, Alara led Kaelin through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kaelin had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. "This," said Alara, "is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us." In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Alara plucked one and placed it in Kaelin's palm. "Plant this where you feel most still," she said, "and tend to it with kindness." Kaelin returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kaelin continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kaelin continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kaelin began to spend more time in the garden with Alara, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. When peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kaelin confessed to Alara a fear they had carried for years, a fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Alara took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. "You are like the seed beneath the soil," she said. "Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground. That night, Kalen dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream, they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kalen's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stem sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kalen stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kalen reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Alara, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." But the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kalen sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely, no longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Alara's words, "Change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend." They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded, flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Alara approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kalen, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kalen's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Alara turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kalen stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kalen began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kalen welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kalen's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings, when the world settled into stillness, Kalen would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. The nebula outside the viewport swirled in gentle tendrils of violet and gold, like spilled watercolors dancing in zero gravity. Inside the small, orbiting habitat they called the Starlight Haven, two very different beings watched the cosmic ballet unfold. Kalen, from the crystalline world of Lyra, had skin that shimmered with soft inner light, changing hues with his emotions. When he was thoughtful, he glowed a deep indigo. When amused, flecks of gold danced across his cheeks. His long, slender fingers could weave light into temporary shapes, stories told in shimmering holograms that hovered in the air before fading like morning mist. His companion, Rin, hailed from the oceanic planet of Maris, where communication happened through complex harmonies. Her body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light like mother of pearl, and when she moved, she created a soft, musical rustling. Her voice wasn't spoken but sung, gentle melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. They had found each other quite by accident when both their ships needed repairs at the same remote way station. What began as shared space in a maintenance bay had blossomed into something far more precious, a friendship that spanned star systems. Their sanctuary, the Starlight Haven, was a forgotten observation deck they had discovered and restored together. It floated at the edge of the Calaxian Nebula, where star formation painted the darkness with newborn suns. They had filled the circular room with floating gardens of bioluminescent plants from Kalen's world that pulsed with soft light, and Rin had brought singing crystals from her oceans that hummed when starlight touched them. The air smelled of stardust and the sweet nectar from the glowing flowers. In the center of their haven hung their greatest collaboration, the Harmony Weaver. It was a delicate structure of crystalline filaments and resonant chambers that translated Kalen's light patterns into music and Rin's songs into cascades of color. Through this beautiful invention, they had learned to understand each other beyond their native ways of communication. One evening, as the nebula outside deepened to a rich plum color, Kalen noticed Rin's usual cheerful melody had taken on a somber, minor key. Her scales had dulled to a muted gray-green. He glowed a soft, questioning blue and created a hologram of a question mark floating between them. Rin responded with a melody that spoke of longing and distance. Through the Harmony Weaver, her song transformed into swirling silver lights that formed images of vast oceans under twin moons. Kalen understood. She was homesick. In response, he began weaving light into stories, tales of the crystal forests of Lyra, where light dancers performed for the auroras, and of the great singing mountains that hummed with the planet's rotation. As he painted with light, Rin's melody gradually brightened, her scales regaining their iridescent shine. Their days together were filled with such moments of shared discovery. Rin learned that when Kalen flashed bright orange, it meant he had discovered something wonderful. Kalen discovered that Rin's highest-pitched harmonies expressed delight, but not all their interactions were seamless. Their different biologies and cultures sometimes led to amusing misunderstandings. One morning, Kalen noticed Rin gathering moisture from the air with her scales, a normal hydration process for her species. Concerned she might be thirsty, he brought her what he considered the ultimate gesture of care on his world, a cup of liquid light, shimmering with captured starlight. Rin, touched by the gesture but unfamiliar with the substance, attempted to drink it. The result was a symphony of sneezes that sent musical notes bouncing around the room, each sneeze accompanied by Kalen flashing bright pink with surprise and concern. When they realized what had happened through the harmony weaver, Rin's laughter came out as a cascade of bell-like notes, and Kalen's light show turned to dancing rainbow patterns of amusement. Another time, Rin tried to share her people's traditional greeting, a gentle humming that created soothing vibrations in the water back home. She didn't realize that the particular frequency she used made Kalen's light patterns temporarily go haywire, causing him to flash like a malfunctioning sign. Once they sorted out the misunderstanding, they spent the next hour experimenting with different frequencies, discovering which harmonies complemented which colors, turning a moment of confusion into a game of cosmic synesthesia. Their quietest, most cherished moments came during what they called star watches. They would float near the great viewport, sipping their respective nourishments, Kalen absorbing ambient light, Rin drinking reconstituted mineral water, and simply watch the universe unfold. During one such watch, a meteor shower painted silver streaks across the nebula. Rin began a soft, wordless lullaby that seemed to match the rhythm of the falling stars. Kalen, in turn, created gentle light patterns that danced in time with her melody. For that timeless hour, their two forms of expression became one seamless conversation, a duet of light and sound celebrating the beauty beyond their window. As weeks turned into months, they developed their own blended culture within the Starlight Haven. They created new traditions, like first light, when they would greet the reflection of the nearest star rising behind the nebula, Kalen weaving intricate light patterns while Rin sang the sun's awakening song. They celebrated tide turn, marking the movement of Maris's oceans, by floating in the center of the room while Rin hummed the deep songs of her home, and Kalen created watery light simulations on the walls. One day a problem arose that tested their unique friendship. The harmony weaver began malfunctioning, the lights flickered unpredictably, and the music came out distorted. At first they tried to fix it together, but their different approaches only made things worse. Kalen, whose people solved problems through silent contemplation, retreated to a corner to glow thoughtfully. Rin, whose culture addressed challenges through collaborative singing, began increasingly complex melodies aimed at troubleshooting. The more she sang, the more Kalen's lights flickered with overwhelmed confusion. The more he withdrew, the more frantic her songs became. For the first time since they'd met, there was discord in their sanctuary. Finally, Rin fell silent, her scales dimmed with frustration. Kalen, noticing her distress, glowed a soft, apologetic lavender. He floated over to her and did something he'd never tried before. He gently placed his luminous hand on her shoulder. The contact sent warm pulses of light through her scales, a simple gesture that needed no translation. In that moment of reconnection, they realized the solution wasn't in their respective ways of problem-solving, but in creating a new way together. So they began again, slowly. Kalen would create simple light shapes, showing what he observed was wrong. Rin would respond with single, clear notes of understanding. Piece by piece, note by shimmering note, they recalibrated the harmony weaver, their patience with each other mending what was broken far beyond the machine itself. When the final crystal was aligned, the Harmony Weaver blossomed to life with a spectacular display of color and sound more beautiful than before. They had not just repaired it, they had improved it, their combined wisdom creating something stronger than what either could have made alone. That night, as they watched the nebula swirl in cosmic splendor, Rin began a new song, one that spoke of gratitude and enduring friendship. Kalen's light glowed in warm amber waves, weaving patterns that told of bonds that span light years. Through their shared creation, their two separate languages became one poetry of understanding. They came to understand that the universal language wasn't light or sound or any specific form of communication. It was the patience to listen beyond words, the courage to express beyond familiarity, and the kindness to bridge the space between different worlds. Their starlight haven had become more than a shelter. It was a living testament that any beings, no matter how different, could create something beautiful together. As the central star of the system began its cycle of rest, casting long shadows through their sanctuary, Kalen created one final light story, a simple image of their two forms side by side, watching the stars, surrounded by the blended beauty they had made together. Rin answered with a soft, soothing melody that promised tomorrow would bring new wonders to share. And in the quiet hum of their orbiting home, surrounded by singing crystals and glowing gardens, two friends from different stars watched the universe turn, knowing that no matter how vast the darkness between worlds, the light of friendship could always find its way home. Deep within the heart of the world, nestled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of elder glow. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the moonlight did not merely illuminate, it wove itself into the very fabric of existence, stitching silver threads through the canopy and painting the forest floor with pools of liquid mercury. The air hummed with a soft, magical resonance, a song older than time itself, sung by the collective soul of the trees, the streams, and the stones. On this particular night, the air was cool and carried the sweet, damp scent of petrichor, a promise of rain yet to fall. A young fox, whom the forest called Linden for his reddish-brown coat, the color of autumn leaves, sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His heart, usually as light as a dandelion seed, felt heavy and tangled. The great slumber, the forest's long, quiet winter, was approaching, and Linden fought against the very idea. He loved the bustling activity of the warmer seasons, the chatter of diurnal creatures, the vibrant blooms, the sun-warmed earth. The thought of the world growing silent and still, of retreating to his den for months on end, filled him with a restless dread. The clearing was one of the forest's most sacred spaces. At its center stood a monolithic, moss-covered stone that pulsed with a faint, internal warmth. Glimmer moss, a bioluminescent wonder, clung to the ancient oaks and beeches, casting a soft, blue-green light that danced with the silver of the moonbeams. Fireflies, like living constellations, drifted lazily through the air, their blinking patterns a silent, friendly conversation. The gentle shhhhh of the wind moving through the pine needles overhead was a constant, soothing whisper. "Your thoughts are loud tonight, little one," a voice murmured, not in words, but in the language of the forest itself. It was a sound like smooth river stones tumbling over one another, layered with the rustle of parchment dry leaves. It was Arion, the great horned owl, emerging from the deep shadows of a grandfather cedar. His feathers were the color of night and bark, and his eyes held the patient wisdom of countless cycles. He was not the forest's ruler, but its rememberer, its guide. Linden sighed, the sound lost in the gentle babble of a nearby stream that chuckled over polished pebbles. "I don't understand the slumber, Arion," he confessed, his own thoughts forming images of bleak, silent snow and an aching emptiness. "Why must everything stop? Why must we hide away and forget the light?" Arion blinked slowly. "Come," his thought voice invited. "Walk with me. The forest has answers for those who listen not with their ears, but with their souls." Together, they moved from the clearing into the deeper woods. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched softly under Linden's paws, a satisfying, rhythmic crinkle crunch, crinkle crunch. Above, the canopy was so thick it filtered the moonlight into an intricate lacework of shadows on the ground. They passed a family of raccoons, their masked faces serene as they washed moonberries in a tiny, spring-fed pool. The plink-plink of the water droplets was a delicate, percussive music. The raccoons nodded respectfully to Arian, their silent greeting a wave of gentle, curious energy. "Listen to the stream," Arian prompted as they walked alongside it. Linden paused. At first he heard only the pleasant, constant gurgle and splash. But as he stilled his own troubled thoughts, he began to hear more. The water wasn't just making noise, it was speaking. It told stories of the high mountain snowmelt, of the secrets it had carried from the peaks, of the thirst it had quenched in the roots of the thirsty trees. Its song was one of perpetual journey, of constant renewal. "The stream does not stop when the cold comes," Arian's thought voice wove through the water's melody. "It simply moves slower, singing a deeper, quieter song beneath the ice. It is not forgetting, it is remembering its own strength." Further on they came to a grove of ancient, slumbering sentinels, the weeping willows. Their long, trailing branches swept the forest floor, and as the night breeze stirred them they released a soft, sighing whisper, a collective sound like a distant rainfall. Arian gestured for Linden to place his paw upon the gnarled trunk of the eldest. Linden did so, and a flood of sensation washed over him. It was not a voice but a feeling, a deep, resonant knowledge of time. He felt the tree's countless seasons, the joyful stretch toward the summer sun, the patient, powerful drawing in during the autumn, and the profound, dream-filled peace of winter. The tree was not dead in its rest. It was dreaming the forest back to life, its roots holding the blueprint of spring deep within the frozen earth. The gentle creak of its massive boughs was a lullaby of immense patience. "The trees speak the language of cycles," Arian explained. "They teach us that to rest is not to be useless. It is to gather strength, to dream, to prepare. The most vibrant blooms are born from the quietest bulbs." A soft rain began to fall, first as a whisper against the leaves, pitter-patter, then as a steady, gentle shower. The sound was a natural ASMR symphony, layering over the stream's babble and the wind's sigh. The raindrops kissed the glimmer moss, making it shine even brighter, and beaded on the spiderwebs like necklaces of liquid diamonds. Linden and Arian took shelter under the generous boughs of a giant fir tree, its needles creating a dry, fragrant sanctuary. The scent of wet earth and pine resin filled the air, deeply calming. As the rain tapered to a drizzle, they emerged into another, smaller clearing. This one was breathtaking. The entire floor was covered in a carpet of starflowers, tiny white blossoms that, when touched by moonlight, glowed with their own ethereal, silvery bioluminescence. It was as if a piece of the night sky had fallen to the earth. In the center of this floral constellation grew a single, magnificent lunablossom, its petals the color of moonlight, its center a swirling vortex of soft, pulsing light. "This is the heart of the slumber," Arian said, his thought voice filled with reverence. "It does not bloom in the frenzy of summer or the abundance of autumn. It only opens when the world begins to quiet, when the forest turns its attention inward. Its light is the light of dreams and potential." Linden stared, mesmerized. The Luna blossom seemed to pulse in time with his own heartbeat. He finally understood. The great slumber wasn't an ending. It wasn't an emptiness. It was a different kind of fullness. It was the stream slowing to remember its source. It was the tree dreaming of leaves. It was the quiet necessary for a new song to be composed. The tension in his chest, the resistance to the coming quiet, began to unravel, replaced by a warm, gentle acceptance. The subtle, natural sounds of the forest seemed to amplify in this newfound peace. the drip 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 of rainwater from leaf to leaf, the distant hoot of another owl, a friend of Arian's, the almost imperceptible rustle-scuttle of a beetle moving under the blanket of leaves. They were not sounds of absence, but of a different, more profound presence. He looked at Arian, his eyes now clear and calm. It's not a time of hiding, Lyndon thought, the realization blooming within him like the Luna blossom itself. It's a time of listening. Arian dipped his great head, a gesture of profound approval. Yes, little one, to listen to the dreams of the seeds, to the slow, steady heartbeat of the earth, and to the quiet wisdom of your own soul. That is the magic of the slumber. Together they sat in the starlit, flower-lit clearing until the moon began its slow descent and the first hint of pearl-gray light touched the eastern horizon. The nocturnal creatures began to retreat, their work of wisdom-sharing done for the night, their gentle energies settling back into the moss and the shadows. Lyndon returned to his den, a cozy space between the roots of a friendly oak. As he curled up on his bed of dried fern and soft moss, he no longer felt dread. He felt a quiet excitement. He listened to the forest settling into its daytime quiet, a mirror of the greater quiet to come. The wind sighed through the leaves one last time, a gentle shh that was no longer a warning, but a lullaby. He closed his eyes, the images of the silver moonbeams, the chattering stream, the dreaming trees, and the glowing Luna blossom painted on the back of his eyelids. The great slumber was coming, and for the first time Lyndon understood it not as an end, but as a beautiful, necessary, and magical beginning held in trust within the deep, quiet heart of the ancient forest of Elderglow. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a peaceful sleep, already dreaming of the spring to come. The old house had a way of settling around Leo as he climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, each step releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes like a gentle secret, and the distant chime of the town clock tower drifted through the air, marking the hour with a soft, bronze hum. Leo held a flickering lantern before him, its warm light pushing back the shadows that clung to the eaves and corners of the spacious attic. It was his grandmother's house, full of memories tucked into drawers and stacked in dusty boxes. Leo had always been a quiet boy, thoughtful and observant, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. Tonight, while searching for a book of pressed flowers his grandmother had mentioned, his fingers brushed against something unexpected nestled beneath a stack of embroidered linens, a small wooden compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was carved from pale birch, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its points were marked with symbols, a heart, a key, a feather, and a star. At its center, the needle was not of magnetized metal, but of delicate, darkened silver, shaped like an arrowhead. It lay perfectly still, as if waiting. Curious, Leo lifted it into the lamplight. As he did, the needle gave a soft shiver and began to turn, not toward any earthly direction, but pointing insistently toward a large, shrouded shape in the farthest corner of the attic. With careful steps, Leo approached and drew away the dusty cloth to reveal an ancient grandfather clock, its wood dark with age, its face etched with intricate patterns of vines and moons. It was silent and still, as if holding its breath. Tick. The sound was so faint Leo thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again, a little stronger. Tick-tock. A slow, deep rhythm began to emanate from within the clock, like a heartbeat returning to life. Then a voice, rich and resonant as a cello note, spoke from the clock's interior. "It has been a long time since the compass of clarity has awakened," the clock said. "You must be the one it has chosen." Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Horologius, the keeper of moments," the clock replied. "And you, child, have been called because something in this house is out of balance. A sorrow has settled in the walls, a quiet sadness that slows the flow of joy. The compass will guide you, but the journey is one of heart, not feet." Just then, a fluffy orange cat emerged from behind a stack of hat boxes, yawning widely before fixing Leo with wise, golden eyes. "About time someone showed up," the cat said in a voice like rustling silk. "I'm Marigold, I nap, I observe, and occasionally I offer advice. Usually I nap, though." Leo blinked. "You can talk." "Only to those who listen properly," Marigold replied, licking a paw. "Now the compass is pointing toward the heart symbol. That means we follow the thread of feeling. Lead on, little hero." The compass needle glowed with a soft, golden light, pulling Leo not toward the attic door, but toward a faded tapestry on the wall depicting a garden in full bloom. As he approached, the woven flowers seemed to shimmer, and the needle pulsed warmly in his hand. "A hidden door," murmured Horologius. "Press the embroidered forget-me-not in the corner." Leo did so, and a section of the wall swung inward with a gentle sigh, revealing a narrow, descending staircase lined with glowing crystals that cast a soft, blue light. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. "Down we go," said Marigold, trotting ahead with her tail held high. "Try not to trip. I'd hate to have to explain that to your grandmother." The stairs spiraled down into a cozy, circular room that Leo had never seen before. It was a library, but unlike any other. Books lined the walls not by title or author, but by color and feeling, warm hues of joy, cool tones of solace, bright sparks of inspiration. In the center of the room sat a small, nervous-looking candle, its flame flickering uncertainly. "Oh dear," the candle wisped, its light trembling. "Visitors, I'm Lumina. I'm supposed to illuminate the stories, but lately, I can't seem to keep them bright." Leo knelt down. "What's wrong?" "A draft of doubt has been blowing through," Lumina explained. "It makes the stories fade, words lose their meaning, memories grow dim." The compass in Leo's hand now pointed toward the key symbol. He looked around, thinking, "Maybe we need to find the source of the draft." Marigold leaped gracefully onto a shelf. "There's a loose stone near the ceiling," she announced. "I've seen a faint shimmer of cold air slipping through." But the stone was too high for any of them to reach. Leo bit his lip, thinking. Then he remembered the patience his grandmother always showed him when he struggled with his lessons. Kindness, not force. "Lumina," he said gently, "if we work together, maybe we can help. Marigold, if you climb onto my shoulders, you might be able to nudge the stone back into place. Lumina, can you light our way?" The candle's flame steadied slightly. I can try." With careful movements, Leo lifted Marigold onto his shoulders. The cat stretched upward, her paws delicately probing the loose stone. "A little to the left," she directed, and Leo shifted accordingly. Lumina glowed brighter, casting a warm, steady light that pushed back the shadows. With a soft click, the stone settled back into place. The draft ceased immediately. The room seemed to sigh in relief, and the books on the shelves glowed with renewed warmth. "Well done," Lumina whispered, her flame now burning bright and clear. "The stories are safe." But the compass needle had shifted again, now pointing toward the feather. It tugged Leo toward a large, leather-bound journal resting on a reading stand. The pages were blank. "The Journal of Whispers," Horologius's voice echoed down the staircase, gentle and approving. "It records what the heart needs to remember, but it only reveals its words to one who listens with compassion." Leo placed his hand on the open page. He thought of his grandmother, her gentle hands, her stories, the way her eyes sometimes grew distant with memories she seldom shared. He thought of the quiet sadness that had seeped into the house since his grandfather had passed away. "She misses him," Leo said softly. "She doesn't say it, but she does." As he spoke, words began to appear on the page, written in shimmering ink, not sad words, but joyful ones. Stories of laughter in the garden, of dances in the kitchen, of secrets shared under the stars. The journal was filling with light. The compass needle now turned one last time, settling on the star. It glowed so brightly that the entire room was bathed in soft, starlit radiance. And in that light Leo saw not just a library, but a pathway of connection, between past and present, memory and hope, loss and love. He understood then. The journey was not about fixing something broken, but about remembering what was always whole. The courage was not in braving dangers, but in tending gently to the quiet places of the heart. When Leo emerged from the hidden staircase, the compass was still in his hand, but its needle was now still and peaceful. Marigold curled at his feet, purring like a little engine of contentment. From the grandfather clock came a deep, soothing chime, not marking the hour, but celebrating the moment. Leo returned to his grandmother's sitting room, where she dozed by the fire. He didn't show her the compass or speak of talking cats or hidden libraries. Instead, he opened the Journal of Whispers and began to read one of the stories aloud. His grandmother's eyes opened and she smiled, a real, full smile that reached her eyes and lit the room more brightly than any flame. And outside, the rain continued to fall softly, the wind hummed a lullaby through the trees, and the world felt, for a little while, perfectly at peace. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows that seem to beckon you deeper into the story. Tonight we journey to the heart of the Elderglen, an ancient forest where time moves like the slow, deep breaths of the earth itself. Here, beneath a sky thick with stars, moonlight doesn't just fall, it weaves itself into the very air, turning spiderwebs into silver lace and dewdrops into scattered diamonds. And when the world sleeps, the Elderglen truly wakes, humming with a quiet, profound magic. Our tale begins with a small, rather weary hedgehog named Fern. Fern was usually a creature of dusk and dawn, but tonight, a strange restlessness prickled beneath her spines. Sleep eluded her. Her cozy burrow, lined with fragrant dried clover and downy milkweed silk, felt strangely confining. Outside, the forest sighed a long, low sound like the earth settling. It wasn't just the wind in the pines, it was the trees themselves, murmuring in their slow, woody language. Fern knew this language, as all true dwellers of the Elderglen did. It spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden springs, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, and tonight it spoke of a subtle shift, a sigh of change carried on the cool air. Pushing aside her mossy door, Fern stepped into the silvered night. The air was crisp, tasting of frost to come and damp earth. Moonbeams thick as cream poured through the canopy, illuminating a path of moss-covered stones that gleamed like polished jade. Each step she took released the scent of crushed thyme and damp loam. Nearby, the whispering brook babbled its endless song, a constant, soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves overhead. Its language was one of movement and connection, tales of mountain snowmelt, journeys through sun-dappled glades, and the secrets carried by minnows. Fern paused by the brook, dipping her snout to drink. The water was achingly cold and sweet. As the ripples settled, she saw reflected not just the moon, but clusters of tiny, soft green lights clinging to the undersides of broad ferns nearby. Moon moss, it was called, glowing with its own gentle bioluminescence, like captured starlight. The sight calmed her a little, but the restless feeling persisted, a quiet hum beneath her fur. Trouble sleeping, little root tapper. The voice was deep, soft, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It vibrated through the soles of Fern's paws. She looked up into the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, wider than 10 hedgehogs laid nose to tail. High above, 2 great luminous eyes blinked slowly. Silas, the elder owl. He was as much a part of the forest as the bedrock beneath it, his feathers the color of tree bark and shadow, his face etched with the wisdom of countless seasons. Silas, Fern whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. The trees, they sigh differently tonight, and the stones feel expectant. She placed a small paw on a large, smooth stone warmed slightly by the day's sun. It hummed faintly, a low, resonant thrum she felt rather than heard. The stone spoke the oldest language of pressure, time, and stillness. Silas tilted his great head, moonlight catching the silver edges of his feathers. "They do, little one, they speak of the great turning. The season of deep sleep draws near. The forest prepares to rest, to dream beneath the frost." He ruffled his feathers softly, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. "Restlessness before the quiet is natural. It is the forest gathering its breath, settling its accounts." "But why does it make me feel so adrift?" Fern asked, tracing the cool, damp moss on the stone. A gentle breeze sighed through the leaves above, a susurrus that sounded like distant, whispered secrets. "Listen, listen." "Perhaps," Silas mused, his voice a soothing rumble, "the forest senses you have not yet found your piece of the puzzle. Every creature, every leaf, every drop in the brook has a role in the turning. What small task waits for Fern?" Fern thought. She gathered seeds, she tended the moss near her burrow, she listened to the brook's stories. But Silas's words resonated. There was a feeling, a quiet pull, like the tug of the moon on the tides, drawing her deeper into the Elderglen, towards the starlight clearing, a place rarely visited, except on nights of potent magic. "Follow the moon path," Silas suggested gently, not commanding, but offering a key. "Listen to the stones. They remember the way." With a soft whoosh of silent wings, he melted back into the shadows of the oak, leaving Fern with the comforting sounds of the night. The drip, drip, drip of sap from a pine, the distant plink of a water drop falling into a still pool, the soft crunch of her own paws on the frost-kissed moss. Taking a deep breath, Fern set off. She followed the broadest moonbeam, a river of silver light cutting through the trees. She paused often, placing her paw on the cool, smooth stones that marked the path. Each hummed its own unique note, a deep bass thrum from a granite boulder, a higher, crystalline chime from a piece of quartz. Together, they formed a silent melody guiding her steps. The whispering brook's voice grew fainter, replaced by the deeper sigh of older trees, ancient beeches whose bark felt like cooled leather beneath her touch, murmuring of long summers and deep winters endured. The air grew colder, sharper, smelling of damp stone, and something else, something sweet and faintly electric. The forest grew denser, the canopy thicker, yet the moonlight seemed brighter here, concentrated. Fern pushed through a curtain of hanging moss, beads of moisture glistening like tiny moons, and gasped. The starlight clearing lived up to its name. It wasn't large, but the canopy opened completely to the vast, star-strewn sky. The Milky Way arched overhead, a river of diamond dust. But the true wonder lay below. The entire clearing floor was carpeted in luminous blue and green moss, pulsing with a soft, internal light. Giant, translucent mushrooms like frozen moonbeams glowed with a gentle white radiance, casting long, soft shadows. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Fern had seen, drifted lazily, their golden light weaving patterns in the air. It was pure, breathtaking bioluminescence, a secret heart of light held within the sleeping forest. In the very center of the clearing stood a figure Fern had only heard tales of, Elderroot, the oldest tree in the Elderglen. Not an oak or a beech, but a colossal willow. Its trunk was a tapestry of gnarled bark, silvered by moonlight and time. Its long, trailing branches, tipped with the last golden leaves of autumn, swept the glowing moss like gentle fingers. The air around it shimmered faintly, humming with an ancient, peaceful power. Fern approached slowly, awestruck. The humming of the stones was louder here, harmonizing with a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from Elderroot itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt in the bones, a slow, steady pulse like the heartbeat of the earth. "Welcome, child of the turning earth," the voice wasn't spoken. It blossomed directly in Fern's mind, warm and deep as rich soil, as comforting as the crackle of the fire you hear now. You feel the sigh of the great turning. Yes, Elder Root, Fern whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Silas said, I might have a piece of the puzzle. A sense of profound understanding washed over her, like sinking into warm, sun-baked earth. Look, the voice resonated. Fern looked down at her feet, amidst the glowing moss. Nestled there, almost hidden, were clusters of tiny, perfect berries. They weren't glowing themselves, but they reflected the starlight and the bioluminescent moss with an intense, silvery sheen. Moonberries. Rare, precious, said to hold the essence of the autumn moon. They have ripened under the turning moon, Elder Root's thought flowed. Their time is now, before the deep frost seals the forest sleep. They carry the dream seeds of renewal. They must be shared, scattered where the sleepers dream, so their essence nourishes the roots of spring. Fern understood. This was the quiet task. The restlessness had been the forest's gentle nudge, the sighing trees and expectant stones its subtle directions. She carefully, reverently, began to pluck the moonberries. They were cool and smooth in her paws, smelling faintly of frost and distant stars. The clearing watched her, the glowing moss pulsed softly, the fireflies danced intricate patterns above, the ancient willow hummed its deep, grounding song. The gentle patter of a light, icy rain began, kissing the leaves high above, a soothing, rhythmic whisper adding to the symphony of the night. She gathered a small pouchful, the berries shining like captured starlight. As she worked, a profound peace settled over her, deeper than any sleep. The restlessness melted away, replaced by a warm sense of purpose, of being perfectly woven into the Elderglen's grand tapestry. She was part of the sigh, part of the turning. Well done, little keeper, Elder Root's thought brushed her mind like a trailing willow branch. Carry the moon's promise to the dreamers. The forest rests easier knowing its treasures are tended. Fern bowed her head, a deep feeling of gratitude filling her small chest. She turned, the pouch of moonberries held gently. The path back seemed clearer now, the stones humming a comforting, familiar tune. The rain fell a little heavier, a soft shush-shush-shush on the canopy, but beneath the trees, Fern walked in a pocket of quiet peace. She stopped by the whispering brook, scattering a few moonberries along its banks. They gleamed like fallen stars against the dark water, destined to nourish the roots of water plants dreaming below. She left some near the entrance to the rabbit warren, where deep sleepers would unknowingly breathe in their renewing essence. Finally, she placed a few precious berries near her own burrow entrance, a promise for the spring to come. Her task complete, Fern slipped back inside her cozy burrow. The scent of clover and milkweed welcomed her. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a delicious, bone-deep weariness. The forest sighs outside were no longer unsettling, but a gentle lullaby, the sigh of contentment, of settling into rest. The drip, drip, drip of rain from the eaves, the distant murmur of the brook, the deep, resonant hum of the resting earth, it was a symphony of peace. She curled into her nest, the pouch of remaining moonberries glowing softly beside her, a tiny piece of the starlight clearing brought home. Outside, the Elderglen settled deeper into its seasonal slumber. The moonberries, scattered and nestled into the earth, began their quiet work, weaving dreams of green shoots and warm sun into the fabric of the frozen months. The great turning was complete. Fern closed her eyes, her breath slowing, matching the deep, restful rhythm of the ancient forest. She drifted into sleep, not adrift, but anchored, cradled by the wisdom of owls and trees, the language of stones and streams, and the soft, luminous promise of renewal that glowed even in the deepest dark. The fire crackles softly now, mirroring the gentle pulse of the Elderglen's heart, a reminder that even in stillness life dreams and prepares, ever so gently, to bloom again. Sleep well, little dreamer, sleep well. The old house on Willow Lane had always been full of whispers, not of ghosts, but of memories. In the deepest corner of the attic, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, a small boy named Leo made a discovery. He'd been searching for a lost toy soldier, his fingers brushing against forgotten things, a hat box, a stack of yellowed letters, a pair of spectacles with one cracked lens. Then, tucked beneath a quilt that smelled of cedar and thyme, his hand closed around something cool and smooth. It was a compass, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its case was made of pearlescent shell that shimmered with a soft, internal light, and its needle wasn't pointing north. It was spinning in slow, lazy circles, glinting like a sliver of captured starlight. Whir, click. It would pause, tremble for a moment as if listening, then continue its silent dance. Leo held his breath, the only sound the gentle thump-thump of his own heart, and the distant, rhythmic purr of the house cat from somewhere below. That evening, by the warm glow of his bedside lamp, Leo examined his find. The compass didn't point to a direction on any map he knew. Instead, when he held it and thought of something lost, his confidence to speak in class, the easy laughter he'd shared with his grandfather, the needle would grow still, pointing unerringly toward a specific corner of his room, or out the window toward the sprawling oak tree in the garden. It was a compass that didn't find places, he realized with a thrill. It found lost things, lost feelings, lost moments, lost pieces of one's own heart. His journey began not at dawn, but at that very moment, within the four walls of his room. The first challenge was a small, nagging worry that had taken root in his chest, a fear of the dark space beneath his bed. The compass, when he held it and focused on that fear, pointed its luminous needle directly downward. Leo's courage felt as small as a pebble. He took a deep breath, the scent of his lavender-scented sheets filling his lungs, and knelt. Instead of monsters, he found a forgotten, flop-eared rabbit, its one-button eye gleaming in the soft light. He pulled it out, and a little of the fear unspooled and floated away. The compass needle gave a satisfied click. The next day, the compass led him into the sun-dappled garden. It was here he met his first helper. The needle quivered, pointing toward a thicket of lavender bushes. A soft rustle-rustle announced the arrival of Barnaby, a stout badger with a waistcoat of gray fur and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He was a cartographer of feelings, and his voice was a low, rumbling hum, like stones tumbling in a gentle stream. "Ah," Barnaby said, peering at the compass. "The Heartseeker, a rare instrument indeed. It shows you the path, young sir, but it cannot walk it for you. What is it you seek?" I think I've lost my bravery," Leo confessed, his voice barely a whisper. "The kind for big things." Barnaby adjusted his spectacles. "Bravery is not a single large stone, but many small pebbles. You collect them one by one. You have already started." He pointed a claw at the floppy-eared rabbit tucked under Leo's arm. "The compass will guide you to the next one, but you must listen, not just look." The compass led them to the base of the great oak tree, its branches a sprawling canopy against the blue sky. A faint, silvery ting-ailing echoed from above. With a flutter of iridescent wings, the second helper arrived. This was Pip, a hummingbird whose body was the color of emeralds, and whose voice was a rapid, cheerful chiming, like a handful of tiny bells. The Heartseeker's call, I heard it. Pip chimed, hovering before Leo's face. "You're searching for a piece of your spirit. How exciting. The next piece is up there." She zipped toward the highest branches, a living jewel in the sunlight. Leo looked up. The climb seemed immense. The bark was rough, the branches distant. His pebble of courage felt very small. He took a deep breath, the scent of damp earth and blooming honeysuckle grounding him. One branch at a time, he told himself. Barnaby waited patiently below, occasionally making a thoughtful note on a scroll of birch bark, while Pip chimed encouragement from above. "You can do it. Just a little further." Her bell-like voice was a thread of sound, weaving through the rustling leaves. Finally, puffing and with scraped knees, Leo reached a wide, comfortable fork in the tree. Nestled in a cradle of moss and lichen was not a thing, but a memory so vivid it washed over him. It was the memory of his grandfather teaching him to whistle with a blade of grass. The triumph of that first, shrill note. The feeling of being capable. He hadn't lost his bravery, he had just forgotten where he'd put it. He sat there for a long time, the memory warming him from the inside out, as a soft breeze whispered through the leaves and a distant church bell told the hour. It sounded deep, bronze comfort. The compass, however, was not yet still. Its needle now pointed away from the tree, across the meadow behind his house, toward the old woods, a place of shadows and stories, where the sunlight fell in broken patches on the forest floor. This was the true test. The woods were not frightening, but they were deeply quiet. The only sounds were the crunch of their footsteps on the leafy carpet and the occasional chitter of a squirrel. The air was cool and smelled of pine and decaying leaves. The compass led them to a small, clear stream that gurgled over smooth, gray stones. And on the other side, shrouded in the deep shade of a willow tree, sat the challenge. It was not a dragon or a giant, but a creature made of the gloom itself, a shiverling. It was a small, wispy being, all muted grays and blues, and it was weeping, its sobs the sound of rustling, tear-soaked silk. The stream between them seemed as wide as an ocean. The shiverling hoards what it fears to lose, Barnaby rumbled softly. It has likely taken the last piece of your courage and is guarding it, not out of malice, but out of a terrible loneliness. Pip zipped forward. We could scare it away, a loud buzz right in its ear, she chimed. But Leo remembered the lesson of the compass. It was solved through kindness, not force. He shook his head. He sat down on the mossy bank, the cozy safety of Barnaby's solid presence beside him, and Pip's gentle humming a comfort. He didn't try to cross. He simply sat and he listened. He listened to the shiverling's sad cries and the gurgle of the stream and the sigh of the wind in the willow branches. After a long while, he took the floppy-eared rabbit from his pocket. It was his first pebble of courage. He held it out. I'm lonely sometimes, too, Leo said, his voice quiet but clear in the hushed woods. The shiverling's sobs hiccuped to a stop. It looked up, its form seeming to solidify slightly. It looked at the offered rabbit, then at Leo's face. Very slowly, it uncurled a wispy hand. In its palm lay a small, smooth stone, warm to the touch and glowing with a soft, golden light. It was the final pebble of Leo's bravery. The shiverling made its way to the stream's edge and placed the stone in Leo's outstretched hand. In return, Leo gently set the floppy-eared rabbit in the shiverling's grasp. The creature hugged it and its form brightened, the grays and blues softening into a gentle silver. It wasn't a trade, but a sharing. The challenge was over, solved not by a battle, but by a moment of understanding and patient kindness. The walk home was filled with a deep, quiet peace. The compass in Leo's pocket was now perfectly still, its needle pointing contentedly at his own heart. He had traveled far, though he had never left the familiar boundaries of his home and garden. He had journeyed through fear, through memory, and through empathy, and he had returned not with a treasure, but with himself made whole. That night, as a gentle rain began to fall, pitter-pattering a soft lullaby on the roof, Leo placed the compass on his bedside table. Its gentle, pearlescent glow mingled with the light from his lamp. He felt the weight of the 3 courage stones, the rabbit, the memory, the glowing pebble, safe within him. He was just a boy in a small house on Willow Lane, but he was also a brave explorer who had navigated the most important map of all. And as he drifted to sleep, the compass gave one final, soft click, a sound of perfect contentment, a promise that some things once found are never truly lost again. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a three-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home stood alone, with only the company of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl to break the silence of the evenings. Though she loved her little house with its thatched roof and warm hearth, Lyra often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl she hadn't chosen to wear. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, watching the flames dance and listening to their gentle hiss and pop. The firelight cast shifting patterns upon the walls, creating shadow creatures that leapt and twirled before disappearing into the corners of the room. As she stirred the embers with an iron poker, something unusual caught her eye. A small, smooth stone nestled deep within the ashes, glowing with a soft, pulsing light the color of warm honey. Curious, Lyra reached carefully into the warmth and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, radiating a comforting heat that seemed to seep right into her bones. As she held it closer, she noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, swirling lines that reminded her of tree rings or perhaps the path of a meandering stream. The stone pulsed rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing in time with her own heartbeat. That night, Lyra placed the glowing stone on her bedside table, where its gentle light cast a golden circle upon her pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself dreaming of a hidden path through the forest, illuminated by stones just like this one, each pulse of light beckoning her forward. When morning came, mist clung to the pine trees like silver lace, and Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that she must follow the dream's calling. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. Most importantly, she tucked the glowing stone into a small pouch that hung around her neck, its warmth a constant companion against her chest. The forest welcomed her with a chorus of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny fairies in the air. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, following no path she could see with her eyes, but rather the gentle pull she felt from the stone against her heart. Just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose, Lyra heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, whimpering cry that seemed to come from behind a thicket of blackberry bushes. Pushing aside the thorny branches with careful hands, she discovered a most unusual creature. It was smaller than a fox, but larger than a squirrel, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. One of its back legs was caught in a tangle of vines, and it looked up at Lyra with a mixture of fear and hope. The creature made no move to flee as she approached slowly, her movements gentle and deliberate. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." The creature blinked its luminous eyes and made a soft chittering sound. Lyra noticed that where the vines touched its leg, the fur had begun to glow with the same golden light as her stone. She reached into her pouch and drew out the glowing rock, holding it carefully toward the trapped animal. As the stone's light fell upon the vines, something remarkable happened. The tangled plants began to loosen their grip, unwinding themselves as if responding to a silent command. Within moments the creature was free, though it made no move to run away. Instead, it limped toward Lyra and nuzzled her hand with a cool, damp nose. "You're hurt," Lyra murmured, noticing the slight swelling where the vines had been. She rummaged in her satchel and found a cloth, which she dampened with water from her flask. Gently she cleaned the creature's leg, all the while humming a soft tune her grandmother had taught her long ago. As she worked, the creature's fur began to glow more brightly, and Lyra realized with wonder that the stone around her neck was pulsing in time with the light emanating from the animal. When she finished tending to the injury, the creature stood and tested its weight on the leg, finding it strong once more. It looked at Lyra with those silver eyes, and made a series of musical chirps before turning and limping slowly into the deepening shadows between the trees. Lyra assumed this was farewell, but after taking a few steps, the creature paused and looked back at her, chirping insistently. Understanding dawned. She was being invited to follow. The twilight creature led her along a path, so hidden that Lyra would never have found it on her own. Moss-covered stones formed a natural staircase downward into a small valley, where the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Fireflies began to appear, their tiny lights flickering like scattered embers in the gathering dark. Just as the last light faded from the sky, they arrived at the entrance to what appeared to be a vast, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide enough that 5 people holding hands might not have been able to circle it, and its branches stretched toward the stars like arms raised in celebration. Light spilled from an opening in the trunk, a warm, golden glow that pulsed in the same rhythm as Lyra's stone. The creature chirped encouragingly and slipped through the opening. Taking a deep breath, Lyra followed. Inside, she found herself in a space that seemed far larger than the tree should have been able to contain. The walls curved upward into a dome, and the entire chamber glowed with the same golden light that came from her stone. Dozens of creatures similar to the one she had rescued moved about the space, their twilight-colored fur glowing softly as they went about their tasks. Some tended to crystalline plants that grew from the walls, while others gathered around what appeared to be a central hearth, though no fire burned there. Only a large, gently pulsing stone similar to Lyra's, but as large as her head. An older creature with silver streaks in its fur and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons approached Lyra. It chirped a greeting, and though Lyra couldn't understand the words, she felt the meaning in her heart: welcome, gratitude, and curiosity. The creature she had rescued came forward and nuzzled her hand again before turning to the elder and chirping what sounded like an explanation. The elder listened intently, then looked at Lyra with newfound respect in its shimmering eyes. It gestured for her to follow toward the central hearth. As they approached the large glowing stone, Lyra felt the stone around her neck grow warmer, pulsing faster as if in recognition. The elder creature placed a paw upon the large stone and looked expectantly at Lyra. Understanding, she removed her own stone from its pouch and held it toward the larger one. As the 2 stones drew near each other, a beautiful thing happened. Beams of light connected them, weaving patterns in the air like golden thread. Images began to form within the light, Lyra finding the stone in her fireplace, her journey through the forest, her helping the injured creature. The elder creature chirped softly, and Lyra suddenly understood that these stones were connected to the heart of the forest itself. They were given only to those with kind hearts, those who could help maintain the balance between the human world and this hidden realm. The creature she had rescued had been a guardian sent to find her, to test her worthiness. Lyra spent what felt like days in that magical tree, though time seemed to move differently there. The twilight creatures taught her their ways, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand the language of the wind, how to use the glowing stones to heal small injuries in the forest. She learned that the stones drew their power from acts of kindness and connection, growing brighter with each good deed. She discovered that her loneliness had faded, replaced by a sense of belonging she had never known before. The creatures became her friends, their musical chirps and soft nuzzles speaking more clearly than words ever could. They showed her secret clearings where mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, and hidden streams where the water sparkled with starlight even during the day. But as all journeys must, this one eventually reached its turning point. Lyra knew she couldn't stay forever in this hidden world, much as she might wish to. The elder creature approached her one evening as she sat watching the fireflies' dance patterns in the air outside the great tree. It chirped softly, and Lyra understood that it was time for her to return home. Her stone had absorbed enough of the forest's wisdom to continue glowing, and she now carried within her the knowledge of this hidden world. The elder pressed its forehead to hers, and in that moment, Lyra felt a wave of gratitude and love that brought tears to her eyes. The creature she had first rescued, whose name in their language translated roughly to evening song, would accompany her back to the edge of the forest. As they prepared to leave, the elder brought Lyra a small sapling with leaves that shimmered with the same golden light as the stones. This, she understood, was to be planted near her home, a connection between her world and theirs. The journey back seemed shorter, perhaps because Lyra now knew the way, or perhaps because her heart felt lighter than it ever had before. Evening Song walked beside her, occasionally chirping a melody that sounded like the forest itself breathing. When they reached the edge of the woods, where Lyra's cottage stood waiting with warm light in its windows, the creature nuzzled her hand one last time, before turning and disappearing back into the shadows between the trees. Lyra stood for a moment, breathing in the familiar air of home, before moving to plant the shimmering sapling near her front door. As she placed it in the earth, she felt her stone pulse warmly against her chest, and she knew the tree would grow strong and true. Inside her cottage, the fireplace had burned down to embers, yet the room felt warmer than she remembered. Lyra placed her stone on the mantelpiece, where it cast its gentle golden light throughout the room. She realized then that the loneliness she had carried for so long had been transformed during her journey, not vanished entirely, but changed into something new. She now carried within her the memory of friendship, the warmth of connection, and the knowledge that magic existed just beyond sight, waiting for those with kind hearts to discover it. That night, as Lyra lay in bed watching the stone's light pulse softly on her ceiling, she understood that her journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding a part of herself she hadn't known was missing, the part that could see magic in ordinary things, that could be a friend to those in need, that could carry light into darkness. Outside her window, the newly planted tree began to grow at an impossible rate, its branches stretching toward the sky, and its leaves shimmering with golden light that mingled with the silver of the moonbeams. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, and in the distance, if one listened very carefully, they might have heard the faintest musical chirping carried on the night breeze. Lyra closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she drifted into dreams of glowing stones and twilight creatures, of friendship found and loneliness transformed. And in her cottage at the edge of the whispering forest, with the fire reduced to embers and a magical stone pulsing gently on the mantel, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the world held more wonder than she had ever imagined. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. Pip, 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 chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. Elder Rowan's waiting said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. The forest feels too still. Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk. He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. Children, he began, leaves rustling softly. Tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be. As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice, the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. Smell that, he whispered, like cold metal and lost things. The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. Turn back, they hissed. The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing. Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. But without change there is no bloom, without rest, no awakening. She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. Remember summer, he called. Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover. The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. We carry summer inside us, he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. their branches uncurled, forming an archway. "Pass," they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. "Remember us when the thaw comes." Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. "Now what?" Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. "The legends spoke of a song," Fern said. "But how do we sing for summer?" Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. "Together," he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. "You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now rest." That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, Bramble, and Fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. "Balance is not stillness," Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. "It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind." As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed upon the walls, and the scent of cedar smoke and cinnamon filled the air. Outside, the world was hushed beneath a blanket of fresh snow, but here, by the warmth of the flames, all was cozy and safe. In a small village nestled between ancient hills and whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Kalin. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the gnarled oak trees, Kalin preferred the company of old books and the gentle hum of the spinning wheel in grandmother's cottage. Often they felt a little out of place, like a single star trying to shine in a sky already crowded with constellations. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate patterns upon the window panes, Kalin's grandmother beckoned them closer to the fire. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, soft and full of secrets. "Come, child," she said, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "I have something for you." From a small wooden chest, she drew out an object wrapped in velvet the color of midnight. As she unfolded the cloth, a soft, warm light spilled into the room. It was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but carved from what looked like petrified honeycomb, and within it glowed something that pulsed like a sleeping heart. This, grandmother said, her voice barely above a whisper, is an ember lantern. It does not hold fire, but memory, the memory of light from places few have ever seen. It has been in our family for generations, waiting for the right keeper. Kalen reached out, their fingers trembling slightly as they took the lantern. It was warm to the touch, and the light within swirled like molten gold. "What does it do?" they asked, their voice full of wonder. "It guides," grandmother replied. "Not along roads you can see with your eyes, but paths you feel in your heart. When the time is right, it will show you the way." That night, Kalen fell asleep with the ember lantern on their bedside table, its gentle glow casting soft shapes upon the ceiling. And in their dreams they heard a melody, a distant, humming tune that seemed to call from deep within the woods. The next morning a thick mist had settled over the village, softening the edges of cottages and fences, muffling the sounds of waking life. Kalen dressed quietly and almost without thinking, took the ember lantern from its place. As they stepped outside, the lantern's light brightened, pulsing in time with that strange, dreamlike melody. Curiosity tugged at Kalen's heart. They followed the light, leaving the village behind and venturing into the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. The world was so still that Kalen could hear their own heartbeat, and the soft crunch of their boots in the snow seemed to echo in the vast, white silence. For hours they walked, the ember lantern glowing ever brighter, its light cutting through the mist like a beacon. Just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long blue shadows across the snow, Kalen came upon a sight that made them catch their breath. There, half hidden behind a curtain of frozen ivy, was a door set into the side of an enormous, ancient oak. It was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and from beneath it spilled a warmth that smelled of earth and honey. The ember lantern pulsed joyfully, as if greeting an old friend. Hesitantly, Kalen reached out and pushed the door. It swung open without a sound, revealing not a hollow tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward, lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The air grew warmer, and the humming melody grew louder, now accompanied by the gentle sound of trickling water. Kalen stepped inside, and the door closed behind them. But instead of fear, they felt a strange sense of homecoming. The passage opened into a vast, underground cavern, where the ceiling was studded with glowing crystals like a starry sky, and a slow, clear river wound its way between banks of soft moss and luminous flowers. This was a hidden world, a place of gentle light and deeper quiet. And there, sitting by the river with a fishing rod made of willow, was a creature unlike any Kalen had ever seen. It was small and stout, with fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It turned as Kalen approached, and its face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," it said in a voice like stones smoothing in a stream. "You've come at last. I am Thistle." Kalen stood frozen for a moment, then remembered their manners. "I'm Kalen," they said softly. "And this lantern brought me here." Thistle nodded, setting aside the fishing rod. "The ember lantern knows its own. It remembers the light of this place, you see. It was made here long ago, from the crystal that grows only in these caves." The creature gestured around them. "Welcome to the Glimmer Delve." Over the next few hours, Thistle showed Kalen the wonders of the Glimmer Delve. They walked along the riverbank where flowers chimed softly when touched, and through meadows of glowing grass that swayed in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Thistle explained that this was a place of balance, where light and shadow, sound and silence lived in harmony. "But something is changing," Thistle said, their voice growing somber. "The heart crystal, the source of all light in the Glimmer Delve, has begun to dim. The flowers chime less brightly, the river flows more slowly, and even the air feels heavier. I have tried everything I know, but I fear the balance is shifting." Kalen looked at the ember lantern in their hand. Its light, too, seemed softer than before. "Can I help?" they asked. Thistle's eyes softened. Perhaps the heart crystal does not respond to force or haste. It responds to memory, to stories, to kindness, to the quiet moments that often go unnoticed. You carry an ember lantern, which holds a piece of its light. You may be able to remind it how to shine. Together they journeyed deeper into the cavern, following the river to its source. A vast crystalline chamber where a massive crystal, twice as tall as Thistle, stood pulsating with a faint, weary light. This was the heart crystal, and Kalen could feel its sadness like a weight in the air. Thistle placed a paw on the crystal's surface. "It has grown lonely," they murmured. "For centuries, keepers like me tended to it, sharing stories and songs. But I am the last of my kind, and my voice alone is not enough." Kalen stepped forward, holding up the ember lantern. As its light touched the heart crystal, a soft shimmer ran through the chamber. Then, without quite knowing why, Kalen began to speak. They spoke of grandmother's cottage, of the smell of baking bread, and the sound of the spinning wheel. They described the way frost painted the windows, and how firelight made stories dance upon the walls. They talked about feeling out of place, and yet how the lantern had made them feel chosen. As Kalen spoke, the ember lantern glowed brighter, and the heart crystal began to hum in response, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Encouraged, Kalen shared more, small, tender memories they hadn't realized they cherished. The time they helped a fallen bird back to its nest. The first snowflake they ever caught on their tongue. The way their grandmother's laughter sounded like bells. With each memory the crystal brightened, its light growing warmer, stronger. Thistle joined in, adding their own stories, of underground rivers that sang, of glowing mushrooms that bloomed only once a century, of generations of keepers who had loved this place. And then something miraculous happened. The heart crystal began to project their memories into the air around them, soft, glowing images that danced and swirled like living paintings. Kalen saw Thistle as a young keeper, learning to fish in the glowing river. Thistle saw Kalen reading by firelight, safe and content. They saw each other's joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and in that sharing they understood they were not so different after all. The chamber filled with light, brighter and more beautiful than before. The flowers on the riverbank chimed in celebration, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with joy. The heart crystal was restored not by magic or force, but by friendship and shared memory. Thistle turned to Kalen, their eyes shining. "You have given it what it needed most, connection. You have reminded it that it is loved." Kalen smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with the lantern. "And you've reminded me that I have something to offer, too." As the balance restored itself, Kalen knew it was time to return home. Thistle walked with them to the oak tree door, the ember lantern now glowing with a steady, confident light. "You will always be welcome here," Thistle said, placing a small, smooth stone in Kalen's hand. It glowed with the same soft light as the cavern. "Whenever you feel lost or alone, hold this. It will remind you that you carry a light within you, one that can brighten even the darkest places." Kalen hugged Thistle, feeling the rough warmth of their fur. "I'll come back," they promised, "and I'll bring more stories." The journey home felt shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding them back. When Kalen stepped into grandmother's cottage, the fire was still crackling, and the smell of cinnamon still hung in the air. Grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes gentle. "You've been on a journey," she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Kalen nodded, placing the ember lantern on the table. "I found where the light comes from," they said softly. "And I learned that it lives in stories and in kindness and in not being afraid to share who you are." Grandmother smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. "Then the lantern has found its true keeper. That night, as Kalen lay in bed, the ember lantern glowed peacefully on the bedside table. They held Thistle's stone in their hand, its light soft and steady. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and peace. And as sleep began to pull them into dreams, Kalen realized that the journey had transformed them. They no longer felt like a star alone in the sky, but like part of a constellation, connected to others by light and story, by memory and friendship. They had discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing alone, but in helping others to shine. The fire in the hearth whispered its last embers, and the room grew dark save for the gentle light of the lantern and the stone. And in that quiet, comforting glow, Kalen drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that somewhere beneath an ancient oak, a friend was smiling up at a crystal sky, remembering them too. And all was well. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. Mister. Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember. Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business. Leo knelt, showing him the watch. It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs. Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her. But how? Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. Ask the whisperers, Barnaby said cryptically. Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips. He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. Lonely ticker, eh? Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose. He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there. Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. It's Whiskers, he sobbed. My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere. Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look. He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. Whiskers. Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, where is she? Help us find her. The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. She's here. Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkle like distant fireflies and nebulae swirl in soft, pastel hues, there was a small, forgotten corner of the universe that held a secret garden. This garden was not on any planet, but nestled within the heart of a gentle space station, one that had been abandoned long ago by its builders. Its walls were made of crystalline panels that shimmered with a light of their own, casting rainbows across the floor whenever a star passed by. It was here in this haven of peace that two unlikely friends found each other. The first was a being named Kalen, who hailed from the planet Verdantia, a world where everything glowed with bioluminescent life. Kalen's skin was like living velvet, and it changed colors with his emotions, soft blues when he was calm, warm golds when he was happy, and gentle purples when he felt curious. He communicated not with words, but with these shifting hues, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 forests. Kalen had journeyed to the station in a small pod that hummed like a drowsy bee, seeking solace after feeling lonely among the stars. The second was Lyra, from the harmonic world of Melodia, where the very air resonated with music. Lyra's form was slender and graceful, with delicate tendrils that swayed like seaweed in an ocean breeze. She spoke through melodies, soft hums for greeting, rising scales for excitement, and low, soothing notes for comfort. Her ship was a vessel that sailed on sound waves, leaving trails of harmonic echoes in its wake. Lyra had been drawn to the station by a faint, lonely frequency she had sensed from light years away. Their meeting was accidental, yet felt destined. Kalen was tending to a patch of star moss that grew in the station's garden, its leaves glowing with a soft, silvery light. Lyra entered, her footsteps creating a gentle chime against the crystalline floor. At first they froze, uncertain. Kalen's skin flushed a nervous indigo, while Lyra emitted a questioning trill that echoed through the hall. For days, they circled each other warily. Kalen would leave offerings of luminous berries from Verdantia, placing them on a smooth rock, and Lyra would respond with a gift of harmonic crystals that sang when touched. But misunderstandings arose from their differences. Once Kalen, feeling joyful, turned a bright yellow, but Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning signal from her world, where sharp colors meant danger. She retreated, humming an anxious melody that made Kalen's skin shift to a confused gray. Another time, Lyra tried to share a story through a complex symphony of notes, but the volume overwhelmed Kalen, whose ears were sensitive to sudden sounds. He flinched, his colors dimming, and Lyra fell silent, her tendrils drooping. Yet in their solitude, a spark of curiosity remained. They began to observe each other's habits. Kaelin noticed how Lyra's harmonies softened when she watched the nebula outside the station's dome, and Lyra saw how Kaelin's colors brightened when he nurtured the garden. Slowly, they started to experiment with communication. Kaelin would point to objects and let his skin glow in a specific pattern, while Lyra would mimic the color with a corresponding melody. It was clumsy at first, a dance of trial and error, but it led to moments of shared laughter. When Kaelin accidentally turned a comical shade of orange while slipping on a wet leaf, Lyra responded with a playful giggle-like trill, and they both understood the humor without words. Their breakthrough came when they decided to create a shared shelter within the station. The garden was overgrown with cosmic flora, vines that pulsed with light, flowers that bloomed in sync with passing comets, and trees with leaves that rustled like whispering stars. Together they cleared a cozy nook near the largest crystalline window, which offered a panoramic view of the Orion Nebula, its pink and blue gases swirling in an eternal dance. Kaelin used his knowledge of living light to weave benches from glowing fibers, while Lyra arranged harmonic stones that hummed a gentle lullaby when sat upon. They called it the Starlight Sanctuary, a place where they could feel safe and connected. As they worked, they learned each other's quirks. Kaelin discovered that Lyra's people expressed affection through duets, so he learned to change his colors in rhythm with her songs. Lyra found that Kaelin's kind showed trust by sharing food, so she began to brew teas from starlight-infused petals that steeped in harmony with her melodies. Their misunderstandings became lessons in empathy. Once Lyra brought a device that projected dreamlike patterns of light, thinking it would delight Kaelin, but it flickered too rapidly, causing his skin to ripple with discomfort. Instead of frustration, Lyra adjusted the device to pulse slowly, and Kaelin responded with a grateful lavender hue. They realized that kindness was a universal language, one that needed no translation. Quiet moments became their favorite times. In the Starlight Sanctuary, they would sit for hours, watching distant stars being born and dying in silent spectaculars. Kaelin's colors would melt into a serene azure, and Lyra's harmonies would drop to a whisper, blending with the station's gentle hum. During one such evening, as a meteor shower painted streaks of silver across the sky, Lyra sensed a deep sadness in Kaelin through the empathic connection they had built. She didn't need words, his skin had faded to a somber gray. In response, she hummed a melody from her childhood, one that spoke of hope and reunion. Kaelin understood, and he shared a memory through a cascade of colors, a story of losing his family to a cosmic storm, but finding courage in new beginnings. Lyra listened, her tendrils brushing his arm in comfort, and for the first time they felt truly understood. Their friendship was tested when a minor crisis arose. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, threatening the garden's delicate ecosystem. Panic might have driven them apart, but instead they worked together. Kaelin used his bioluminescent abilities to create a soft light source, guiding Lyra to the control panels, while Lyra used her harmonic skills to recalibrate the energy fields with precise frequencies. It was a dance of cooperation, Kaelin's colors signaling directions, Lyra's melodies fine-tuning the controls. When the crisis passed, the garden glowed brighter than ever, and they shared a moment of triumph, their bond strengthened by adversity. As time flowed like a gentle river, the Starlight Sanctuary became a beacon of peace. Other travelers, drawn by rumors of this harmonious place, occasionally visited. A silent rock being who communicated through vibrations, a fluttery insectoid from a gas giant who spoke in pheromone clouds. Each encounter brought new misunderstandings, but Kaelin and Lyra acted as bridges, teaching others the language of kindness they had forged. They learned that every being had a unique way of seeing the universe, and that differences were not barriers, but opportunities for wonder. The story of their friendship spread like starlight, touching hearts across galaxies. But for Kaelin and Lyra, the greatest joy was in their simple routines, tending the garden, sharing meals under the nebula's glow, and watching the stars in comfortable silence. One evening, as they sat in their sanctuary, a rare alignment of planets cast a golden path across the cosmos. Lyra hummed a new melody, one she had composed just for this moment, and Kalen's skin shimmered in harmony, creating a spectacle of light and sound that felt like a prayer of gratitude. In the end, they knew that no matter how far they traveled or how many worlds they encountered, the memory of their time together would be a constant comfort. The universe was vast and often lonely, but in a crystalline garden among the stars, they had found a home in each other's hearts. And as they drifted to sleep under the watchful eyes of distant suns, they dreamed of futures filled with more laughter, more learning, and the endless, gentle language of kindness. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Elmshadow. It was a place where time moved not in hours, but in breaths, where the very air tasted of damp earth, pine resin, and secrets older than the first stars. The moonlight that filtered through the canopy was not merely light. It was a liquid silver that pooled in the hollows, dripped from the needles of the fir trees, and painted the world in shades of mystery and dreams. It was in this forest that a young squirrel, his coat the color of twilight ash, found himself awake long past his usual bedtime. His name was Pip, and a restless curiosity, like a tiny tapping acorn against his heart, had driven him from his warm nest of leaves and moss. The day world was familiar, all bustling activity and bright sunbeams. But the night was a different story entirely, a whispered promise he felt compelled to understand. He ventured cautiously, his small paws making no sound on the carpet of fallen leaves, softened by centuries of decay. The forest was alive with a symphony of gentle sounds. A soft, steady pitter-patter began as a light rain found its way through the dense canopy, each drop landing on a broad leaf with a soft plink before rolling off to join the chorus below. The wind, a patient and ancient musician, played the pine needles like 1,000 tiny harps, a whispering, sighing melody that spoke of far-off places and long-forgotten lullabies. Pip's journey led him to a babbling brook, its water so clear it seemed to be made of melted moonlight. He crouched by its edge, watching as it chuckled and gurgled over smooth, moss-covered stones. He had always thought the stream merely made noise, but as he listened, truly listened, he began to hear the words within the water. "Flow with grace, little one," it seemed to murmur as it swirled around a rock. "Though obstacles are not to stop you, but to shape your path, be patient, be persistent." A great ancient willow tree, its branches trailing like silver hair in the water, sighed in agreement. Its leaves rustled with a sound like pages turning in a sacred book. "We trees remember," the willow's whisper joined the stream's song. "We remember the sapling's struggle and the strength of deep roots. We remember every story the wind has ever told us. Listen, and you will learn." Pip felt a profound sense of peace wash over him, deeper and more calming than any sleep. He was not just hearing sounds, he was understanding a language he never knew existed. He followed the stream until it widened into a small, starlit clearing. And here he stopped, his breath catching in his tiny chest. The clearing was a hidden cathedral of light. All around him, fungi growing on fallen logs pulsed with a soft, greenish-blue luminescence, their light ebbing and flowing like the breath of the forest itself. Fireflies, living embers, drifted in slow, deliberate patterns, weaving constellations just above the grass. The very moss on the stones seemed to drink the starlight and glow with a faint, internal radiance. It was a magic not of flash and drama, but of quiet, breathtaking beauty. In the center of this bioluminescent wonder stood the oldest inhabitant of Elmshadow, an owl named Orin. His feathers were the color of weathered bark, and his eyes were two deep, golden pools that held the wisdom of countless cycles of the moon. He did not startle at Pip's approach. He simply blinked slowly, a gesture of profound peace. "You are far from your nest, little Pip," Orin's voice was not a hoot, but a low, resonant rumble, like stones shifting deep underground. It was a sound that promised safety and understanding. I couldn't sleep, Pip admitted, his own voice a small squeak in the vast, gentle noise of the night. The day world is ending, the air is growing cold. The other squirrels are gathering and storing and preparing to sleep for a long, long time. It feels like everything is closing. A shiver, not entirely from the chill, ran through him. I'm afraid of the quiet. I'm afraid of the dark and the emptiness. Orin shifted on his perch, a gnarled branch of an oak so old its rings could count the ages. You see an ending, he said, his gaze soft. But the forest sees a transformation. Watch. The owl gestured with a tilt of his head towards a cluster of luminous mushrooms at the base of the oak. As Pip watched, he saw that their gentle glow was not constant. It pulsed, growing brighter, then softer, in a slow, steady rhythm. Thump, 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 it was the very heartbeat of the forest itself, a sound felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled up through the soles of his paws and into his soul. The quiet you fear is not emptiness, Orin explained. It is the forest drawing a deep, restorative breath. The trees are not sleeping, they are dreaming, sending their roots deeper into the dreaming earth, sharing stories with the stones. The stream you heard does not freeze in winter, it merely flows slower, singing its wisdom in a lower, more patient key. As if on cue, a gentle gust of wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves of the great oak. The sound was a soft, shushing whisper, a natural ASMR that seemed to smooth the very edges of Pip's anxiety. Rest is not idleness, the tree seemed to whisper. It is the work of gathering strength for the new sun. Orin continued, his voice blending with the sounds of the night. The dark is not an absence of light, Pip. It is the canvas upon which the most subtle magic is painted. You would never see the glow of these mushrooms in the bright sun. You would never hear the individual voice of the stream over the chatter of the day. The season of cold is not a punishment. It is a necessary blanket of quiet, allowing the seeds beneath the soil to gather their courage to sprout, allowing the earth to remember its own strength. He then told Pip a story not as a lecture, but as a gift. He spoke of the great winter sleep of ages past, when a blanket of snow, silent and deep, had covered Elm Shadow. The forest had seemed dead to any who did not understand its language. But beneath the snow, the mycelium threads, the hidden, connecting network of the forest, had glowed with a secret blue light, sharing nourishment and comfort between the sleeping trees. The stones had hummed a low, warm song to keep the roots from freezing. It was a time of profound community and shared rest, a secret renewal that made the explosion of spring all the more magnificent. Pip listened, and as he did, his fear began to melt away, replaced by a dawning wonder. He looked around the clearing with new eyes. The darkness was not a void, it was a velvet cloak. The silence was not empty, it was full of the forest's soft, sleeping breath. The coming cold was not an end, but a cocoon. How do I learn to hear it all? Pip asked, his voice filled with a new reverence. The language of the stones and the dreams of the trees. Orin swiveled his head almost completely around, a gesture that was somehow comforting in its strangeness. You have already begun, he said. You stepped into the quiet and you listened. That is the only requirement. Come, sit by the glowing stones, close your eyes. Do not just hear the rain, listen to what it is washing clean. Do not just feel the wind, listen to the story it carries from the high peaks. Pip did as he was told. He found a flat stone, warmed by the day's sun, and now cradling that warmth like a secret, and sat upon it. He closed his eyes. He let the symphony of the night wash over him. The drip, drip, drip of rain from a maple leaf onto a pool of water created tiny, concentric rings of sound. The crinkle rustle of a leaf tumbling across the clearing was a tiny dance of farewell. The distant hush of the wind through the pines was a constant, soothing exhale. And then he heard it. Not with his ears, but with his heart. A deep, resonant hum came from the very stone he sat upon. It was a wordless song of stability, of ages endured and wisdom earned. Be still, it hummed. Be still and know. He felt the gentle, dreaming pulse of the oak tree's roots beneath the soil, a slow, steady energy waiting for its moment. He understood that the bioluminescent fungi were not just glowing. They were communicating, their pulsing light, a silent, beautiful conversation across the forest floor. He had been afraid of the season of rest, but now he saw it for what it was, a sacred, magical time. It was the forest's way of turning inward, of gathering its magic and its strength for the great, joyful outburst of spring. His own need for sleep was not a weakness, but his small, personal part in this great, cosmic cycle. When Pip finally opened his eyes, the first hint of dawn was a soft, pearly gray line on the horizon. The bioluminescent fungi had dimmed their glow, and the fireflies had settled into the grass. Orin was still there, a silent, benevolent guardian. "Thank you," Pip whispered, his heart full to bursting with a new, quiet joy. Orin simply blinked his golden eyes once more. "The wisdom is always here, little one, in the whispers and the glow and the quiet. You need only be brave enough to listen." Pip made his way back to his nest, but he was a different squirrel. The path was no longer strange and frightening. Every rustle was a friend speaking, every stone was a wise elder, every drop of dew was a jewel holding a tiny piece of the moon. He curled up in his nest of moss and leaves, the gentle sound of the waking birds now joining the fading whispers of the night. He was not afraid of the coming quiet. He welcomed it, for he knew now that the forest never truly sleeps. It only dreams, and in its dreams it grows even more alive. And as the first true rays of the sun touched the highest branches of the ancient forest of Elm Shadow, Pip drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, lulled by the memory of glowing stones and whispering streams, knowing he was cradled in the endless, gentle, and renewing magic of the world. The old house on Willow Lane had always held its breath, and in the quiet moments just before dusk it would sigh. It was in one of those sighing moments that a young girl named Cora found herself standing at the foot of the attic stairs, a single, dust-covered key in her hand. Her grandmother had given it to her that morning with a soft smile. "The house has more stories to tell," she'd said. "Perhaps you're the one to listen." The attic door opened with a soft creak, a sound that was less a complaint and more a gentle greeting. A puff of dust motes danced in the slanted golden light, swirling like tiny, excited fairies. The air smelled of cedar and old roses, of forgotten winters and long, sunny afternoons. Cora stepped inside, her footsteps muffled by a thick carpet of dust. It was a landscape of memory. Trunks with brass fittings sat like sleeping turtles. A dressmaker's dummy stood guard in one corner, a silent, headless sentinel. And in the farthest, darkest nook, tucked under the slope of the roof, was a small wooden chest she had never noticed before. It was made of a warm, honey-colored wood, and on its lid was an inlaid design of a winding path leading to a star. Her heart beat a little faster, a soft thump-thump-thump against her ribs. She knelt, the old floorboards groaning softly beneath her knees, and fitted the key into the lock. It turned with a satisfying clunk. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its case was made of what looked like mother-of-pearl, shimmering with soft rainbows. The needle was not pointing north, but was instead spinning in slow, lazy circles. And instead of the usual directions, the dial was marked with words: whisper, remember, courage, and home. As she lifted it, the compass grew warm in her hand. The needle stopped its wandering and pointed, quite firmly, toward whisper. At the same moment, a soft, rustling sound came from a stack of hatboxes nearby. A moment later, a small ginger cat with wise, green eyes emerged, blinking slowly. Cora knew this cat. It was Marmalade who spent his days dozing on sun-warmed porch railings. "Took you long enough," Marmalade murmured, his voice a low, rumbling purr. "I've been napping on that velvet for decades, waiting for someone with quiet enough hands to open the box." Cora was too astonished to be frightened. "You can talk." "Everyone can talk," Marmalade said, leaping gracefully onto a nearby trunk and wrapping his tail neatly around his paws. "Most just don't know how to listen. That," he said, nodding his head toward the compass, "is the Heartstone compass. It doesn't point to places on a map, it points to places in here." He tapped a soft paw against his own furry chest. The compass needle quivered and then swung slowly to point at Remember. A gentle breeze, smelling of lavender and old paper, stirred the dust in the attic. It seemed to coalesce near the old rocking chair, forming into the faint, shimmering outline of a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. It was the memory of Cora's great-aunt Alara, who had loved this house more than anyone. "The journey is not long, little one," the memory whispered, her voice like the distant chiming of bells. "But the path requires a brave heart. The compass will guide you, but you must provide the footsteps." "What journey?" Cora asked, her own voice a whisper. "The journey to mend the sighing heart," Marmalade explained. "The house has been sighing because a piece of its heart is sad. A memory was left unresolved, a kindness ungiven. It sits like a cold stone in the very center of the home, and it needs to be warmed again." The compass needle shifted once more, now pointing firmly at courage. And so Cora's adventure began. It did not take her beyond the walls of the house on Willow Lane. Her journey was measured in footsteps from the dusty attic to the quiet hallway, down the stairs that creaked a familiar song, and into the cozy, lamplit living room where the fire crackled peacefully in the hearth. Her first guide was Marmalade, who padded silently beside her, his purr a constant, reassuring motor. "The sighing heart is not a thing you can hold," he told her. "It's a feeling, you'll know it when you feel it. It will feel cold." They moved into the kitchen, where the scent of baking bread still lingered from the afternoon. The compass needle began to spin. Cora stood in the center of the warm, checkered tiled room and closed her eyes, listening. Beneath the tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall, she heard it, a soft, sorrowful sound, like a single frozen teardrop. "It's here," she said, opening her eyes. She looked around. Everything seemed cheerful and normal. Then her eyes fell upon the old pie safe in the corner. Its doors were slightly ajar. As she approached, the air grew noticeably cooler. She pulled the doors open. Inside, amongst the pie tins and mixing bowls, was a single, small porcelain thimble. It was beautifully painted with a tiny sprig of forget-me-nots, but it was ice-cold to the touch. The moment her fingers closed around it, a wave of profound sadness washed over her. It was the sadness of a promise forgotten. The shimmering memory of her great-aunt Alara appeared beside her, her form flickering like candlelight. "Ah," she sighed, a sound of gentle recognition. "My thimble, I was using it to mend a dress for a friend who was moving far away. I promised to finish it before she left, but I fell ill, and the dress was never finished. The promise was left here." She gestured to the cold thimble. A small thing, but a kindness left undone. The challenge was clear. The kindness had to be completed. But the friend was long gone, and the dress was nowhere to be found. How does one mend a promise from the past? Cora thought not with force or frustration, but with patience and a clever heart. She sat on the warm kitchen floor, the cold thimble in one hand, the warm compass in the other. Marmalade curled up in her lap, his purrs vibrating through her, a steady rhythm of comfort. "The compass points to home," Cora murmured, thinking aloud. "And home isn't just a place, is it? It's a feeling of being loved, of belonging." The memory of Alara smiled, a little brighter now. You understand. Cora stood up, the thimble held tightly. She didn't need the original dress or the original friend. The kindness was the act itself. She went to her grandmother's sewing basket and found a small, plain square of linen. With a needle and some blue thread the color of forget-me-nots, she began to stitch. She wasn't mending a dress, she was mending the promise. She stitched a tiny, wobbly heart onto the fabric, pouring all her own kindness and hope into every loop of the thread. As she sewed, the thimble in her hand began to grow warm. The icy sadness within it melted away, replaced by the gentle warmth of a task being seen through to its end. When she tied the final knot, the thimble was as warm as a sunbeam. A deep, contented sigh echoed through the entire house, a sigh not of sorrow, but of profound relief. It was the sound of a weight being lifted, of a heart finally made whole. The fire in the living room crackled a little more brightly. The grandfather clock's tick-tock seemed to chime with a newfound joy. The shimmering form of Great-Aunt Alara reached out and touched Cora's cheek. Her touch was like a sunbeam. "Thank you, my dear," she whispered. "You have a brave and clever heart." And then, like a sigh of smoke, she faded away, but the feeling of her love remained, warming the room. Marmalade stretched, arching his back. "Well done," he purred. "The house is happy again. I believe I shall resume my nap on the porch railing. It's much cozier now." Cora climbed back up to the attic, the now warm thimble and the quiet compass in her hands. She placed the thimble back in the chest and closed the lid. The compass needle had settled, pointing peacefully at home. She knew that home was right here, in this house full of love and stories, with a purring cat and a crackling fire downstairs. She descended the stairs, the soft creak of the attic door closing behind her sounding like a gentle good night. She settled into the large armchair by the fireplace, the flames dancing and whispering their own ancient stories. The journey was over. She had not traveled far in miles, but she had journeyed deep into the heart of her home and found that the greatest magic and the greatest courage was simply the will to be kind. And as the fire crackled and the distant bells of the town clock chimed the hour, Cora felt a deep and comforting peace, knowing that some secrets are not meant to be hidden, but to be shared, one gentle heartbeat at a time. In a quiet corner of the spinning galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle spirals and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there existed a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another, and in finding one another, discovered the true music of the cosmos. The first was a being from the watery world of Azura. His name was Kalen, and he resembled a gentle, bipedal creature with skin that shifted through soft blues and greens like sunlit seawater. He did not speak in words, but in colors that shimmered across his skin, and in the delicate, bell-like chimes that resonated from the tiny, frilled fins behind his ears. When he was happy, his skin glowed with warm golds. When thoughtful, it deepened to violet, and when he sang, the air around him hummed with harmonies that could calm even the most turbulent star winds. The second was from the crystalline planet of Xylos. Her name was Lyra, and she was a slender being whose body seemed woven from living, translucent crystal. She communicated not with sounds or colors, but with vibrations, a symphony of resonant hums and pulses that traveled through the air and could be felt as much as heard. Her kind learned by touch, and when she was curious, her crystal form would shimmer with captured starlight, casting prismatic patterns on any surface nearby. Their meeting happened by chance, or perhaps by the quiet design of the universe. Kalen's small, pearlescent podship had been damaged by a wandering comet's tail, forcing him to land on Lumen's surface. Lyra had been studying the moon's unique mineral formations when she felt the tremor of the crash through the very ground she stood upon. She found Kalen not far from his vessel, his skin pulsing with anxious silver streaks, his chimes sounding like worried raindrops. At first, they could not understand one another. Kalen's color speak meant nothing to Lyra, whose world was one of vibration and frequency. When he glowed a friendly, welcoming yellow, she misinterpreted the light as a threat. On Xylos, sudden bright lights often signaled danger. She answered with a low, warning hum that made the ground tremble slightly. Kalen in turn read the vibration as hostility and flushed a nervous gray. But then something shifted. Kalen, remembering his people's way of offering peace, slowly extended a hand, palm up, and let his skin soften into the pale, gentle blue of a calm sea. He did not move. He simply held the color, steady and kind. Lyra, feeling the shift in the energy around her, stilled her own vibrations. She reached out one crystalline finger and very gently touched his palm. In that moment, a bridge was formed. Through that touch, Lyra felt the gentle, melodic nature of Kalen's spirit, not as color or sound, but as pure emotion. And Kalen, through the contact, felt the resonant, curious hum of Lyra's being, not as vibration, but as warmth. They both pulled back, astonished. Then for the first time, Kalen's skin flushed with a color Lyra understood instinctively, the soft rose gold of friendship. And Lyra answered with a vibration that felt, to Kalen, like the first chord of a lullaby. They decided to build a shelter together, a place where both could feel at home while Kalen's ship repaired itself. They chose a wide, shallow crater on Lumen's surface, protected by overhanging arches of moon rock. Kalen used the organic technology of his people, coaxing luminescent mosses and gentle, glowing fungi to grow along the walls, their light shifting with his moods. Lyra used her innate connection to crystal and mineral, humming specific frequencies that caused the very stone to reshape, forming clear, quartz-like benches and shelves that caught and magnified the soft light. They called their creation the Starlight Haven. In its center, they made a garden. Kalen cultivated pools of water brought from his ship, water that swirled with living, microscopic algae that glimmered like liquid constellations. Lyra grew crystal flowers that bloomed when certain star patterns aligned overhead, their facets tuned to the music of the spheres. It was a place of both liquid softness and crystalline structure, of shifting colors and constant, gentle vibrations. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen noticed Lyra looking particularly dim. Her natural shimmer had faded to a soft glow. Concerned, he brought her one of the glowing moss balls from the wall, thinking the light might cheer her. But on Xylos, offering light to someone who was dim was like shouting at someone who wished to be quiet. Lyra recoiled, her vibrations sharp with offense. Kalen's skin flashed with confused orange spots. It was Lyra who figured it out first. She stilled herself, then pulsed a slow, questioning vibration toward the moss ball. Kalen, understanding, dimmed the moss ball until it was just a memory of light. Then Lyra pulsed a warmer, grateful frequency. She was not sad, she explained through a series of touches and projected feelings. She was in a state of deep, peaceful contemplation, which for her people involved drawing their light inward. Kalen glowed with understanding, his colors softening to a serene lavender. They had learned her quiet was not a cry for help, and his offer of light was not an intrusion. Another time, Lyra tried to share her joy by creating a complex, joyful harmonic that resonated through the entire haven. The vibration was so powerful it caused Kalen's water pools to ripple violently, disturbing the delicate algae. He chimed in distress, his skin flickering with protective turquoise. Lyra fell silent at once, her form dimming with remorse. But Kalen, after a moment, waded into the pool and began to sing, a low, calming melody that settled the water and soothed the tiny creatures within. He then showed Lyra, by guiding her hand just above the water's surface, how softly she needed to hum to create only the gentlest of ripples. Their laughter after was a symphony, his chimes like wind chimes, her vibrations like the purr of a contented star kitten. Their deepest connection, however, came during the long, tranquil nights on Lumen. They would sit together in their haven, watching the stardusted tapestry of the cosmos wheel slowly overhead. Kalen would point with a glowing finger to a particular star, and his skin would flush with the story it held for his people, a tale of navigators and ocean currents of light. Lyra would answer by humming the vibration that star emitted in her people's charts, a note that spoke of ancient light and constant guiding presence. They didn't need a common language to share the wonder. They would sit in a silence that was full, Kalen's colors slowly shifting like a lazy aurora, Lyra's form catching the distant starlight and casting tiny, dancing rainbows on the walls. In those quiet moments, the differences between water being and crystal being melted away. They were simply two friends, small and grateful, under the immense, beautiful sky. One evening, as a particularly brilliant nebula bloomed on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Kalen turned to Lyra. His ship was repaired. The call of his home ocean was a persistent, gentle pull in his heart. He did not need to show her with colors or sounds. She felt the bittersweet tremor in the air around him. Her own vibrations softened to a minor key, a hum of understanding and shared sorrow. But then, Kalen did something new. He placed his hand over his own heart, and then pointed to Lyra, and then to the sky above them. The color that spread across his skin was one Lyra had never seen before, a deep, radiant gold, shot through with silver, the color of a timeless bond. It said without any doubt, "You are here in my heart. Wherever I go, you are with me." Lyra answered by placing her crystalline hand over the place where her own heart would be, and she hummed a single, pure, unwavering note. It was a vibration that held no sound, but carried the feeling of constancy, of a promise that would never fade. It said, "And you are in mine. This connection is forever." The next day, Kalen boarded his pod ship. As it lifted silently from the moon's surface, Lyra stood in the crater of their starlight haven. She did not wave, for that was not her way. Instead, she began to hum, the same gentle, calming frequency Kalen had taught her for the water pools. She hummed it for him, for his journey, for their friendship. High above, Kalen saw the haven shrink to a single, soft point of light. But then he saw something else. Lyra's hum, amplified by the crystalline structures they had built together, caused the entire haven to resonate. It began to glow not with borrowed light, but with its own inner luminescence, a beacon of pure, kind energy, visible even from the depths of space. And Kalen knew, as he charted his course for home, that he carried a piece of that light with him. In the quiet of his ship, his skin would sometimes flush with the rose gold of friendship, and he would hear, in the whisper of the star winds, the faint, familiar echo of a crystal hum. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a bridge across the stars, a testament that the simplest, purest language, the language of a kind and open heart, could truly unite the universe. And in 1,000,000 star systems, in 1,000 different forms, that same language was being spoken, quietly, gently, knitting the cosmos together with threads of light and wonder. The firelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and if you listened very closely, you could almost hear the gentle pop and crackle of a story beginning to unfold. It's a story about a place not too far from here, if you measure distance in daydreams, called the Valley of Gentle Nonsense. In this valley, the rivers flowed backwards, which was terribly convenient if you ever dropped your hat in the water. You could simply walk upstream a little way and wait for it to float politely back into your hands with a soft, gurgling whoosh. The forests were inside out, meaning the cozy, rooty parts with all the little animal burrows were on the outside, and the tall, leafy parts were in the middle. This made for excellent hide-and-seek, though sometimes a squirrel would accidentally end up in the sky. And in the very heart of this valley, perched precariously on a hill that wiggled when it laughed, was an upside-down tea shop. It was called the Steaming Kettle, though the kettle was always on the floor, and the floor was, technically, the ceiling. Patrons would sit on the ceiling, which was wonderfully carpeted, and their teacups would cling magically to the floor above their heads. It was run by a fellow named Barnaby, a cloud shepherd by trade, who spent his days gently herding fluffy, white cumulus clouds with a crook made of a giant's wishbone. He only ran the tea shop on Tuesdays, because Tuesdays, he said, were inside-out days, and it made perfect sense to him. Barnaby's best friend was a dragon named Pippin. But Pippin was not a fearsome dragon. Oh no. Pippin was a dragon with a passion for porcelain. He collected teacups. Not jewels or gold, but the most delicate, hand-painted, whimsically patterned teacups you could ever imagine. His cave was a labyrinth of carefully dusted shelves, each holding a cup that chimed with a tiny, crystal ping if you tapped it. His greatest treasure was a cup that looked like it was made of a captured rainbow, which made a sound like a happy sigh when you poured tea into it. Their other dear friend was a woman named Cora, a professional dream painter. Each evening, with a brush made of a single moonbeam and paints distilled from starlight and memories, she would add little details to people's dreams. An extra sprinkle of glitter on a fairy's wings, a slightly funnier hat on a dancing badger, or the perfect, buttery scent to a dream of warm toast. One particular Tuesday, the kind of Tuesday that felt like a warm blanket, a most peculiar problem arose. Barnaby was in his upside-down tea shop, trying to serve a pot of lullaby lavender tea to a family of moles who were wearing very tiny, very fashionable sunglasses. But when he went to pour, the tea didn't fall down towards the cups on the floor ceiling. Instead, it poured up. Sploosh. A stream of lavender tea arched gracefully towards the actual ceiling, which was the floor, and pooled against a heavy oak beam. "Oh dear," said Barnaby, scratching his head with his shepherd's crook. "That's not right at all." The moles, who were very polite, sipped at their empty cups and murmured, "Lovely aroma," but they looked a bit disappointed. Just then Pippin the dragon came shuffling in, his large, gentle feet making a soft thump-thump-thump on the ceiling-turned floor. He was carrying his newest acquisition, a teacup painted with swirling, snoozing sheep. "Barnaby," he boomed in a voice that was like a cello wrapped in velvet. "I've come for a cup of chamomile calm. I need to test the sheep. They look like they'd enjoy it." "I've got a bit of a situation, Pippin," Barnaby said, pointing his crook at the puddle of tea on the floor above their heads. "The tea seems to have forgotten which way is up." Pippin peered at the puddle. "It does seem confused. Perhaps it's having an inside-out day, but it's only Tuesday." He let out a thoughtful rumble that made the teaspoons on the walls vibrate with a gentle bzzz. They decided to consult Cora, the dream painter, who was the wisest of them all when it came to matters of gentle confusion. They found her by the backwards river, which was flowing bloop-bloop-bleep towards the mountains. She was dipping her dream brush into the water, which turned the river a lovely shade of twilight blue for a moment. "Cora," said Barnaby, "the tea is pouring upwards. It's causing a dreadful puddle on the floor that's a ceiling." Cora tapped her moonbeam brush against her chin. "An inversion of intention," she mused. "The tea wishes to rise, not fall. It's a very ambitious tea, but it is still tea, and tea's true purpose is to be sipped from a lovely cup." She looked at Pippin's new sheep cup. "Especially one like that." "But how do we convince it?" asked Pippin, his tail twitching with worry and nearly knocking over a tree that was growing sideways. "We must remind it of its purpose," said Cora. "We need to create a spectacle of sipping so delightful, so utterly irresistible, that the tea will forget its foolish ambitions and simply want to be drunk." And so they hatched a plan. It was a silly plan, but in the valley of gentle nonsense, the silliest plans were often the best ones. Barnaby went to herd the most content-looking clouds, the ones that looked like sleeping lambs and overstuffed pillows. He gently nudged them over to the tea shop until they formed a soft, fluffy staircase leading from the puddle on the high ceiling down to the cups on the low floor. F-whoomp, F-whoomp went the clouds as they settled into place. Pippin rushed back to his cave and returned with his most beautiful, most melodic teacups. There was the rainbow cup that side, a cup that chimed like a tiny bell when touched, and another that had a pattern of bubbles that actually fizz-pop fizzed softly. Cora, with her dream painter's skill, did the most important job. She didn't paint the tea, she painted the air above each cup. With a flick of her wrist, she painted little swirls of steam that carried the scent of honey and biscuits. With another flick, she painted the sound of a contented murmur and the feeling of a warm, cozy chair. She painted the very idea of a perfect afternoon tea. Finally, everything was ready. Barnaby stood by the teapot. Pippin arranged his cups. Cora gave a nod. "Now, Barnaby," she said. Barnaby poured. Sploosh. Once again, the lullaby lavender tea streamed upwards, defying gravity with all its might. It reached the puddle on the ceiling floor. But then, something new happened. The tea, curious, began to trickle onto the first cloud step. Instead of splashing, it went blorp and was absorbed into the fluffy whiteness. The cloud, now smelling wonderfully of lavender, seemed to sigh with pleasure. Encouraged, the tea flowed onto the next cloud, and the next, each step a little blorp and a sigh, creating a cascading staircase of scent. It reached the bottom cloud, which was hovering just above Pippin's rainbow teacup. The tea hesitated for a moment, hovering over the cup that sighed with anticipation. And then it happened. The rainbow cup let out its happy little sigh. The bell cup gave a faint ting. The bubble cup fizz-pop fizzed. And the air above them, painted by Cora, shimmered with such irresistible coziness that the tea could no longer resist. With a final, gentle plink, a single drop of tea fell into the rainbow cup. Then another and another, until a steady, graceful stream of tea was flowing down the cloudy staircase, each drop landing perfectly in a waiting cup. The tea had remembered its job. The moles, who had been watching with their tiny mouths agape behind their sunglasses, clapped their little paws. Barnaby beamed. Pippin did a happy little jig that made the teacups rattle a cheerful melody. Cora smiled, adding one last painted detail to the air, a tiny, shimmering rainbow that arched over the entire scene. They all sat down, on the ceiling of course, and had the most wonderful tea party. The tea tasted all the better for its little adventure. The moles declared it the best tea they'd ever almost not had, and Pippin's sheep cup proved to be the perfect home for chamomile calm. And as the firelight here dances its own sleepy dance, you should know that in the valley of gentle nonsense, the tea now sometimes still pours upwards, just for the fun of flowing down the cloud stairs. Because even problems, when faced with friendship and a little bit of painted steam, can turn into the most delightful sort of nonsense. A soft, quiet sigh of an ending, perfect for drifting off to sleep. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, strorting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. "Fireflies don't burn leaves," she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. "Moon moth silk," he declared. "Only night gardeners weave it." Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. "I," he admitted, scratching his head, "thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box." Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds, bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in misses, Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. The night was a deep velvet blanket, pricked with silver stars, and from the hearth of a small, quiet cottage, A cascade of golden sparks spiraled upwards, joining their celestial cousins. It was on such a night, when the air itself seemed to hum with potential, that a young dreamer named Kalen found his world gently tilting into wonder. He had been tracing the path of a particularly bright spark with his eyes when it did not fade, but instead grew. It swelled into a soft, shimmering doorway hanging in the air before him, its edges rippling like heat haze over a summer field. From it wafted a scent that was both foreign and deeply familiar, the crisp, clean aroma of high-altitude air, touched with the sweetness of honeydew and the faint, dusty perfume of old paper. Without a second thought, but with a heart full of quiet curiosity, Kalen stepped through. The world dissolved into a swirl of muted gold and silver, and then resolved itself into something breathtaking. He stood on a pathway of what appeared to be solid, warm cloud, soft and springy beneath his bare feet. All around him, suspended in a twilight sky, were cities crafted from cloud stuff and captured starlight. Towers spiraled upwards, their surfaces shifting from pearlescent white to soft rose gold in the eternal evening. It was the sky realm of Ethoria, a place he had only ever glimpsed in the most vivid of dreams. From a small leather pouch at his belt, Kalen drew his one piece of home, a small, smooth wooden bird carved by his grandfather. It was warm to the touch, its grain familiar under his thumb. He held it tight, an anchor in this sea of wonder. His reason for being here was a quiet, persistent longing. In his own world, a strange silence had begun to fall over the woods near his home. The colors seemed less vibrant, the songs of the birds more faint. He had felt a pull, a whisper on the wind, suggesting that understanding, and perhaps a solution, lay somewhere beyond the known. He had come to Ethoria not for treasure, but for a secret, a melody of restoration. His cloud path led him to the first great landmark, the Whispering Spires. These were not towers of stone, but of crystallized sound. As Kalen approached, they began to hum, a low, resonant chord that vibrated not in his ears, but in his very bones. The music was a language. It asked a question without words, a simple, "Why do you journey?" Kalen, unsure how to answer, simply held up his wooden bird and thought of the fading woods, of the muted birdsong. The spires understood. Their hum shifted, becoming a gentle, guiding melody that pointed him toward a bridge of woven light, arching toward a lower, darker part of the sky realm. The bridge deposited him at the entrance to the Glimmer Grottos, a network of caverns that held not darkness, but an underground aurora. As he stepped inside, his breath caught. The walls were smooth, cool obsidian, but upon them danced the borealis itself. Ribbons of emerald, violet, and sapphire light swam and swirled in a silent, graceful ballet. The air was cool and carried the scent of wet stone and ozone after a summer storm. Here, the inhabitants made themselves known. They were the luminals, creatures of pure, gentle light. They had no solid form, but floated like living will-o'-the-wisps, their colors shifting with their mood. They did not speak, but communicated through the patterns they painted in the air. One, a soft amber glow, drifted near Kalen. It pulsed slowly, and a feeling of warm inquiry washed over him, as comforting as a blanket. He again showed his wooden bird and projected his thoughts of the silent forest. The luminal pulsed in understanding, then began to weave a story in light. It showed Kalen an image of a great, crystalline tree in the very heart of Ethoria, the world hearth. This tree, it explained through its shimmering tableau, was connected to all living things. A crack had appeared in its core, and from that crack a slow drain of vitality was seeping away, affecting not just Ethoria, but touching distant worlds like his own. The music of existence was faltering. His path was clear. He had to find the world hearth. The amber luminal whom he silently named Ember chose to accompany him, bobbing faithfully at his shoulder, its light a constant, reassuring presence. Their journey led them next to the Library of Echoes, a place that existed between the dimensions of thought and reality. It was not a building of shelves and books, but a vast, open space where memories and stories hung in the air like fragrant blossoms on invisible trees. To find a story, you had only to breathe in its scent. Kalen inhaled deeply and caught the fragrance of ancient rain on dry earth, of sun-warmed pine needles, and of deep, restorative sleep. This was the story of healing. He walked through the fragrant narrative, the words forming not in his mind, but as textures against his skin. He felt the rough bark of a resilient tree, the cool silk of healing water, and the final, soft warmth of a mended heart. The lesson was simple. To heal the world hearth, one did not need a powerful spell or a magical artifact, but a profound, selfless offering of a memory imbued with pure, unconditional love. It was a resonance that could seal the crack. With this knowledge held close, Kalen and Ember pressed on, finally arriving at the Nexus glade where the world hearth stood. It was even more magnificent than the light painting had suggested. The tree was colossal, its trunk and branches seeming to be formed of clear crystal, through which flowed rivers of liquid gold and silver light. Its leaves were shifting prisms, casting tiny rainbows across the glade. But at its base was a painful sight, a jagged dark crack from which the luminous sap was slowly weeping, losing its light and falling as dull gray tears onto the moss below. The air, which should have been vibrant with energy, felt thin and melancholic. Kalen knew what he had to do. He sat before the great tree, the wooden bird cupped in his hands. He closed his eyes and searched his memory for the purest love he had ever known. He thought of his grandfather, of sitting on his knee by the fireplace, listening to tales of his youth. He remembered the feeling of his grandfather's rough, warm hand on his head, a gesture of absolute safety and affection. He remembered the smell of wood smoke and baking bread, the sound of a deep, kind laugh. He poured all of this, the scent, the sound, the texture, the profound feeling of being loved, into the memory of the little wooden bird. It grew warm in his hands, almost hot, thrumming with the power of the recollection. He then gently pressed the bird, this vessel of a cherished memory, against the crack in the world hearth. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, golden light began to emanate from the bird, seeping into the crystal. The light spread through the crack, not like a glue, but like a balm, soothing and merging. The jagged edges softened, smoothed, and finally sealed, until the trunk was whole once more. The gray tears on the moss below shimmered and reignited, rising back into the tree as motes of light. The world hearth gave a great, gentle pulse, and a wave of warmth and vitality radiated outwards, so potent that Kalen could feel it tingling through his own body. High above in his own world, the woods suddenly seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Colors deepened, and from the throat of a lone thrush, a clear, strong song rang out, soon joined by a chorus of others. Ember the luminal swelled with a brilliant, joyful gold and spun in happy circles around Kalen. Its light brushed against his cheek, and he felt an overwhelming sensation of gratitude and friendship, a touch as gentle as a sunbeam. His task was complete. The journey back was a peaceful blur. The whispering spires hummed a triumphant symphony as he passed. The luminals in the glimmer grottos painted the walls with spectacular displays in his honor. He arrived back at the shimmering doorway on the cloud path, feeling both weary and deeply content. He stepped back into his cottage, the wooden portal dissolving behind him into a few last, drifting sparks in the fireplace. The room was just as he had left it, but it felt different. It felt more alive. He looked at the small wooden bird in his hand. It was no longer warm, but it felt more. The grain seemed deeper, the carving more significant. It was no longer just a memento of home. It was a reminder of a journey taken, a heart shared, and a world healed. He placed it carefully on his windowsill, where the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky. As he settled into his bed, the cozy weight of his blankets felt like a gentle embrace. He had gone seeking a way to heal his world and had discovered that the greatest magic was not in grand gestures, but in the quiet, enduring power of a loving memory carried close to the heart. And as he drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that both here and in a realm of cloud and crystal light, all was and would be well.